it's finally time. The best MDI teams around the world are here, and we are ready to face off.
Look at the amount of damage Shala is doing on this destruction. Warlock is completely annihilating his pet. Going up to 200k in DPS.
That is just insane.
Every one of these teams qualified for global finals with one thing in mind: to prove that they are the best.
Incarnation has just now gone into their pull. Everything is active. The Bloodlust pop, Ashen Hollow and Wings down. Echo needs to kill one of these crash mobs in the next 10 seconds, or this is going to be the series for Incarnation. And that's it. Incarnation has taken this series and this tournament. Oh my god, what a debut for this squad.
These teams are competing for the lion's share of $300,000 in our most competitive finals to date. But at the end of the day, only one team can claim the title of MDI champion.
Hello and welcome to day number 2 of the Mythic Dungeon International's Global Finals. I'm Jack, joined by Dratnos, Nagura, and Zyronic to start off our day, as we are going to be having an absolute bloodbath coming right at you, Nagura. 4 teams are going to be eliminated today, and with the Global Finals as close and as competitive as we've ever had it, it's just insane to think about some of the teams that could get eliminated today.
Yeah, I don't even know where to start when I think about who is going to be eliminated. It could literally be anyone at this point, of course, except the ones in the upper bracket, of course. But it's interesting.
They could drop down to the lower bracket. You never know.
True, yeah, as well, yeah. It's actually just crazy because yesterday was so close already, having those the first round games. We had some upsets as well, right? Ambition winning against Perplexed, which is something that not a lot of people betted on. So seeing Perplexed against Complexity as like the first elimination game today is already a crazy thing to see, and I just think there's going to be lots and lots of really, really close games today.
That's right. Look at the bottom of the bracket in particular. We got Perplexed, Complexity, Team Name, Obey, Alliance. 2 of those teams are going to be eliminated today alone, and these are some of the best teams we've ever had. Tons of history, of course, for how long a lot of these players have been competing in the MDI, and to think that they're getting eliminated in 7th or 8th place today is insane.
I mean, that's insane alone. And then you have to remember that after those teams are eliminated, we're not done with the eliminations today. Yes, the winners of those lower bracket matches move on in the lower bracket, but they're going to have to fight against somebody from the upper bracket that loses later today.
Yeah.
And one of those teams is also going home. We're getting rid of half of our bracket today, and one of these 8 teams going home is scary.
That's right. And one of the craziest things about this is just take a look at it. Perplexed, Complexity, very long time MDI veterans are facing elimination in 7th or 8th place, while some of the newcomers as well, Dratnos, Ambition, Incarnation, they're sitting pretty at the top of the bracket going up against some of the best in the business.
Yeah, we've seen upsets already this weekend, with particularly the Ambition 2-0 over Perplexed. Just to start yesterday, completely destroyed everybody's expectations of what might happen this weekend. Now Ambition are in this incredible position where if they can beat Echo in the quarterfinals here, they will be done playing today and they will be into the upper finals. Similarly, Incarnation and Aster Y in a similar spot. So the upper bracket games we're going to start today with give such a vital advantage to those teams that do make it to the upper finals straight into Sunday. They have the rest of the day to practice, to yoink strategies, and to just focus on a very small map pool. Whereas whoever gets sent down to that lower bracket, they are going to be fighting some cornered animals down there that are their most dangerous.
No question there. And we have, of course, our predictions for the weekend from each of the casters. We also had our Echo Pick'ems as well, which I'm sure all of our Pick'ems at this point have been destroyed here. So going to be very interesting. I mean, I know my predictions are a little bit in danger right now as I have Team Name at the bottom of the bracket facing elimination. Nagura, you have a Bay Alliance there as well. How do you think they're going to make it out at this bottom of the bracket?
I definitely think it's going to be a difficult one for Obey Alliance, but I would say they have a little bit of an easier route than, for example, Complexity and all the upper bracket teams basically that just happen to have a more difficult route because of Echo getting that second seed, right? So I do think that Obey Alliance does have a chance to still get all the way to the final, but yeah, definitely very hard, especially when we've seen all of the competition yesterday and so many teams just performing so well.
That's right. We've seen a number of runs come down to the wire, a couple 5-second differences. We've also seen a couple different just bloodbaths, as some of the Sanguine Depths runs in particular, Zyro, have just been extremely brutal. And for our first matchup in Ambition and Echo, if they go to that third game, we are going to see them in Sanguine Depths.
Yeah, and well, if they go to the third game, right, there's still a lot to go before that. That miss of Tyrannus on 23 is definitely scary. We saw teams, specifically Incarnation, having a relatively clean run there yesterday, but I kind of hope this goes to a game 3. It'd be perfect because the history between these two teams, even though Ambition really only has been part of the MDI for all of like 4 months, going back to the first great push, the rivalry between JPC and Now specifically has always been fun to watch, and the fact that they're going to face off in the upper bracket here in a game where, honestly, you double your prize pool winnings if you win this game, and that's huge. So there's a lot on the line here.
That's right. You also don't have to play any more today if they take that victory. So that's going to be another huge incentive. They're going to, whoever wins in this series is just going to be able to relax, practice, whatever for the rest of the day, and make sure they can watch everybody else fight for their very lives. Let's also talk about it, Dratnos. A lot of Keystone level upgrades. We haven't had any 23s in previous Cup seasons. Now for our global finals, it's another step up. It's another challenge they have to deal with.
Yeah, I think this Mist of Tyrannus is going to be a pivotal map in the series. If you looked at the Spires, which is going to be our game 2, yesterday Echo played that. They looked a little bit vulnerable in there. I thought that Complexity ended up losing to them or in that game, but that was based off of a full team wipe. And otherwise, I thought maybe there were ways you could speed up that pathing. Whereas Sanguine Depths, the game 3, historically that's an Echo stronghold of a dungeon. They lost to Incarnation in their group stages in there, but that was based off of a freak accident with a mob not getting pulled for count that was supposed to be. So if that doesn't get replicated, I think Echo's favored in that map. So I think a lot is going to come down to this Mist here in game 1.
That's right, and we kind of referenced that as well. Just some of the little failures that a number of these teams have had, whether it comes to certain dungeons they're unfamiliar with, or just certain mistakes that happen at critical junctions. We kind of talked about it a bit when it came to that Cup season, Nagura, where Echo wasn't looking as crazy dominant as they had previously. But if history is any lesson for us, it's that whenever Echo comes in second place or they don't meet their own standards, they come back even stronger in the next competition.
Yeah, and we know how competitive a team like Echo is. It might have even helped them that they didn't do so well in the group stage to give them more motivation to just practice harder for this global finals. But they're going to have a very difficult one against Ambition here because the times that Ambition showed yesterday, they were just absolutely out of this world. So this is going to be a really close one between those two.
That's right. We're all ready to go as game number 1 of the day gets rolling. We got Ambition and Echo facing off here in Mist of Tyrannus.
Oh, all right. So we do see that Venthyr Moonkin coming out of Ambition while Echo is playing that physical comp. This is something we've seen yesterday already, where the teams had different ideas. I think it was even the exact same setups yesterday between the teams, where one team was going for more of a magic damage comp with the Moonkin, and the other team, I believe it was Team Name, who went with the physical comp. So very interesting to see that difference again. Looks like both of the teams are skipping that first pack, immediately going to that Tormentor and pulling an extra trash pack on top.
Yeah, slightly different setup though, as Ambition just instantly pulled all of the mobs they wanted in. Whereas Echo had a little bit of CC set up to make sure that they could get the interrupts on those harvesters more easily and then start cleaving everything down once they get the bow breakers in. Ambition should have a little bit more damage because of this though, but you have to remember, Echo does have the benefit of having that Windwalker Monk on their team, which has the highest theoretical damage output on AoE if they get those Dance of Chi-Chi procs. And I mean, for the damage meters right now, you got clicks at the top of the meters for Echo doing 55k damage, whereas over on Ambition, the Frost Mage is only doing 35k, so the pack just gets bursted down by the Windwalker Monk here. And the biggest problem with that Venthyr Boomkin is we know that they really want to save that 3-minute cooldown, that Incarnation, plus that Ravenous Frenzy, for the first boss. That's the entire reason they're in this dungeon. So this first pull without those cooldowns is going to go that much slower for them.
Yeah, and we saw Incarnation yesterday have that Moonkin as well, and they decided to do that very first pull on the left side, use the Moonkin cooldowns there, and then use it again in the boss. So they did some extra trash percentage at the start to be able to get the cooldowns back up. But Ambition thinks that that is not worth it. They don't want to get more percentage here. They're just holding on to those cooldowns. So that is, of course, going to mean that they're going to be a bit slower. Echo, though, they are slowly kiting those mobs to the boss. It looks like, no, okay, they're actually going to get the mushrooms first, and then they're moving all the way to the boss, getting those extra stats from those mushrooms. But Ambition definitely catching up. They also had one of those harvesters to see it for quite a while until the rest of the pack was dead. And now they're getting it in as well with those higher HP mobs. Echo, though, already engaging that boss.
Honestly, though, for the fact that they just had a DPS doing essentially tank damage for that entire pull, the fact that they'll be pulling the boss only like 10-15 seconds after Echo doesn't really seem too bad, especially if they're able to fully abuse the Vinthier burst here. I mean, if they're able to one-phase this boss significantly faster than Echo, that will all but make up that difference and probably gain them time, too. It all comes down to whether or not they have the cooldowns perfectly timed here. He wants to be in the last, like, 5 seconds of his ramp, right when the boss phases, so he gets full damage cooldowns there. And honestly, if he does that perfectly, this boss is going to get completely destroyed.
Yeah, and look at the advantage here for Ambition. They don't have to go on Ingra Malok at all. You can see Ingra is barely dropping HP because they have that Moonkin, so they don't need Ingra to be lower. But Echo, look at them. They're not done with the Drillman at all because they have to cleave Ingra to be a bit lower on HP to be able to make the damage check. So there we go. Ambition is bursting down the boss now. You can see Onesiege just doing insane amounts of damage with that Venthyr ramp. You can see the red kind of glow around the Moonkin there. Now the cooldowns actually ran out right there. So they have to finish off the last 2% now, but no problem for them. Echo now also in their burst. Of course, they reached a bit later because they had to go on Ingra and not fully commit onto the Drillman. But it looks like it's still pretty high HP, 10%, yeah.
They gotta burn through 10% of that boss's HP without a damage amp, and Ambition is already done, already getting through this next trash pack. Echo still has to cleave this boss down. This is the advantage of that Vinthier Boomy. They gained, remember, they pulled this boss 15 seconds later than Echo, and then they killed the boss almost 30 seconds faster. They made up that entire difference plus more. They killed that boss about a minute faster than Echo. I mean, that was crazy burst. The question is, can they fully abuse the Vinthier cooldowns for the rest of the dungeon, making sure they pull massive when they are up, and keep that advantage that they've secured themselves time?
Yeah, the problem with the Venthyr Moonkin, of course, is whenever your cooldowns are down, you're not going to be doing that much damage. So Echo definitely has a lot more consistent damage compared to Ambition, so they have to make up that time that they're losing whenever Onesiege using the cooldowns by just being quicker outside of that cooldown window. So we'll see if Echo can actually make up some time here. It looks like they did pull Baruth with that first trash pack. Ambition already in that second area of the maze, and they're pulling in Baruth now. So that is a little bit of a difference here in strategy. Also the Ashen being committed here by Alismir for Baruth plus that second trash pack. Echo decided to pull Baruth with that first trash pack already, so they have that extra anima power already.
Wait a minute, so I guess I wasn't paying enough attention earlier on. Using the Ashen here, that means that they committed the Ashen to the first pull and they did that boss burst without the Ashen on the boss, which is
both
crazy impressive.
Both teams did, yeah.
Oh, both teams did. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense as to why Echo didn't get the boss down that much faster. Okay. Well, interesting. I mean, Zalia's going to have his Ashen up for this double pull as well, and I mean, it looks like Ambition still has the lead here, and honestly, the Incarn's back up for the next pull, which means they should be able to extend it even more.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think Ambition's in the lead here. And one thing I do want to mention about Echo as well is that if you remember the group stage, Echo didn't perform so well in Mists. That was the one dungeon where they had mistakes over and over. They had multiple team wipes actually on the last boss and on the pull after the last boss. They ended up one of the games they ended up winning anyway, because the other team was so behind. But yeah, Mist is really not their dungeon, it seems like. So we'll see if they can make up some time here, but Ambition definitely just blasting through. You can see Echo did catch up a bit on percentage because of that double pull that they did. They're on 32% now, but Ambition is almost done with this trash pack, so they're going to be catching up on percentage in just a second.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those weird scenarios where Boomkin is like, the Ravenous Frenzy and Incarnation were committed to this pull, but he's getting to the end of his ramp right about now, and the trash pack is already dead, so there's a lot of wasted damage there. The bursting almost takes them out, but Ella's barely able to keep everyone topped through it, and honestly, like, there really wasn't that efficient of a way to use the Moonkin cooldowns here. I think you would have loved to use them on the Gorge Gullet here, but then you probably wouldn't have had it for the trash pull plus boss afterwards, so this is what we mean when we talk about the 30-minute cooldowns that Vinther Moonkin brings. It's kind of hard to place them in this low of a key level, right? They don't really get that insanely powerful for trash killing until you get into like the mid to upper 25, 26 level key area. It's still really good for certain scenarios like that first boss burn, but afterwards it's really tough to place where you want to use those cooldowns efficiently.
Yeah, definitely true. We do see both of the teams now fighting that Gorge Gullet, while they also pulled some extra trash on top of it, making sure they're getting efficient cleave onto all of this trash. You can see both teams on 38% now, and the HP of this trash pack is pretty even, I would say. So both teams incredibly close to one another. Echo a little bit quicker with this trash pack, it seems like. We will see how much more trash they're going to be dealing with in this maze area. We've seen differences in strategies between the teams, where some teams decided to get a lot of the trash done in this maze area and then skip a lot of trash in that last boss area, and some teams decide to do it the other way around. So we'll see what kind of strategies these teams are using. Of course, Gingy playing that Hunter on Echo's side, having a really easy time getting a lot of that trash pulled through the maze. Ambition, on the other hand, they do have the Moonkin that can use trees, and there's some other things you can also do, but it's a bit slower for sure, right? Because the trees have to walk through that wall, go all the way there to the mobs, attack them, and then they will come back. You can see it for Ambition side right there.
But I mean, as we progress through the maze here, you can definitely see that Echo has started to secure an advantage for themselves. When you're not really able to make that much of a usage of the Moonkin cooldowns, you start falling slowly behind, and you can see, I mean, look at the damage meters here. Onesie doing less damage than in the tank. That's just kind of the life of a Moonkin. That's sad Moonkin noises right there. I mean, it's really, really hard to make efficient usages of those cooldowns, which is why I think this physical damage comp that Echo's running should technically be better in the long run, because they can make efficient usage out of every single one of their cooldowns. I mean, Ambition's going to have to go completely massive at the end of this dungeon, I think, in order to actually have a chance of winning this dungeon. We're talking like triple trash pack into the boss, which is definitely something that a Moonkin that you can pull off if you have the Moonkin, but they're just falling further and further behind here.
Yeah, it also looks like both of the teams decided to have their damage dealers take the Volcanic Plume. So a triple plume here for both teams. All of those mobs getting constantly knocked into the air, which makes it a lot easier to interrupt all of those spells that can be really dangerous. You can see Ambition now reaching the boss quite a bit later than Echo, but once he has his cooldowns available here, the Vanity cooldowns, and if they're able to skip a phase, and maybe Echo does not, then that would be their chance to catch up that time again that they lost in that maze area because of their comp, really, because of that less consistent damage comp that they're running.
Yeah, once you use the trees there to pull this trash back through the wall, Echo opted to not pull trash on top of the boss here. I wonder if they're going to be pulling that later. It looks like Gingy just now is sending his pet to pull that trash, so they are going to be doing the exact same thing, pulling one trash back through the wall. Remember, the maze is random, right? The path changes in every single matchup, but it is the same for both teams, so they have to prepare their trash count pulls for every single scenario possible. They have an idea of what percentage they want to get to when they get to the second boss, but that's really all they have to go off. They have to remember exactly how much trash they want to get to when they get to this boss, and man, I mean, the Moonkin cooldowns are up, but they weren't popped, so I wonder what he's saving them for, right? They've been up for pretty much this entire boss, and I'd imagine it would have been a great usage to use them on the boss with the trash here, but I mean,
I'm pretty sure they want to use them at the end of Mistcaller to skip that last guessing game, right? If they manage to do that. The one problem with those Moonkin cooldowns to skip the guessing game is that depending on the cast time of the boss, sometimes you want to stop damage a little bit at like 11% to make sure the boss casts something. before you push to 10. Because otherwise, if the boss is not casting anything at all, it will immediately start casting Gassing Game. And then even if you have a lot of damage, you might still not be able to make it. Asuna actually proccing the seed here should be fine though, but that's still a damage loss, right? Sitting in that seat, not being able to DPS, maybe even getting hit by that. No, okay, so they are fine. You can see once they did pop the cooldowns now, they're gonna have to make that push to catch up to Echo, because Echo did not skip. You can see they are in that third Gassing Game. If Ambition can skip that, they might be able to catch up here.
All right, here it goes. Gotta keep an eye on the boss here. They're waiting for the cast bars. Did once his cooldowns run out? They did. His cooldowns ran out. The death from Asuna on the mage, I mean, that was the problem there, right? Pushing the boss any slower there messes up the timing of the Ravenous Frenzy plus Incarnation combo, and yeah, they weren't able to get the push off when they wanted to. The boss was at 12% when he casted the dodge balls, which is where you want to push the boss to try to skip it, but they weren't able to do that because they were missing the single target damage from the mage while he was in the pod. So Ambition was kind of gambling on getting that phase skip with the cooldowns there, and unable to get it, and that's Echo securing what seems to be about a 30 to 40 second advantage after the second boss here. And I mean, it's not over yet. This is a part of the dungeon that Echo had problems with in the cup stages, but the cup stages were over a month ago. You'd have to imagine they've ironed out those mistakes by now.
Yeah, this is really the risk with this comp that Ambition is running, right? If they don't get the advantage from running that Moonkin, because we saw on the first boss, they killed it quite a bit faster. They made up 30 seconds. You can see in the first boss split, it was a 30 seconds difference in favor of Ambition because of that Moonkin. And if they're not getting those advantages on the second boss and then other bosses, then it's really not worth it to have less damage on the trash whenever those cooldowns aren't up. So that's definitely a problem. We'll see if they can somehow catch up, as they're now doing that same pull that Echo is doing, now dropping incredibly low. So Ellie having to commit that lay on hands to get him back up, and now all of those bursting stacks, looks like everyone used the dwarf ratios to get rid of those stacks. That's another advantage of running that comp, right? They can be full dwarfs, so they can even assign it. So Celia probably just called the dwarf racial and everyone's just pressing it, and it's no problem anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Ambition's going to have to make perfect usage of this Boomkin cooldown that's coming up in 30 seconds, right? They're going to have to pull probably, let me see, they'll be at 89%, so they double trash back on top of boss with the cooldowns and lust up. I mean, they have the Ashen Hollow available in 10 seconds too, but these bursting stacks are very scary, and they don't have the dwarf racials to get rid of them, but Ella's very able to keep everyone alive without committing any major cooldown usages. They have their go buttons ready. They've pretty much just got to go right away. But Echo, the advantage they've secured themselves is so big. Is the Vinthier Moonkin enough to catch Ambition up? Let's find out. They're gathering up these two trash packs. They're going to be pulling them onto the boss. They have the Bloodlust ready. They have the Ashen Wings combo ready from Ellesmere. They have the Incarn Ravenous Frenzy ready from Onesie. Is Echo's 30% advantage on the boss enough? Let's find out.
This is going to be a big one because they also have Bloodlust this time, and Bloodlust giving so much more value to Ravenous Frenzy as well. So having that extra haste, being able to ramp quicker, really going to give Onesie that extra damage. So we'll see. Take a look at their boss HP. Echo still has not popped Bloodlust actually. They were waiting for some cooldowns. So the Ash is going to be popped for them now. Bloodlust being popped now. We'll see if Ambition can catch up. But you can see just how much damage Onesie is doing on that Moonkin, and he's still not done ramping. He's got some Star Surges left to use onto this boss, and the boss is dropping incredibly low, but Echo is still lower on the boss. You can see the trash though, right? Echo is 91%. They still have to kill off the trash that they have on top of that boss, and I'm not sure if that's going to be 100%. Ambition, it looks like they will be reaching 100%. Echo, I'm not sure if this is all they need there.
It should be. They pulled the same trash packs to get them on top of the boss, so once all this trash goes down, yeah, that's going to be 100. Well,
oh yeah.
Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay. That last acid goal will give them 100%. And, I mean, the Vinthier Moonkin got them to within 10-15%, but it just wasn't enough burst at the end there. Echo just playing cleaner, playing with a better comp in this dungeon and executing it better. Echo taking a 1-0 advantage over Ambition right now, and, I mean, that was perfect. This is a dungeon that we saw them have so many issues winning the cups earlier this season, and they come back and they kill it.
That's right, and let's not forget some of the little mistakes, especially in that previous cup season, like you mentioned, that they had in something like Mists. But man, just like we talked about before the game started, once Echo has some of those failure points and they don't do as well as they think that they're going to do. They come back to the tournament even stronger, and they're starting off our day with a big victory here in Stratos.
Yeah, huge result there for Echo with just a solid strategy, well executed the whole way through. This is what Echo is supposed to look like, right? Where it's just like, okay, we're gonna do the dungeon with no deaths, with nothing going wrong, and it's just gonna be fast. And you're gonna try all these cool things that look like they're saving a lot of time and all these strategies, and it's just gonna be 30 seconds slower, and it's gonna be kind of hard to see why.
Yeah, I particularly liked how, Zyro, you were mentioning the different compositions. Having that physical damage sort of composition versus having the very big Venthyr Moonkin cooldowns. It looked like really cool early on when they start destroying Inga Malik, but Echo's just constantly chugging through this dungeon without issue.
Yeah, and I don't want to harp on Asuna too much, the mage for Ambition, but it looked like Ambition really had all of their eggs in the basket of making sure they skipped that final guessing game phase. And I don't want to. You're probably going to talk about this right now, so I don't want to go too in depth. But the death from Asuna really messed up the ramp timing from Onesie there. And if they got that skip, it might have been close, but it just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, let's go over that as well, Dranos. What do you got for us?
Yeah, so first off, let's talk about the first boss, because obviously this is a huge strength for the Moonkin composition, right? You can see just the incredible burst coming out here. It means that you save so much time, because you phase the boss faster, because you don't have to DPS it during the first little bit, and you don't have this long part at the end of the boss fight where you're sort of limping over the finish line like Echo is against the Inga Malik in the second phase there. So you do save a lot of time on the boss one split with that Moonkin thing. Here we can see what it's supposed to look like in the boss, right? The Ravenous Frenzy when the boss is at 38% during the second guessing game phase, right? And this is going to be the idea of getting the boss down in that last push right at the end of your ramp. But you saw Azuna there getting hit by that ball like Zyra mentioned, and that means that the entire damage calculation for how that's going to line up, right, 30 seconds in the future, gets delayed by 5 seconds, so it's no longer in your ramp, and that's just a catastrophe for that strategy. Here was the best chance that Ambition had to close this thing back up, right? To get back into this was just pulling all the trash onto the boss. Again, huge damage with all their cooldowns on pull. Everything is looking good here. It's a fast strategy on the last boss. They save time on this split, but it's just not enough compared to Echo's consistent strategy. No problems throughout their whole thing. DPSing the boss, pulling the trash in midway through as it made sense for them, and just getting the boss down cleanly the whole way through with a composition that both made fewer mistakes. Obviously, there was just the one mistake on Ambition's side, but I think it was also less reliant on any one thing working out quite as much as Ambition's was. Ambition's eggs were definitely all in the basket of, we are going to skip these phases, right? Rather than just, we're going to do good damage on every pull because we have a comp that does good damage on every pull.
I mean, ironically, I've been kind of someone talking about this for a while. I feel like the pod tender trait is something that is sometimes more of a deficit than a benefit.
Yeah.
Right? Because if he didn't have it there, they could get a res off and probably still make the cooldown timing, make sure they get that push into the window of the Ravenous Frenzy, but because he's just out of the fight for 10 seconds, there's nothing they can do there, and that was really unfortunate.
Yeah, that's right. There's been a number of times where we're looking at it as an advantage when people are running out or having to deal with all kinds of different mechanics, but definitely when you're trying to have as tight of a timer or something like Mistcaller, that can be a big challenge. So let's set our sights here on Spires as well, though, Nagura. Tyrannical, Inspiring, Quaking going to be coming at it. What are we going to be watching for on this one?
Yeah, so Echo actually already played Spires yesterday. They won against Complexity, and they had a 20 minutes 28 clear with 2 deaths. Those 2 deaths didn't actually cost them too much time because it was both on Thessalia during a boss fight. One of them just immediately got rest up, and the other one was pretty much at the end of the fight, so they just waited. They just killed the boss anyway. But I would still say the fact that they played yesterday really gave Ambition time to look at what they're doing and maybe look at their own strat, right? Ambition, maybe they saw, okay, we have a faster strat, so we're good. Or if they did have a faster strat, they could even, have changed something overnight or before the tournament today. So that might be a little bit of a disadvantage for Echo to already have shown their route yesterday.
It could be. I mean, we did hear a lot of conversation, though, Drados, talking about Ambition working on their mists and not seeing that work out in their favor. Does that mean that they're just very confident that they can be working on some of the other dungeons, and that's why they wanted to optimize mists more? I mean, we talked a little bit about the vulnerability that Echo might have, in particular for Spires.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I would describe it necessarily as vulnerability in Spires so much as their run yesterday wasn't perfect, and anytime you can see Echo not being perfect somewhere, historically that's meant, okay, that's the map we gotta win, right?
Yeah.
Echo, now there's been a little bit of a streak for Echo. Of their last 10 maps they've played, that's happened a surprising amount of times, actually. But I'm assuming that's more of a blip. It's an outlier that we've had a couple of unlucky bad games in a row for Echo, and that's going to, turn around soon. That's why I picked them to win the tournament. And it's going to be back to just every map clean. So could well happen in this Spires. But Spires, it's a tricky dungeon, right? There's a lot of spots that get even the best teams, particularly like all the way through the dungeon, right at the end. Those 3 angels, there's no team I know that is fully confident in that thing working every time, especially when you play a strat like Echoes, where you're just taking resources like spears away from that pull and putting them somewhere else.
That's right. We've seen time and time again. That is one pull that just never changes too much, regardless of the affixes or whatever. And Echo has just been at the forefront of executing that so cleanly here. So it'll be really big to be able to watch what they have in store for us, and they can continue to be able to improve on this run. And this is it for Ambition, right? Their backs are against the wall as they could be dropping down to the lower bracket and maybe facing elimination a little bit later today. Ambition, they've already proved the doubters wrong when they beat Perplexed earlier yesterday. And now they need to step up here in Spires as we get ourselves ready for game number 2 with Echo up 1 as we start off our second game.
All right, well, let's see what Ambition has for us here for Spires. We saw yesterday Complexity was playing Restored. It did look like a solid comp and a solid route that they were running. Unfortunately, they did have that full team wipe on the first boss, which, of course, Echo having a much cleaner run made it clear that Echo is going to win that. But kind of interested to see what Ambition is going to do here. And another thing that I do want to mention is that even though Echo did seem pretty confident in their Spires route yesterday, I think they have a lot of really risky pulls. It looked kind of easy when they executed it yesterday, but I think there's so many things that can go wrong with some of the pulls that they're doing.
Yeah, I think that's really important to mention, and I wanted to also point out the fact that really they were uncontested yesterday, right? If they could have we don't really know exactly what their best route was because they were up against Complexity, and Complexity wiped on the first boss. And there is definitely some incentive to not show your best route or potentially hold back strats if you know you can win playing safe, especially in a scenario where the other team has lost like 3 minutes from a really unfortunate wipe. So, I mean, that is definitely some copium. That probably was their strat that they run with in this dungeon. But also, you never know with Echo. This is a team that has won our last 3 global finals. It's kind of hard to count them out, especially with a run that didn't look quite perfect.
Yeah, definitely. We did see some innovation yesterday where they didn't use a spear for the triple angel pull at the end, and then they had also pulled Varuth on top of Orifrion, the third boss, which is something we've never seen before. That looked very efficient for them. We'll see if that is something that Ambition maybe does as well, if they had already planned on doing that, or if they have a completely different idea on what they're doing. The one thing that I didn't like so much, but that kind of enabled that Varuth pull was that they dealt with a squad leader in front of the second boss. Now, usually those teams try to skip the squad leaders because they're so inefficient to kill because of that AoE damage reduction or around them. But because they wanted to do that Varuth pull onto the third boss, they kind of had to deal with that squad leader to get that extra trash percentage. So not sure if that is the best route or if there's other variations where you maybe can even skip that squad leader and don't have to deal with it, because having one single mob that you're killing while all of the other mobs are CC'd, that's not something you want to see in the MDI.
Yeah, sorry for the delay, by the way, guys. Genji was blasting so hard on that miss that he messed up his microphone, so we're getting back to that, letting them check up with their audio issues, and we should be getting going with this dungeon here pretty soon. But yeah, it's going to be exciting. Like Jack mentioned, Ambition backs against the wall in the upper bracket here. If they lose either of the next 2 maps, they go down to the lower bracket and have to fight for their tournament life in their next few matches. So It's going to be a close one here between Ambition and Echo. And I mean, all eyes are really going to be on what Ambition pulls out here. Theoretically, their strategy in that Mists could have been faster if they pulled it off perfectly. Do they have that kind of strategy here in the Spires, or is it going to be something safer? I'm really interested to see what Ambition pulls out here. I imagine it's not going to be a Vinther Moonkin again. It just doesn't seem like it's going to be the right play.
Yeah, the difference we see mostly in Spires is some teams like to run 2 Kyrians, right? Because if you run 2 Kyrians, you can pick up both of the spears and you don't have to commit them before the second boss. And that is something that Echo is not doing. Echo is running that 1 Kyrian only now on the Vengeance Demon Hunter, so that they are committing a spear on a pull that a lot of other teams are doing without a spear, and then they have that extra spear for the Erythrium pull. So we'll see if Ambition is going with that 1 single Kyrian, or if they decide to run with a second one. If you run a second one, you kind of have to change up that usual comp, I want to say under quotation marks, because Kyrian is just Covenant that not a lot of MDI specs are running, so they would have to change it up to either run something like a Rasta Druid or a Kyrian Moonkin, or any spec that can run that. But it looks like Ambition is not having any sort of interesting choices with comps here. They're running the same thing as Echo is running, that 1 Kyrian comp with only the Vengeance Demon Hunter being Kyrian. So we'll see how that's going to do, as both of the teams are going into that first pool. We'll see which team can finish this one off quicker.
And I mean, the 1 Kyrian, the thing that means is that they're not going to have a spear for the triple angel pull. And we saw that pulled off by Echo yesterday, right? That doesn't seem too difficult. As long as you have your cooldowns allocated, it is tyrannical. The angels don't have that much HP, but I mean, it's another pain point that just gets that much more difficult. And we saw it go perfectly for Echo yesterday, but what we haven't seen is what happens on that pull if it doesn't go perfectly. And I mean, in the past, we've seen that teams have a lot of issues with that pull, even if it's not fortified. So already things looking great for Ambition. Dealing with that first pull much, much quicker, and it doesn't look like anything across the board was used extra. Both teams have the Ashen Hollow available for the boss pull in a second here. Looks like
row
Ambition
cooldowns.
just did that faster. Is it row cooldowns, or is it Danza GG procs?
It's row cooldowns. JBC did commit, while Freg did not. I'm pretty sure the reason why Echo is deciding to do that, because I noticed that yesterday as well. Actually, Ambition is immediately pulling the boss. Okay, this is absolutely crazy.
This is nuts.
Ambition, this is so risky. They pulled instantaneously onto the boss with the Tormentor and the Goliath. This is such a difficult pull to execute, especially because JPC used the cooldowns on the previous pack. So look at 1C and JPC dropping so low from all of the damage that's coming out from this pack. It looks like they did see the Mender off, but everything else is in this pack. This is crazy. Nerf dropping incredibly low as well. Echo now also did engage the boss, but a little bit later in comparison, because they were just a little bit slower in that first pack. Fragnance having those cooldowns means they actually dealt with the trash slightly quicker, but Ambition, that's great, but look at the boss damage
look at
though.
the damage
Echo
from
having
Clicks.
so much boss damage.
Look at the damage from Clicks. He's spinning out of his mind right now. He was peaking at like 75 or 80k. He must have just gotten back to back to back dance procs. That is nutty. I mean, obviously there's some level of RNG that averages out of the course of the dungeon, but if there's any time in the dungeon to be getting procs like that, it's right now, and that has definitely secured them a tiny advantage, even though they pulled the boss later. Remember, both teams do have that Mender CC'd off to the side as well, so they're going to have to deal with that at some point, probably after the Goliath goes down. They'll all have their picks available for that one mob, and it won't be that big of an issue. Unfortunately for Ambition, the recharge enema going off with Goliath at 1 HP means they're going to have to redirect their attention for a little bit while they wait for that shield to go away. But all things considered, pretty even. The fact that both teams were able to deal with that pull, especially Ambition not having the Shadow Blades available from JPC, is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and even though Echo is ahead in boss percentage now, JPC is going to get Shadow Blades up in just a second. So if he's committing that cooldown here, then they might be able to catch up to that percentage that Echo is ahead. But yeah, a slight difference here in cooldown management, but the pulls being the same. And I feel like I remember Echo yesterday not doing this pull. They did pull the Tormentor with the Goliath, but they were dealing with it for like I would say like 10 seconds before they actually engaged the boss. So it looks like even Echo is changing up their route from yesterday, going a little bit quicker compared to what they did yesterday against Complexity. But yeah, now Ambition, you can see JPC now popping cooldowns, so they're going to be able to catch up a little, but Echo already done now. We know the pull that they're doing here, where they pull left side and right side. We see how they execute this as they go around the corner, making sure they're line of sighting the skirmishers from the left side, while Clix is actually getting the buff from Zelia here while being on the mound and just gathering up all of these stealth claws, while now is on the left side gathering up that pack.
Into the Ring of Frost pre-put down from Genji to make sure everything is nice and stacked up when Now gets here, and they'll also pull the Ether Divers through into that Ring of Frost, but they might get instantly broken up by the hammer from Zelia. Yep, everything's just going to be nice and stacked up, and honestly, that's about as perfect as it gets, right? They also get the pre-DPS onto all the trash too, so they don't have to worry about waiting for everything to get stacked up and CC'd together. Now it's just going to be an eye to keep on Now here. Can they deal with those bleeds? He's got 9 stacks of the bleeds on him right now. The meta isn't available for another few seconds. I wonder if he's going to commit it here, if he's going to save it for that double Goliath pull coming up. Hasn't popped it just yet. Looks like he's just going to be getting out of there and dodging it and line of sighting as quickly as possible. And yep, the bleeds are gone, should be totally safe. Similar things happening for Ambition on the left side. Nerf getting a lot of those bleed stacks, but the second that meta is gone, which it looks like he committed here, he's going to be kiting away. So interesting.
They actually had a big issue here. That Praetor just now charged into the pack. So all of that AoE they just did to this pack was not on the Praetor. And one of the skirmishers also got there really late. You can see the Praetor now is dropping. I would assume that JPC just had was just dealing with that one. But yeah, a little bit slower on this pull because they didn't manage to gather everything immediately. One of the skirmishers and the Praetor just not wanting to stack with the rest of that trash group, very unfortunately. As Echo already doing that second pull on this platform, one of the inspired mobs being CC'd in the corner. I'm not sure if they already pulled it on top, but we know that they CC'd for a little while, then they pull it on top as soon as that interrupts come out on those Goliaths. Stylia also committing the Ashen here. Ellesmere 2 on Ambition side. Looks like Ambition was gathering this pull quite a bit faster, actually, compared to Echo. We'll see if they can make up some time here because they gathered this one quicker.
Yeah, important to mention that neither of the tanks have Metamorphosis available for this pull. They're pretty much only relying on external healing from their healers, as well as, in the worst case scenario, Last Resort proccing and giving them a little bit of an extra meta uptime, but not needed for either team. And even though Ambition engaged that pull much later than Echo, they're able to finish the pull at roughly the same time. So all of the problems that they had on the first boss, finishing off that trash, trying to combat against the Dance of GG procs that Clix was able to acquire for himself, they've been able to make up a difference, and we're going to be going into this first spear pull at the exact same time. The patrol timing is good for both teams too, or is it actually? Ambition doesn't have the other divers here, so it's going to be a little bit slower for them. They're going to have to wait until that patrol gets in to pop their spear, but Echo has already gone in and popped their spear.
The Inquisitor.
They have gotten it perfect, but the Inquisitor is outside of the spear. They're going to have to single target that down after the fact. That's a terrible situation for them.
Yeah, definitely. Not getting that Inquisitor into the spear means, again, they're going to be losing so much time. But Ambition is not spearing this pull. They are not using their spear. They are trying to get this done without it. You can see Nerf dropping incredibly low. Still has Sheep Death available, though, in case something happens. Doesn't proc it, though, just yet, as he's trying to kite this out. These Ether Divers are doing so much tank damage because they're attacking so quickly. There we go. They did manage to finish it off. They lost a little bit of time on this pull because they didn't commit the spear. But that means they can use it on another pull later on. So this is going to be really crucial difference in routing, difference in strategy here between the teams. We know that Echo is pulling that squad leader pack now. I would assume that Ambition is skipping it and then using the spear for maybe a Varuth pull with the Hellions later, something that we're more used to. We'll see what they're doing as Echo is just dealing with the squad leader now. As soon as the squad leader is dead, they are going to be pulling the rest of the trash group into the boss, while Ambition is just stealthing straight past, immediately going to the boss.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I think they're going to use the spear on Varuth with the double Helion plus the Goliath. Then Nerf will be able to go back and grab that second spear, and then they'll have that available for either trash on top of the third boss, which I think is unlikely, but more likely have the spear available for the triple angel pull, just making it that much easier to deal with and being able to deal with it that much quicker. So, I mean, we're going to have two very different spear strategies from both teams, but it's going to be very, very clear which one is better. And yeah, Ambition has been able to gain a little bit of an advantage on the boss here by not having to deal with that squad leader and then have that trash pack to deal with as well. But remember, the trash percentage from Echo is going to be much higher. They don't have to deal with nearly as much trash as the second and third boss.
Yeah, and also keep in mind that yesterday Echo had 2 deaths on this very pool. But this time around, they did finish off all the trash except this Praetor that is sitting there in the corner, shooting Darkseekers onto Nal. Finally, the charge came into melee range, so now they should be able to finish it off. But yeah, they had some issues on this one yesterday. It is 22 tyrannical, so basically everything one-shots you here, and then you constantly get this bleed, which is gonna go over and over onto their mages, because it's preferring ranged players, and since their mages are the only players that are considered ranged, they are going to get all of these bleeds. You can see Gingy doesn't have the dwarf racial available anymore, using that ice block to get rid of it, but still proccing that seed because the ice block was cancelled too early and that orb actually hit him here. So hopefully he can stay alive, because those orbs are just going to come out. There we go. Gingy did manage to survive, but losing damage because Gingy is sitting in that seed for 10 seconds. Elia also getting hit as he drops incredibly low. The boss still on 28%, and this is not going to get easier from here on out, so they have to be careful to not get hit by anything else. Also, Gingy not having anything left to get rid of that bleed effect on him.
Well, did he already use the cold snap? Because we aren't tracking that on our damage cooldown.
I think he did, yeah.
Okay, if he did, then yeah, he has absolutely nothing left. But I mean, that kind of pod proc is honestly one of the worst cases scenario for, in general, for a Frost Mage. If you look at that, his Icy Veins was like 30 seconds left on cooldown when his pod procced, which means that his Icy Veins was essentially about to run out, and 10 seconds of forced downtime sitting in a pod definitely means his Icy Veins ran out. So you saw his single target damage essentially fell off a cliff the second that pod procced and he lost his cooldown. So really unfortunate. Frost Mage is such a momentum based class where if you ever drop your Icy Veins and it's not off cooldown, you're hating your life as a Frost Mage if that ever happens. So really unfortunate to see that happen at that time. Fortunately, Icy Veins will be up for the next pull. It's not the worst case scenario. I mean, if he procced his pod right after he popped the Icy Veins, that would have been even worse. But the fact that they're this close behind Ambition with those issues, and remember, they have to deal with one entire less trash pull here than Ambition. I think Echo is still slightly in the lead. I think it all comes down to how fast Ambition is able to deal with this pull. This is what they've been saving that spear for. Going into Execution of Earth on top of the double Hellions with the Goliath in there, the spear is instantly procced once everything is in that AoE, and the AoE damage has to come out. The Windwalker Monk is what you want to keep an eye on here. Is he able to get those Dance at GG procs? And it looks like he is. Look at the burst damage coming out of onesie there. Almost 100k on only 5 targets. Varuth is already dead.
Wow, that was so much damage coming out of Ambition. Just incredibly clean, that pull. We've seen so many teams wipe to this one, and look just how fast Ambition was. But yes, Echo not having to do this pull, they're immediately going to the boss. The one thing that is the downside of this pull is that they have to wait for that travel time from the Usurpers and also that pack that they're pulling. You can see the Justicar coming in, Varuth also coming in here as well. Thankfully, Varuth actually is pretty quick, quite a lot quicker than Sogadon. So Varuth already in that pack as they're now using that spear. But Ambition now pulling a Rifrian as well. And keep in mind, Echo is going to have to deal with this trash, so they're not going to be committing fully onto single target onto the boss. Well, Ambition does not have any trash here, so they can just fully commit to single target. Actually, they do have the Usurpers, so they have to do some form of AoE. But yeah, this is just so close between those two teams.
Yeah, and remember, Ambition does need a little bit more trash percentage, so does Echo actually, so they're not completely done, but it looks like, if I had to guess, Ambition is going to be pulling in probably a 4-pack and a Usurper pack eventually at some point to get the rest of their trash percentage, maybe during the damage ep phase so they can have some funnel for the Frost Mage and the Rogue. But that's really it. You can see they're kind of inching the Rifrian over towards that pack that I'm talking, the double Justicar, double Mender, I believe, pack. So let's see how that goes for them whenever they do get the boss into that damage end phase. Of course, that mana bar below the HP bar at the very bottom of your screens, once that hits 0, the boss will take double damage for 20 seconds, and that's the window where teams want to be pulling that trash on top of the boss to make sure they get all the funnel damage possible.
Yeah, and another thing, Ambition, pretty sure they still have one of those spears, right? They only used one on this Varuth pull earlier, so that means they are going to have a spear for either this trash pull or for the Triple Angel, depending on what they want to commit it to. And that's going to be another advantage in favor of Ambition. So even if Echo is killing this boss a little bit quicker, Ambition is probably going to be dealing with those Triple Angels faster because of that extra spear. So we'll see how that goes, as Echo is a little bit lower in the boss, but it's always whenever the damage phase comes up, you can see Ambition catching up again. There we go, Oriflame down to 30%, and they have that spear. So at this point, I would say that Ambition is ahead even at this point.
I mean,
it's so close.
The funnel actually came out for Ambition there. They didn't commit the spear. They let their Windwalker Monk just spin to win on the boss and the ads. And then their Rogue and their Mage are just having a blast, making sure they stay cast the Blizzards to get extra Frozen Orbs for more single target damage. Shuriken Storming for free eviscerates every other global. I mean, that is the funnel that we've been talking about, and I think that's the best example we've had of what extra funnel damage can do on single target for you. Ambition came into the damage after the exact same percent as Echo, and they came out 5% ahead. Echo is catching up a little bit on the pure single target afterwards, but essentially these teams are neck and neck. But remember, you just went over this, gotta dial this in. Ambition has the advantage of having that spear for the triple angel pull afterwards. Ambition is clearly in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, and you can see Oriflame is dying so much quicker for Ambition, as they actually have to... No, they're done. Do they have to pull another Usurper pack, or are they just going up? No, they're done, right? Okay, so they're just waiting for those angels to spawn, going all the way up. Okay, so the triple angel pull is still difficult, even if you have a spear. So they probably are even committing Bloodlust for this one as well. You can see most of their offensive cooldowns are ready, the most important one being Ashen. But you can see Echo, Sally as Ashen Hollow is not ready for another 45 seconds. And they don't have a spear. So that is incredibly dangerous for Echo to commit to this pull without those offensives being available. And Ambition is already ahead at this point, so they have to go and commit. Ambition should have a little bit of an easier time because they have those extra cooldowns, so we'll see if they can execute it as they're committing all of their offensives now and pulling all of those angels into that spear.
Oh yeah, everything is up, the spear is down, and these mini-bosses are getting completely obliterated by Ambition. Already down to half HP in the space of that spear. The debuffs are stacking, but remember, they're all running Dwarf ratios, so if whenever those debuffs get to double digits, they can easily just do a quick refresh. Everyone will be 0 debuffs, totally fine, and they don't have to worry about that as well. Same thing happens for Echo, but look at the difference the spear has gained Ambition here. Their trash mobs are almost already dead. Echoes are still at 70%. Ambition is just in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, they're absolutely blasting these angels. They just have to be careful to not kill one of the angels too early. Of course, they do have the touch of death from their Windwalker to be able to even out the damage. There we go. And that was perfect. That was just a 1 second difference between those mobs. And now the only thing left for them to win this second game against Echo is going to be Devos. Of course, they do have those 2 Tormentor debuffs, 50% physical damage increase and 50% slow, so it can still be difficult on a plus 22 Tyrannical. Echo now also done with theirs, but they are pulling the boss, I would say, 5 to 10 seconds after Ambition. That's going to be the difference between those two teams. Now it's going to be all about boss DPS and how much cooldowns and how much damage they have available for this one.
I mean, this is just a full-out single-target DPS blast race. Who can do the most single-target DPS? Ambition coming in with roughly a 5% boss lead. But, I mean, Echo are amongst the best players in the world. There's a reason that they're able to take so many world first titles on raid bosses. These guys are insane at DPS, and that 5% boss advantage has already dropped to 2% for Ambition. I mean, Echo is hot on their heels. You're not going to be able to let up here at all if you're Ambition.
Definitely not. You can see Devils just dropping lower and lower for both of those teams. You have to keep an eye on those offensive cooldowns that they are going to be committing. The Ashen probably not going to come back up because both of them did commit it for those triple angels, but the damage dealer cooldowns, Sally actually having to use the lay on hands here now to be able to keep him alive. That is also something that you don't want to have to do. You want to make sure that you take as less damage as possible to be able to have the healer DPS. They want to have as much damage as they can, so needing the healer to actually heal the group instead of DPSing is going to be a downside. You can see Echo now getting Devils down as well, but Ambition just so much damage. They're now in a 5% difference in their favor, but Echo definitely catching up.
I mean, I feel like it's going to come down to proc RNG here, right? Like, the rogue damage is very, very consistent. They're going to be doing just over 9k across the board. But the Frost Mages, if they get the Flurry procs, the Monks, if they get the Dance of Chi-Chi procs, it's all going to come down to your proc generation. How skilled are you as a player? Echo has closed the gap and passed up Ambition, just getting the procs, playing the classes right. This is neck and neck. The biggest difference is that Ambition is going to get into this intermission first because it is timed. Remember that. They are going to get into that intermission phase before Echo, but I mean, Echo might actually get there fast just based on percentage. Actually, if they could push it to 30% first, they'll get to the intermission first, and actually, they're going to do that. Where is this damage coming from Echo? Is it really just the procs? I was kind of memeing when I said that.
I don't even know at this point. Devil's dropping to 30% in just a second for Echo here. Not sure where this damage came from, but they're all of a sudden procced that second intermission before Ambition. And Ambition pulled the boss earlier, so this is all going to be about some cooldowns. You can see Shadow Blades coming up for both the rogues actually at somewhat the same time. Actually, JPC is going to have it a little bit earlier. Yeah, this is crazy. I don't know what's going on anymore, as Echo is now the last phase. You can see they caught up so much on damage. The boss is dropping lower and lower for Echo. I'm not sure if Ambition can catch up, because they're taking quite a long time to throw the spear onto the boss. The Ashen coming back up for Alismir. The Ashen might make the difference.
Is the Ashen enough?
Zalia does not have Ashen available for him, but the boss is just dropping so low for Echo, 4%. Ambition definitely catching up a little with that Ashen down, using all of those cooldowns, but no wings available for Alismir just yet. There we go.
Where did
Echo
it come
somehow, I have no idea. Echo just somehow finding that damage and beating Ambition 2-0. Oh my goodness.
That was simply incredible at that point.
Oh
We kept
my
talking
God.
about how Ambition was ahead, getting a Rifrion down, getting the triple Angel pull down with the spear, and just out of the blue, Echo just continues slamming huge damage down, taking that 2-0 victory right out from under Ambition's nose there, Dratnos.
Whew. Wow, yeah, I mean that damage on the last boss fight. I don't know how Echo does it, but
I think there was a couple diffuses the Windwalkers were getting on the side of Echo that were just getting the extra spell
nice.
reflex.
Yeah.
That does deal a lot of damage if you get the very, very fortunate phase 1, phase 3.
I mean, yeah, look at the damage meters across the board. Everything just so even between these two teams. Almost everything. The only spot, it looks like, yeah, on the tank side, now maybe squeezing an extra mil over a nerf, but otherwise, all the players basically doing the same damage as each other. Crazy close game.
Yesterday, their Spires was 20 minutes 28.
Yeah.
So that was quite a lot faster than even their run yesterday, and that was fast already.
Oh my gosh.
I'm refreshing Twitter right now to see if Now tweets anything.
Yeah. Well, as a result of that, they are going to be going on into the upper finals. So Echo is done for the day, but now Ambition has to be fighting for their lives, because any other losses is going to mean elimination for them. So Echo, extraordinarily impressive there. And Dranos, what were some of the big things that they were improving on from even their previous run?
Yeah, I mean, so Echo just are doing, again, like the Mists, a strat that is simpler, right? Like, if you look here at the Ambition thing, this is a pull straight into the first boss, no waiting for anything. Look how much danger they're in here, right? Look at Nerf's health, JPC's health, Ellesmere's health, everybody just almost dying on this pull. They're able to survive, but look at how little damage they are able to put out when you compare it to just what Echo able to do. This is from later in the pull, so the numbers have fallen down, but they were actually doing way more damage bursting on pull as a result of just getting in there with a more controlled, safer thing. Here's another spot, Ambition, they're making this work. They're making this pull work without a spear, which is really difficult to do. It's so scary. Again, huge danger of failure, and they didn't fail it. But Echo just uses the spear on this pull instead, and they're like, okay, we'll just fire off the spear here, and they're in no danger at all. And actually, this is an inefficiency from Echo. The Inquisitor there, it was outside of that pull. That cost them time, but even still, then the spear gets to get used here by Ambition on this pull that Echo instead opts to skip. And there are some clear upsides to doing it this way. But I think the way that Echo did it, it's not that much slower. I think one spot where Ambition gets a huge time save actually was the Angels. The Angels, not just safety, but time. Way easier, way faster with that spear. They were able to kill off those and pull the last boss 20 seconds ahead, 10 seconds ahead, something like that. But a 10 or 20 second advantage on a tyrannical boss fight can go away, and that is exactly what we saw on the fight. Even though Echo killing those Angels later once they get into that fight, they are just having more damage, even though Ambition get to their Ashen Hallow on this fight, even though that doesn't happen for Echo. And so Ambition actually deploy more total damage cooldowns on this fight than Echo does. It's just not enough. It's not enough to make it back. Maybe it's those diffuse magics that we're talking about. Maybe those line up fortunately there. It's hard. It's really hard to say, but somehow Echo find 10% more damage, and that's what it takes.
That's right, and it's just having the dungeons come down to the wire to be that close between these teams is just incredible to be able to see, and it really goes to show how tight that this bracket really can be in our competition here, Nagura. Ambition going to be dropping down into the lower bracket, waiting to fight up against the winner between Team Name and Obey Alliance, but we also have one more team that's going to join them down there, as Incarnation and Aster Y is going to be our next matchup.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Incarnation versus Aster Y. Of course, Incarnation having a pretty bad run yesterday in that Sanguine Depths, but otherwise they are, of course, looking strong. And Aster Y also showing how good they are, coming from that Chinese region, not having played against these Western teams before. So they really showed off yesterday what they can do. So I think this is going to be a really promising game as well, just coming up.
Yeah, it really will be. And we've been continuing to learn more and more about Aster Y, seeing what they're capable of, and also really seeing here, Zyro, why they were that top team in the Chinese region, never dropping any dungeons in their qualification.
Yeah, I mean, I said this yesterday, and I'm going to reiterate it again here. This is by far, I think, the best team we've ever seen come out of the Chinese region. They were able to take Obey Alliance to 3 really close games yesterday and win that series handily. Honestly, I think they're a favorite over Incarnation as well. Not because Incarnation played poorly yesterday, because I think that was probably like the lowest I think we'll ever see Incarnation play. I think Incarnation's also an insanely good team. I just think Aster Y is more on the level of like the Echoes and the Ambitions. I think they're definitely up there and can compete with the best.
What do you think about that, Dranos? You agree?
Whew. I mean, this is the hardest two teams, I think, to compare directly against each other. They've never played each other. And basically none of the teams they've ever played against have also played each other, so we just have like no first order way to compare the teams. The only thing we can look at is like time trial times, time in different dungeons, but it's just
Also,
yeah.
Sorry, I just want to say, didn't both of those teams not lose against any other team just yet? Because Aster
right.
Y was like
true.
going undefeated, and Incarnation didn't drop a game yet either, right? So
I believe these two teams are both technically undefeated, and so
Yeah.
that is going to change. That's going to change for one of them in this match.
That's right. And only one is going to be able to make it to that upper bracket game to face up against Echo. So we'll take a quick break before we get into the next series. Don't go anywhere. More Mythic Dungeon International going to be coming up right after our break. back to the Mythic Dungeon International as we're ready for our second series of the day between Incarnation and Aster Y. Joined right now by Tattles, Nagura, Dranos, and I'm Jack, as this will be our final series of the day where a team will not be getting eliminated. After this, we're going to be having 4 straight games, Tattles, of teams getting knocked out of this tournament.
Ah, yes. The elimination games are going to be fierce. However, the Incarnation versus Aster Y game is going to be one where I feel like a lot of teams don't necessarily know where Aster Y is going to be placed. Incarnation always seems to kind of pull a rabbit out of the hat at the final moment. They're able to compose themselves and be able to pull out victories whenever they are least expected in some situations. And notably, both of these teams are still undefeated as a whole throughout their whole entire MDI history. So one of them will no longer be after this matchup.
Of one season.
Don't explain that much. Don't look at it too hard.
We love statistics. But yes, it's going to be very interesting to look at which of these teams is going to be moving on. And it's so crazy to think about as well, Nagura, that a lot more of these newcomers in Ambition, Incarn, and Aster Y are in the upper side of this bracket, as opposed to a lot of the veterans who are fighting for survival, for making sure they don't get 7th or 8th place.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see those newcomers basically come into the MDI and perform so well. It's great to see, and I mean, even Ambition as well, that just played against Echo. I mean, they might have lost to Echo, but the times that they had, I would want to say that they would have won against a lot of other teams. So I think Ambition is really just up there as well as one of those newcomer teams. So I'm definitely expecting a lot here from our Incarnation and Aster Y. Seeing Halls as the first dungeon,
Yes.
I think we've seen Aster. Yeah, we've seen Aster Y yesterday in Halls already. They won versus Away Alliance with a 12 minutes and 8 seconds clear and 0 deaths. The best time we've seen in Halls this tournament was from Ambition with 11 minutes 58. So 10 seconds slower than the best time from Aster Y here. That's going to be really hard for Incarnation to beat.
Oh, there are some rumors that Incarnation have some bear pulls prepared for this Halls of Atonement. I think that
all Incarnation is known for is pulling amazing amounts of mobs that they should not be possible. We've already seen a triple shard pull at some point, but I don't. Is there? What more can they do, Tettles? Okay.
I heard that they have that triple shard pulled down.
Yeah.
Now, it's one of those things that the execution of a pull like that is so tedious, being able to get the pack grouped up. And then it also comes down to like how much faster is it realistically? Because whenever we saw Ambition do it earlier, it didn't really look like it was that much faster than what Perplexed was doing. So it's going to come down to execution, how fast you're able to get the mobs grouped up, and how much damage you're just going to be able to allocate. And look at this tweet at the bottom. We have Yummy TV Growl, as he's known, the healer for Incarnation, asking for a simple prayer for his Halls of Atonement.
That's right. One like, one prayer. And I'm
like is
excited
one
for this
prayer.
because we've seen so many different we've seen so many Halls of Atonement runs, at least so far, between 4 different teams that have all been extremely, extremely close. But let's not forget, Dranos, that Incarnation's been this team which has been looking to build their own meta and looking to kind of pave their own way and not worrying too much about subscribing to what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, I mean, they'll look to see what other people are doing, but they have no worry about if they have an idea. You know, they have the confidence to think, okay, this might actually just be better than what everybody else is doing, right? Other teams will get in this spot where you're doing practice and you're like, hey, what if we try it this way? And you're like, well, I mean, Echo's not doing that. Surely they would have thought of it, right? And surely it would be good if it were good, they'd be doing it. So we don't need to try it. Incarnation does not have that thought process at all. They have these ideas and they're like, oh yeah, this could be good. And then they try it. And, if 10 other teams aren't doing it, they're like, all right, well, yeah, let's try it. Let's see what it does.
And I think a lot of times it's like, it's all about what works for them. It's not about what necessarily the other teams are doing. So there's typically going to be a reason that some of the stuff is meta. But at the end of the day, if a different strategy, a different covenant, a different class works for you and it's faster for your specific group, hey, may as well run it, may as well try it out and see how it fares on the world stage. And Incarnation is not a team where they feel like they are super restricted by these decisions that other teams are making. They make their own decisions independent of what the other teams are making.
That's right. And so far, it's paid off extremely, extremely well for them. But, one of the coolest things to look at is how we're having some of these East versus West matchups, Nagura, because the Chinese region also really well known for doing things their own way and looking at how they can make much different meta reads and much different route options than we're really used to in the West.
Yeah, that is actually something I wanted to talk about because in the past, when we've seen some of those Chinese teams compete in the globals, sometimes we've seen them not innovate and actually copy the Western strats that the Western teams have done in the group stage. But then they applied it to the globals, and at that point, the Western teams had already moved on from that strat, did something else. So we've seen them do basically old strats while the Western teams moved on. But SRY is not doing that. SRY is not trying to copy some strategies they've seen in group stage. They're always doing their own thing. In fact, they're the ones that are innovating strats that other teams, the Western teams, are copying. For example, that the other side strategy with the sentient oils that are being pulled. That's something that SRY came up with. And Teddle's also mentioning that they've done so much mists practice that they can basically pull any trash from wherever they want. So they don't need hunters, they don't need moonkins to do that. So I'm really impressed by SRY, and I think they can get really far.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, not only did they have that innovation at the other side, we're also going to see the other side as well for our second series. And if we go into a third, we'll be able to look at Necrotic Wake. So we have, 2 very short dungeons in the pool, and then we'll be looking at the other side as this second series is going to be coming up for them. So there's a lot of expectations as to, what new are they going to be able to bring to the table? Because if you have certain teams, Dratnos, like Echo, who've already moved on, they're already going to be in the upper finals, this is their chance to start kind of looking around, making sure that they have their game plan set out for tomorrow for Championship Sunday, and they can also make sure they're practicing up and viewing anybody else's strategies.
Yeah, this is going to be a great series to watch for Echo, I'm sure that there will be something awesome that one of these teams does that will be worth yoinking in one of these 2 or 3 dungeons. Depending on which of them show up in the later series, may or may not be worth focusing on, of course, for Echo, but I think it's definitely a great place to use their time, and they get free to do that because they're in that upper bracket. That is going to be the advantage that's for the winner of this series, too. Going to the upper bracket, being done playing for today, whereas the loser, they're going to have to come back in like 4 or 5 hours and play an elimination match in the lower bracket. So the stakes are incredibly high here.
That's right. Huge opportunity for both of these teams to make it to Championship Sunday, to continue their path through the upper bracket, and make sure they're going to have a lot more time to be able to practice to prepare themselves for the final day of competition. Of course, as you mentioned, losers going to be dropping down to that lower bracket. They have a lot more time that they'll have to be playing and a lot more dungeons that they're going to have to make sure that they're prepared for, and not as much time to be able to study up on a lot of their opposition. We got game number 1 here in Halls of Atonement between Incarnation and Aster Y. Let's get it going here to start off the series.
All right, well, let's take a look at the comp that Incarnation is going to be running. We do know that Aster Y is sticking to more of this standard comp. Of course, they're playing the Destro Warlock, which we've seen all of the teams play so far in the halls, but otherwise they're sticking to that Frost Mage and the Rogue, Vengeance Demon Hunter, and Paladin. While we've seen some teams also play that Guardian Druid. And if one team that is going to play that Guardian Druid, then it's going to be Incarnation, right? Dorky being known for playing that bear tank a lot on live servers. So if they have some bear pulls, right, where they go with those triple shards, then I would say that we're going to see a Guardian here.
Yeah, Dorky was really known for playing that bear, especially last expansion before it was popular. Now that it's popular, now that a lot of people are playing bear, you start seeing him sort of, he's now the prop paladin. That's been something he's broken out, nobody else has. So I think he's just always looking for something different, something unique to try out. This is definitely a dungeon, though, where the bear, particularly for that triple shard pull, I feel like it's almost mandatory to have the Guardian Druid Incarnation cooldown available for something like that. I don't know other tanks that would really be able to make a pull work like that. It's not just heavy incoming physical damage. There's going to be a lot of casts going off on you as well, a lot of magic damage, and the bear is really the best suited at just mitigating everything, provided you're in your cooldowns.
Yeah.
As we need to make sure both keys are starting, of course, at the same exact time, make sure all the times are going to be working it all out. But once we get it all together, then we'll be able to be good to go. And as you mentioned, Agura, we're going to be watching for some of those comp differences, because We've been looking at some bear pulls. We're looking at, I think, we've seen some VDH and everything like that coming into it as well. So lots of different interests for these teams to be able to go through and how they're going to be able to grab as much as they can in this first region. And, you know, it's like when we first started with Halls of Atonement, Dratnos, we were like, oh, wow, we have to, like, spread out so much through the entirety of the dungeon. When we started seeing those double shard pulls and group stages, it was ridiculous that was possible and ridiculous that there's enough damage with the warlocks to be able to pull it off. Now there's a talk of the 3, but also the travel time, the time it takes for all those shards to get to one singular location, all the extra difficulties that are going to go into that. So a lot of innovation, a lot more can be figured out for this dungeon in particular.
Yeah, you know, the doing one really big pull and then one small pull versus doing 2 medium-sized pulls, it's really tough to know in which circumstances the one is better than the other. And I'm still not convinced either way at the start of this dungeon. The one thing I know for sure is that triple shard is way harder than doing, you know, a double and then a single with the Tormentor, something like that.
That's 33% harder.
It's yeah, I don't know the exact math on it or anything, but I will say it's much more difficult. I'm not convinced it's much faster. I think it probably is a little faster, but I'm not sure. We'll have to see. I feel like there's still space for the start of this dungeon to be done perfectly and for it to look incredibly fast.
All right, here we go. Let's see what these teams have in store as we do see Halls of Atonement get rolling.
All right, well, there it is. That Guardian Druid coming out of Incarnation. Venthyr Guardian Druid having an extra cooldown to do even more damage during that Incarnation is running. Very interesting. You can see Esther Y not doing the triple shard pull. That means they're going to be starting their pull quite a bit earlier and they're committing that Bloodlust here. While Incarnation, the downside of this triple shard pull that they're going to be gearing up to do here is that it takes some time for it to gather up. You can see Dorky had to go all the way to the left side down there to pull all of those shards, while Cryptix was pulling the shards from the other side, and it just takes a while to gather up. That last shard, marked with a cross marker, just now got into that trash pool. You can see just how much damage there is coming out into the group. With all of those thrash casts going off, they also have one of those gargoyles being mind controlled, and look at the amount of damage Yoda is doing on the Dastro Warlock.
Yeah, Destro Warlock is just so good for this. You're playing these talents where your Rain of Fire is buffed, you're Infernal, you're spawning extra Infernals when you spend Soul Shards, and you get to this point in your rotation where every global is just Rain of Fire, and it's got a huge chance of spawning another Infernal, and that Infernal is giving you more Soul Shards to make it so you can just keep pressing only that button. And it works so well when it works. You can see exactly what that looks like on the damage meters there. Yoda just demolishing this pull. Huge count obtained by Incarnation. But Aster Y, you know, they've started their second pull now. Incarnation, you know, they're finishing up their first pull right now, but Aster Y are going to have almost all the same trash done once this pull finishes off, even though they've done it in 2 pulls rather than 1.
Yeah, I actually think this pull did take them too long for Incarnation here. I think it definitely took them a bit longer than what it could have been. It really looked like one of those shards was just not being in with the AoE, and they had to focus it down a lot at the very end there. So it really took them some time to finish this off. Aster Y on the other side, they're already close to done with that shard. One thing to note though is that they didn't pull Arkalef until now. So they were actually going pretty slow here, as you know, the shard is dead, and now they're pulling in the Tormentor. While Incarnation, they immediately, of course, pull that Tormentor because there's no more shard left for them to kill. So all they have to do is finish off that Arkalef here, get the Anima Power. Aster Y now also in that same position. You can see they're now perfectly even again. 55% trash on the board, and we can now see that Incarnation is a little bit ahead, but just a slither of HP on the Arkalef.
Yeah, Incarnation sort of creeping ahead here. It's kind of tough to call who's in the lead, though, right, between these two teams. They're in such a similar spot in the dungeon. Both players' Infernals have become available as well. There are some, I mean, Shadow Blades, for instance, that's going to be available on the side of Aster Y sooner than it will for Junkrat. although it won't really be necessary until we're back to pure single target. Shadow Blades, it's a cooldown you really don't need if you're funneling damage. As we go into the boss here, both teams getting started with Halkias. It's going to be Aster Y starting this pull sooner. Both teams are pulling a huge amount of trash in here as well, though, and we are going to start seeing huge damage coming out from the rogues onto the boss and from the warlocks onto everything.
Yeah, and Dorky actually gonna have that incarnation back up right now, using it immediately. So that's gonna be quite a bit of extra damage that the incarnation is gonna have from that tank. Because whenever those cooldowns are up, then the Guardian Druid is gonna be doing lots of AoE damage. Of course, Aster Y having the advantage though of having the Vengeance Demon Hunters or the magic damage increase. That is going to help the Warlock out quite a lot, and also the Mage, of course, and the Paladin a bit too, and the Rogue. So definitely having a little bit of an advantage from the buff, but Incarnation having more bursts when those cooldowns are ready.
Yeah, also another thing to think about, I mean, it's going to be so good for both of these teams when they can manage these spiteful shades like the way that Incarnation's doing it there. You can see the Typhoon actually coming out from Dorky, keeping the spiteful shades under the boss. That's further enhancing the funnel onto the boss for a couple more seconds. And you can see Incarnation have now actually crept ahead in damage, even though they pulled the boss a little bit later. Their count is equal with Aster Y's right now, although both teams will be earning a couple more points of count as these last mobs die here, so that is going to bring them both into that 79% count amount. Aster Y finishing first, and they are just zooming towards the next boss. Incarnation really stalled out the damage here right towards the end. They are going to be able to finish off though, but it is 10 seconds in favor of Aster Y.
Yeah, Aster Y already onto that next boss. There's not going to be any trash they can really pull on top here. So it's just going to be single target for both of these teams. We'll see what they decide to commit, because look at Aster Y's Holy Paladin committed the Ashen at the very end of the pull previously, while Yami has that Ashen available for Incarnation. Not sure if he's going to be committing it here or if he's deciding to hold it for the next pull. If he doesn't commit it here, then it's going to be really close if it's going to be ready at all for the last boss. So either he uses it here, and then again for the last. There we go. So now he is using it. So both of the teams not really going to have that Ashen available for the next boss. There's also going to be a crucial pull coming up in just a second. But yeah, Aster Y, of course, being slightly ahead in boss DPS because they did pull the boss earlier. But you can see Incarnation definitely creeping up, and because of that Ashen as well, that they have extra.
Yeah, the Ashen Hallow, a huge, huge damage cooldown, and I'm curious how this is all going to line up at the end of the dungeon as well. This is such a short dungeon. There's probably, maybe if they use it exactly on cooldown, they're going to get 2 more, but I wonder if Aster Y is more likely to get that second Ashen Hallow and get it on the last boss here. That's going to be a big question mark to look out for. If it comes down to a DPS burn on the last boss, and one team has Ashen and the other team doesn't, I can tell you who's going to win that 99% of the time, except for last game where we saw Echo winning despite not having the Ashen.
Yeah, and I would also just say comp-wise, Aster Y just has more single target, right? I mean, look at Dorky's damage on that Guardian Druid without Incarnation, and not having that extra buff on all of the other damage dealers. It's really going to make a difference, right? So Aster Y definitely having a little bit more single target damage. The only thing that the Guardian Druid, of course, did allow them to do is that extra triple shard pull, which in the end really didn't save them that much time. It's also going to make this next pull a bit safer, though, because this pull coming up for both of the teams, that's going to be a little bit easier for Incarnation, having that Incarnation on that Guardian. Well, the Vengeance Demon Hunters kind of have a little bit of a harder time surviving that, but cheat death available for Aster Y, so they should be fine. Definitely have to watch out, though.
Yeah, both teams getting started with the pull here, and this needs to go really well for Incarnation. They do have this could be another good moment for the Bear, right? If the Bear able to use Incarnation on a pull like this means that he's not going to need any healing, that could be an opportunity for to get more damage out of, say, your healer than Aster Y is. Otherwise, it's just really hard to imagine how the Bear comp is going to do more damage than that Demon Hunter comp. You really think, wow, if the first couple pulls that required the Bear weren't even faster, but were just the same speed, the rest of the dungeon then is going to be so favored for the team with that Chaos brand, with that huge Vengeance Demon Hunter, single target as well, being better than the Bears. Although right now you can see the AoE damage of the Bear in Incarnation is very strong.
Yeah, and you can see Aster Y is ahead in damage in boss DPS here. But one thing to note actually is that Aster Y did use one of the Stoneborns. They did mind control it here to get the damage reduction and the extra damage onto the boss. While Incarnation has decided to not use any of the Stoneborns here. This is something we've seen yesterday from both Perplex and Ambition, both of them leaving the Stoneborns up, not using it at all for this boss, making sure they have it for the mini-boss afterwards, and also lasting a little bit into the last boss. So even though Aster Y is killing this boss a little bit quicker, Incarnation having that extra Stoneborn might make up a little bit of a difference later. We'll see as Aster Y is now finishing off that boss and mind controlling that one Stoneborn they have left.
Yeah, this is going to be it. I mean, it's so tough to see how Incarnation can save this time. They are going to pull, it looks like, both of the Stoneborns now. You can mind control both of them at the same time as long as you're precise with pressing your button. It's a small window where you're able to get both of them. Have they done it here? They have, yeah. So they're going to have 2 Stoneborns to take with them. Maybe this extra damage from that second Stoneborn will be pivotal for being able to do this boss, this mini-boss, quickly. Maybe it's mostly just about making sure it doesn't get to its second Dark Communion cast, which on a 22 Fortified requires a lot of damage to be able to do that. You can see they're starting that burn. Aster Y already nearly done with the burn. The boss is getting pretty close towards that next Dark Communion cast, though. They're going to be able to finish it off in the nick of time, though, as they now get to that last boss. Probably, yeah, something like 20 seconds in the lead here as compared to Incarnation. But Incarnation have held their Ashen Hallow, whereas Aster Y have not. Aster Y have already used that. Incarnation will have more damage on this boss when that Ashen Hallow comes up. Is it going to be enough more? That's the question.
Jangred did commit that Shadow Blades onto the mini-boss, while Aster Y did not have it ready, so they're going to have it for the boss. It is going to be incredibly close between those two teams. Keep in mind, Aster Y having generally a little bit more single target damage because of the comp that they're running with the Vengeance Demon Hunter. So there's going to be a slight damage favor for Aster Y when it comes to composition, but having the extra Ashen Hollow on Incarnation side is going to be another thing in favor for them. And then keep in mind as well, not having the Ashen here is actually really hard because you have 3 tormented debuffs here. 50% physical damage increase, 50% healing reduction, and you can see just how difficult it is for the healers to heal them out of the Grievous range. Because remember, there's a Grievous affix, and 50% healing reduction means it's going to be so hard for the Holy Paladins to get those people healed to full HP again. And that's why having that Ashen is going to be so crucial for Incarn. They cannot pop it just yet because they have to wait for those cooldowns to come back up. So they're waiting for the Infernal from Yoda before they pop the Bloodlust, and Yami doesn't want to use the Ashen before the Bloodlust. So they're just struggling to stay alive until they can use those cooldowns.
I don't see how it's going to be enough here with 30% health on Aster Y. Double the damage is going to be required from Incarnation as compared to Aster Y from here, and that is not happening. It is going in the other direction instead. The cooldowns will be coming out, but I think it's going to be too little too late as long as Aster Y can hold on, as long as they can avoid wiping here, and bad turns to worse for Incarnation as Cryptix goes into that pod tender. Aster Y keep the pressure on. They have accelerated rather than decelerated. They are going to kill this boss way ahead of Incarnation, and they are going to secure game 1.
Wow.
That right there, that what, about 1150 for that Halls of Atonement run. Probably the fastest run that we've seen yet coming out of Aster Y as they take game number 1. That is simply ridiculous there. And this is what we talked about. You know, this is the Chinese region coming out in full force. Probably the best team that we've seen out of the region here, Tettles, and very, very strong in this game number 1. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they improved their previous Halls of Atonement run by 20 seconds. So that was a really good run from Aster Y. They were able to get all of their mobs grouped up quickly. They were, I think their first, up until the first boss, that split for them was incredibly quick compared to where they were last time. Oh, okay, so at 11 to 46. Yeah, that is insanely fast. And
wow.
It's weird because I felt like Incarnation was definitely in a position to where they could have matched them, but their first pull was a lot slower than I think it needed to be.
I really don't think, yeah,
so you're saying we can
because
go
you're
faster.
running the Guardian Druid for that pull, right? Like this is the only pull you run the Guardian Druid for, and if you're not going to make up a lot of time there, then you're just going to be losing out from there on, right?
It can't just be like, oh, this is a different way to do the start of the dungeon, the same speed. It needs to be like, hey, this is a minute faster to make up for the Chaos Brand we're going to lose on the bosses.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, except for if you mess up your shard. So like their third shard came in super late and ended up costing them.
Though. Have you ever seen that work without it being like that? That's how it worked for Ambition as well. I think that when you're pulling 3 shards, one coming from, over in Revendreth and the other one coming from over in Bastion, it just takes them a little bit of time to get to the same spot.
This is true. That does check out. Those zones are far.
And a lot of teams eventually already go back to where that third shard is coming from anyway to be able to clean up any of the mobs that are there as well. So that just kind of compounds the problem. If you're already going over there, why not just have the shard come along for the ride, or why not just deal with the shard when you actually are moving in that direction? So, yeah, I feel like we keep on getting just a little bit faster every single time with Halls of Atonement here, and absolutely ridiculous at Aster Wise having the fastest time titles.
I do think that if Incarnation is going up against any other team's Halls of Atonement that we've seen this weekend, they beat them. And so it's like that. This is the game of inches that we are playing. And Aster Y shows up big in that first game, in that Halls of Atonement. They improved so much. Like, it was 22 seconds off of their initial HOA. And the first pull here for Incarnation, this was looking pretty good. That Shard of Halkias off to the left coming in from Bastion, like Dratnus was talking about, just comes in super late. Either not enough priority damage or just a couple of issues, and that costs them somewhere in the range of 20 seconds. If it gets in faster, then they could potentially be able to match Aster. But hey, Aster here doing 2 large pulls as opposed to 1 jumbo pull. It pulls Halkias early. Incarnation is looking really good whenever they get Halkias engaged, because that Guardian Druid with the Incarnation able to just sit here and face tank all of this trash, while Aster has to do a slightly smaller pull. But ultimately, I think that Aster made up a lot of time on Echelon. They allowed these ads to resummon. They have just so many of those Stone Fiends on screen. They're just using them to be able to get an insane amount of single target onto Echelon. They allow them to transform back every single time. And then something I did like that Incarnation did here was that gateway. So that gateway allows you to save both of your Stoneborns, where Aster just kind of ran straight through and pulled one of the Stoneborns into the boss, and then pulled the second Stoneborn into Cigar later. I think that's an adaptation that most teams can probably implement into their route fairly easily. That's going to save you that 1 Stoneborn, because you really don't need it for high Adjudicator Lees. Dropping that double Stoneborn on Quisitor's Cigar may save you potentially the Shadow Blades or the Ashen Hollow later on into the dungeon, which is something that is more valuable on Lord Chamberlain, because that's something that you guys were pointing out at the end, the difference in the offensive CDs on that boss. And I think that double Stoneborn does enable you to be able to save something.
Yeah, and again, once being able to look at how these teams have differed in their routes, and there could be even more differences coming up as well, Nagura, because we've got the other side with Fort Explosive Raging, which we've seen these affixes as well a couple different times, in particular for DOS. So looking at how these teams are going to have some big differences in this dungeon, which is probably one of the longest dungeons we have in our map pool.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because, first of all, the affixes are really hard. It's a difficult combination having Fortified and Raging at the same time. We've seen many teams have difficulties with the combination of that affixes, especially in that Ardent Wield area when you're just pulling 50 mobs on top of a boss, and then all of a sudden they're all raging at the same time, while the tank has like 200 debuffs from those mobs. So it's very dangerous to deal with it. We've seen a really quick time yesterday, though, from Ambition, 17 minutes 49. And both Incarnation and Aster Y haven't played this map yet, but they had the opportunity to watch Ambition yesterday. So they might have even adapted something or two if they think that Ambition's route was quicker than theirs.
Yeah, it's a really good opportunity to kind of get a quick check before they have to go into the dungeon themselves, because while we had that 2-week period of all these teams being able to practice and being able to optimize their strategies, you never know when somebody's going to cook up something that's going to make everything just a little bit faster here. So Aster Y up 1 against Incarnation, as the second dungeon is going to be the other side. Incarn don't want to be dropping into that lower bracket this early, having to fight for their own survival. Both these teams want to go into the upper finals, face off against Echo, and try to get into the grand finals from there. We'll see what they all have in store for us as game number 2 gets going.
Aster Y, known for their innovation in this dungeon, that technique of snapping those oils onto the Mana Storms boss was developed by them, was used in their undefeated, flawless run through the Chinese group stage. Let's see if there's been any further innovation here. Right off the bat in the compositions, we do have a spicy choice by Incarnation. The chicken enters the battlefield. Yoda on the Venthyr Moonkin in the other side. Nagura, what do you think about this choice?
This, I don't know. I think that's very interesting, especially because it's a plus 20. That's like that's the lowest key level that we have in this global final, and we've been talking about the fact that Venthyr Moonkin shines on those really high key levels, or on Tyrannical as well, when you can make the full usage of those cooldowns. But the lower HP the mobs have, the less use you're going to be making from those cooldowns, because the mobs are just going to be dying while you're like at the end of your ramp. So we'll see. I mean, they must have an idea on what they want to do with this. One thing to note though is that the cooldowns are really good for raging, because you're gonna do the most damage at the end of your cooldowns, and that's exactly when the mobs are raging. So maybe it allows them to do like a really big pull in the Ardenweald area that they might not be able to do otherwise. I'm interested to see what they do, but as to why they're already moving into this Hakar wing, actually, as they're doing a little bit of a smaller pull-up. They're seeing the High Priest dealing with those two devoted. That seems very small and very cautious, but maybe they're just doing this to gear up for this bigger pull that they're doing now.
Yeah, this is, I mean, Aster Y finished that first pull of the dungeon way faster than Incarnation, but maybe with Moonkin cooldowns, Incarnation can get something cool going here. Aster Y, though, starting now to basically be fighting all the rest of the trash in this hallway. And it's a really tough catch-22 that Incarnation are caught in right now, where, you know, they want to do a big pull and use some cooldowns here, but the next boss is Hakar. And if you're not going to use your Moonkin ramp on Hakar, you know, that seems like the best spot in the dungeon for it, right? So it's tough, you know, they're going to fire off the Ashen Hallow here, that 4-minute cooldown combined with Wings, but Yoda's still holding on to Incarnation and Ravenous Frenzy. Almost 3 minutes into the dungeon, and those buttons have yet to be pressed for Incarnation. Aster Y taking tremendous damage. Anuo 9%. Lay on Hands comes out from the healer onto himself. Anuo nearly dead here. No defensive buttons left except for that last resort, which is unfortunately going to be required here to stay alive. Even still, danger remains on the side of Aster Y as a Hex goes through onto the healer. Luckily, almost all the danger is now through, and they are able to finish this pull-off, but that was sketchy and slow for Aster Y, and Incarnation pounce, pulling Hakar way ahead now of where Aster Y are.
Yeah, and Incarnation is going to be killing this boss so much quicker than Aster Y because of that Moonkin, right? We do see Yoda still holding on. There we go. Now the Venthyr cooldowns have been used for Yoda, so this boss is going to be melting in just a second. They also have those two High Priests coming in, so just see them on the side, because you don't need to finish off the High Priests for the door to open. So those are the only mobs you can basically leave there while having to kill everything else to open the doors. Looks like Aster Y did something similar, but they only have one High Priest. So similar ideas, but look at how much damage Yoda is doing onto this boss. The boss is already down to 4%, while Aster Y is still on 30. They also pulled the boss a little bit later though, and I would say this probably gave them like 30 seconds of time. I feel like there needs to be more of an advantage later on from that Moonkin, because this is a very similar situation like we saw in the Mists before, right? Where we saw Ambition having that Moonkin and they killed the bosses so much quicker, but then Echo caught up in the trash because they had so much more consistent damage.
Yeah, I like the theory of the Moonkin. I want to know what else it's going to do really good things for, because to me it seems like it's going to be really clunky on the last boss, right? You need damage on your platform, but you also, so that means if you're going to use your Moonkin cooldowns there, you're going to do no damage for all the rest of that boss fight, right? So it needs to be good on some other spots in this dungeon. Maybe you're just going to melt the Mana Storms and the dealer bosses really fast with the Moonkin, and that's what it's for. But I don't know, I mean, is it worth having an AFK player during all the trash to make up for that? I could be. I mean, it's not like this is a bad set of affixes for an AFK player, right? If your Moonkin is just there casting Moonfire on explosives, casting Soothe on raging mobs, and otherwise sort of AFK, I mean, it's not the worst trade-off, right? At least you're handling all the affixes that way.
Yeah, I do think so. I do think it can pay off. You can see Aster Y doing a very similar thing what that Incarnation has done here, pulling the Warlords onto the side with the Mage. Now he's going to use Shadow Melt or Invisibility, either one of those two things to de-aggro those Warlords. Did he use anything? He had, yeah, Invisibility. There we go. So he's going to de-aggro those. They're only going to be pulling those Raptors into that drill. So same thing as Incarnation is doing right now too. They have the RF pulled as well. So they're just finishing off the Bone Soldiers and the RF. Then they're going to be using their Shrouds and their Invisibilities to go to the boss. And probably also carry those sentient oils in. Looks like Aster Y... Yeah, no, they're fine, right?
Okay, Sagadon
really
turned,
Sagadon,
but I think it was distracted or something. I think
Oh, okay.
I think it may have been, yeah, just distracted earlier or something, or had looked at them in stealth. Ooh, I was worried though. Anytime you see Sagadon move, that is danger. Aster Y though, Anuo, 7% health, gets the Blessing of Sacrifice and is going to be able to stay alive. Gets back to his Fiery Brand if he wants it here. That Raging Power Drill is doing so much damage, but Incarnation already finished with this pull. They are shrouding through, and let's see what they're going to be up to here. Let's see if they've adapted the Aster Y pull of Sigil of Misery on these oils, and then, yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. Dorky drops that Sigil of Misery, and they will be taking those oils with them on an adventure to the next boss.
Yeah, there we go. Aster Y also doing the very same thing on their side. And it definitely looked like Aster Y was dealing with that trash pack a bit quicker, right? Of course, Yoda not using those cooldowns on that pack means that their Moonkin didn't do too much. Cooldowns now back up though for Yoda, and I would assume that he's going to be using it here. One downside of the Moonkin cooldowns on this boss though is if you're committing the cooldowns at the very start, then you might be killing Millhouse before even getting to Maleficent, meaning that you're not going to get that stun to interrupt the AoE damage. So we'll see what happens here. Yoda popping cooldowns anyway. He did delay the coolness a little bit. Maybe that was on purpose to make sure that he's not accidentally killing Millhouse here. That might very well be the strategy. They're also going to be killing those sentient oils quite a bit quicker, having that AoE damage from the Starfire Cleave that Yoda is going to be doing.
I love the place that Incarnation have pulled this boss to as well. They pulled it to one of the edges of the room, and that means that the power crystals are spawning in like an 180-degree arc instead of a 360-degree circle around the boss, which makes it a lot easier to soak them because you have half as much space you need to move between to get them. So Yoda was able to very easily move between those crystals and soak them as that ranged player. And Millhouse, 14% for Incarnation, 12% for Aster Y. Both teams very careful to not actually kill it, and are now dealing with Maleficent. Incarnation, though, dramatically ahead on boss damage here. That Moonkin, the fact they were able to hold on to this lead and then actually expanded a little bit since Hakar, it's got to be really, really good news for Incarnation. It's just going to be about if it continues to work well in the areas I'm most worried about in the dungeon, which is the Ardenworld Wing, and then the last boss. The last boss, I'm really worried about what a Venthyr Moonkin does to your speed on that fight.
Yeah, one thing to note about Aster Y is that one of the oils actually came in incredibly late. It kept pulling Anuo in. He had to use his double jump to not get pulled all the way back. I wonder if that was maybe even on purpose, that they used a CC that lasted longer to have like the extra cleave. If that was on purpose, then that would be incredibly fast. You can see it's still alive now when the boss is getting lower and lower. Or maybe it was just, you know, some funky thing happening with the snapping not working out immediately. Either way, Incarnation already on their way back into that middle area, and now everything is going to be about that Ardenweald. We will see how efficient they're going to be dealing with that trash there. I would assume Yoda is saving cooldowns for the boss pool, because most of these teams are actually pulling a lot of trash on top of Sayaxa, Dealer Sayaxa. So having those extra cooldowns there would make it quite a bit safer. But that also means, again, that Yoda has to hold on to those cooldowns for a while, and they won't have that extra damage on the previous pulls.
Yeah, those instant cast broomstick mounts coming out and making these sort of technical skips where you're unmounting, remounting everything nice a lot faster. You could see Junkrat, Door of Shadows instantly remounts. They're going to be skipping a lot of trash on the side of Incarnation here. Aster Y, no such thing happening. They are going to be pulling this trash at the bottom of the stairs. Actually, it looks like maybe Incarnation is doing that while Junkrat is going on a stealth mission. What could Junkrat be up to here? What might he be doing? He's in stealth now. Cast Tricks of the Trade. Okay, no, the rest of the team is here as well, so they aren't fighting anything on the side of Incarnation. I was baited by a health bar dropping on the side of Dorky, which may have just been from a skip or something. Aster Y, though, now ahead in count, 7% extra on the board as a result of that.
It took them so long to skip this actually for Incarnation. I wonder why they were skipping this, because they're gonna have to deal with this trash eventually later on. So I wonder why it was worth it for them to skip. Yoda actually committing his cooldowns here for Varuth plus that extra trash they're going to be doing. So I would assume that this area is just going to take them 3 minutes until they are at the boss, so the boss cooldown should be back at that point. Aster Y now also getting to that same pool that Incarnation is already on, so we'll see how well they are dealing with this if they don't have those extra Moonkin cooldowns available. Ashen also not available from both of the Paladins, so they're holding that for a later one.
Yeah, a lot of danger in these pulls, especially for your tank. While you have Varuth alive, that healing reduction, you can see Anuo being very careful now that meta has fallen off to not actually take all these auto attacks from those mobs. Incarnation, meanwhile, Junkrat is going on an adventure here to pull as many of these mobs as possible. Has to send the Vanish and the Cheat Death on this pull. Growl on Yummy Pala, they're also in danger, also using every defensive. The offensives are coming out here as well, though. It's going to be Ashen Hallow and Wings. Yoda actually fired off the Ravenous Frenzy and the Incarn on that previous pull, so it will be available in a minute and a half. Probably midway through Dealer, if I had to guess. We'll see exactly how that lines up. So maybe the idea is midway through Dealer, you press it, and then you also get to press it on your platform on the last boss fight, something like that. It's going to be very interesting to see how it works out.
Yeah, the last one's going to be so weird for Venthyr Moonkin. I wonder if they're maybe even sending
2 people to that platform?
the tank or the healer
okay.
alone?
So you
and sent one of them with Yoda?
You could do a
Possibly?
healer by themselves, right? Like a Holy Paladin can do it by themselves on 20 Fortified without too much help. The problem is the Moonkin CDs are overkill by a lot, but without CDs, they might not be able to do it, right? So it's just, you're sitting there with just a huge sledgehammer when you need a scalpel.
Yes, that is very true. We're going to see what they do later, as Aster Y and Incarnation both are trying to deal with all of that trash in that Ardenweald area. You can see Incarnation dealing with it a little bit quicker, as they're already moving on to that Dealer Saxa pull. So they're going to be gathering up all of this trash here, pulling it onto the boss. Dorky dropping pretty low, though, as he does not have a Cheap Death available at this point, so they have to be a bit careful. They're also dealing with the Hatchling here, making sure that that Cry is not coming out. Junkrat finishing off the Hatchling, making sure none of that is gonna go off, and now they are pulling everything on top of the boss. Aster Y doing the same thing. Hatchling now down, so they can move on. It's so close between those two teams. Keep in mind, though, Aster Y, they are ahead in trash because they did one additional trash pull, so Aster Y definitely in the lead at this point.
Yeah, somehow that advantage that Incarnation had earlier has vanished, but Yoda is now pressing Ravenous Frenzy and Incarn, so this is going to be a huge opportunity to catch back up here for Incarnation. Gain all that damage and kill this boss, again expanding their boss splits. Because you look, the boss 2 split they actually lost time on. They only had 7 seconds of a lead from when that boss died compared to where Aster killed it. They are hoping to get a huge amount of time back here for Dealer to make up for that trash count that they're going to be behind once Aster Y actually kills all this trash that they're in combat with.
Yeah, and look at how much damage Yoda was doing. And most of it even single target. Of course, there's a lot of AoE coming out with that Starfire Cleave, but all of the stars are just being used on the boss, doing so much damage. Zaxa already being down now for Incarnation, while Aster Y is still on 20%, and they even have trash left as well, which, to be fair, they're probably leaving it up on purpose to get some extra cleave onto the boss here, but still, Incarnation definitely having a little bit of a lead here. They have to do this extra trash pack, though, And I wonder if they might be pulling that on top of the boss. I do think that would be really risky though, because they have those Tormentor debuffs as soon as they engage the boss. So we'll see what they do here.
Yeah, it's going to be the Doors of Shadows to get back through. Incarnation, 30 seconds of advantage on the dealer time. Now they've opened up a 30-second total lead, but is 30 seconds worth the trash count difference here? That's the question. As you can see, Moizala will be spawning, and they're gonna pull this trash. Is it right into the boss? Is that the idea? There's a patrolling enraged spirit. Oh, and Braun knocks everything out of the AoE for Incarnation. No, not what they were hoping to see.
Braun, what? Oh no, and this Enraged Spirit is also patrolling awfully close to them. They have to be careful to not aggro that one. Yeah, you can see Aster Y now also getting back to the boss, and they have already done this trash. So they don't have to kill this one, they can immediately go to the boss. So Incarnation have to hurry up, they have to kill this trash back as soon as possible. But you can see Yoda not having those cooldowns available, just doing so little damage, basically doing the same as a healer without any cooldowns available. Now they are engaging Mosella, and it looks like they pulled the boss at the very same second even. This is gonna be so close, and it's all gonna come down to the intermission phase. How is Incarnation gonna be able to deal with those visages? Is Yoda gonna be committing the cooldowns, and then they're gonna have a lot less damage on the boss afterwards? Maybe they don't need the extra boss damage. Maybe having those 4 haste buffs means that the boss is already gonna die without any extra cooldowns. We'll see, as both of the teams are now fighting that boss with those 2 Tormentor debuffs on them.
Yeah, I'm so worried here for what Incarnation is going to do, because like you said, you could commit the cooldowns, guarantee the kill on your platform, but you're going to do this boss so slowly, and it's actually going to be pretty dangerous on the last platform with the ads when you get there. That's going to be quite scary without Moonkin cooldown. So I think, I don't know what they're going to do. Aster Y, you can see, have just done so much more damage to Moizala already as they enter that shatter phase. 95% versus 97. 96 now for Incarnation. Yoda goes to a platform and appears to be alone, and it is going to be the Celestial alignment, but no Ravenous Frenzy. Interesting. Huh. So this is okay, I need to commit cooldowns here, but I don't need to commit Ravenous Frenzy. So even though it's kind of rough to desync the two, right? They're multiplicative with each other. It's really good to get them both together. There's just no way to do it except for this for Yoda. This has got to feel bad, though. Got to be an awkward part of the composition. Meanwhile, Aster getting to their last platform already. Everything's looking good for them. Moizala gripping everybody back in. Here comes all that trash they have to deal with. They have Ashen Hallow. They have Wings. All of those things are going to be available and will be dropped soon here. Incarnation also getting started with all this. Ravenous Frenzy with no Celestial alignment. Everything else, though, is being used here. Both teams just going to try and do as much damage to the boss as they can and kill all this trash. They need to kill all the trash to stop the timer as well. So AoE damage really important here in addition to that boss HP.
Wow, Aster Y down with that so quickly. The trash is already down. And Musala is dead. That was so fast by Aster Y. And it's going to be them winning this against Incarnation 2-0. What a time. 17 minutes 55. Wow.
Absolutely insane there by Aster Y. Taking that 2-0 sweep with some blazing fast times there. It was around what we saw out of Ambition on their DOS run as well. Aster Y, very quick sweep, and they are moving on into the upper finals there, Tettles.
My bracket is saved.
I don't think anybody's brackets is making it through today.
Yeah, dude, Aster Y in this run looked just so incredibly fast. I think that Incarnation with this Moonkin on this Ravenous Frenzy, I also thought that both of these teams were looking really good. They played to what their game plan was, and while it kind of looked very similar towards the end of it, there were a lot of different there's a lot of different cooldown timings and different setups for a couple of pulls that impacted both of these teams. But honestly, both of them looked world class, and I feel like if you run those matches back, both the Halls of Atonement and the other side, I feel like it could easily go either way. And Aster Y showing up big today, showing how much practice really meant to them, and showing just how well they truly can perform on game day.
That's right, and this has been the strongest performance we've seen out of any Chinese team in our global finals yet at this point. And man, Aster Y is just incredibly impressive. And now they're going to go up against Echo tomorrow on Championship Sunday, which is going to be an incredible matchup to be able to see. But first, that'll take us through the DOS. I mean, like you said, could have been either way if they keep on running it back to see how many games they'd play.
Yeah, so at the beginning, Incarnation was just kind of ahead, and they did this thing with the urn where it feels like teams sometimes will just like not have this urn pack grouped up tight enough, and that will cost some other teams a decent bit of time. Aster got the short end of the stick on that. Their pack was not grouped up super well, so they were fighting to come back. I felt like they made up a lot of time doing this dental drill straight into the Arf. Qingshen shimmering away from that stun, just looking like an absolute god. And Aster here got Millhouse Mana Storm down to like 12% HP, the exact same number of HP that Venthyr Moonkin was bringing, which it really starts to make you question like the Moonkin CD timings, whether or not it would be better to just use on Maleficent, because if the Moonkin had to stop doing damage, then that's not great. But then Incarnation is starting to kind of claw back a lot of their time, and it really just felt like it was a really intense back and forth between the two teams. It was every single time the Venthyr Moonkin CDs were used, it looked like Incarnation was in the lead. And then Aster, in the meantime, after the CDs were over, they're able to claw back just a ton of time. And they did this thing where they had ads on this boss the whole entire time, able to convert that AoE damage into single target, just allowing them to catch up so like valuable seconds on Dealer Zyxa. And then from then on out, it was just basically, all right, we have to dodge Oros, make sure we don't pull this Enraged Spirit. Both of the teams were running into this issue where the Enraged Spirit pat was in not a great spot, but it's a lot of practice, a lot of hard work, and Aster Y able to take it down 2-0.
That's right. And we talked about, in particular, that Dealer Zyxa pull as well, making sure teams aren't killing off all the mobs, getting the maximum funnel possible there, and just incredibly impressive, oh my goodness, by these teams to be able to look at how close it is, because we have just never had a global finals be this close in just about every single matchup here through and through. And I mean, that 2-0 just really doesn't do justice to how well Incarnation's going to be playing. And now they're going to be in the hot seat as well, Nagura, because the winner between Perplexed and Complexity is going to be going up against Incarnation. I mean, those three teams are going to have such a tough road through this lower bracket.
Yeah, you don't want to be in Incarnation's spot at this point. They know they have to play against Perplexed or Complexity, and they don't want to face either of those two teams. And that's the next series coming up too, right? Perplexed versus Complexity. It's just so crazy to see that one of those teams is going to be eliminated so early, because both of these teams are such veteran teams. They've been winning MDIs in the past, and both of them are so good. Meeting each other in the first elimination bracket game is just crazy to see.
That's right. And Perplexed and Complexity, like you mentioned, some of the most veteran teams that we've had in the MDI thus far, and both of them are going to have a really, really tough road, as they will be. Our next series going to be coming up to, as well, Dratnos, because they have to go through Theater, Miss, Sanguine Depths with a lot of really unfriendly affixes.
Yeah, lower bracket in particular is so hard too, because your reward for winning is another game in a couple hours, right? You play again right after the next match, and if you lose that one, you're also out. And then if you win that, you're through to Sunday. But your Sunday, if you're coming into Sunday from the lower bracket, is going to be 3 elimination matches in a row against progressively fresher teams as well. Teams that have had more time to prepare and are, of course, powerhouse teams all through this bracket. There are no easy matches left, so that upper bracket advantage is so pronounced in a field this strong.
Yeah, no question. We're going to be taking a quick break before we get into it, but then 4 rounds of eliminations going to be coming up. You're not going to want to miss this one. Perplexed and Complexity going to start it off when we return. back to the Mythic Dungeon International as we're getting ourselves ready for our next series. We're about to begin all the eliminations 4 in a row. To start us off, we've got Perplexed and Complexity going to be getting us started. And the craziest thing is, how did we actually get to this point, Dratnos? These are some of the most veteran teams that we'd ever seen in the MDI. Just constant experience, going all the way back to Legion as well. And now they're going to be facing 7th or 8th place in our global finals.
Yeah, so it's mostly Ambition and Incarnation's fault. Incarnation upsets Echo, sending them to this tournament as a 2nd seed rather than a 1st seed, which means they play against Complexity round 1, sends Complexity down to the lower bracket. Meanwhile, Ambition gets into this tournament paired off against Perplexity, one of the scariest teams in here, the fastest overall time trial seed, winning their group easily, and 2-0s them to start the day, also sending them down to the lower bracket. So now we have this crazy powerhouse match based off of those upsets earlier, leading to one of these two teams being the first one to go home, which is completely crazy.
That's right. And
I just wanted to quickly say, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I'm pretty sure you just said Perplexity.
He did.
And I love that.
That's their celebrity couple name, yes.
That's right. Their ship name. But and now we're going to be seeing both of them duking it out, and neither of them are really strangers to fighting their way, of course, through the lower bracket. Both of them have kind of been playing second fiddle to Echo for quite a long time throughout this one, Tettles, but they've got to have a long way to go as these 3 dungeons are going to be particularly challenging.
I feel like this Theater of Pain should be advantage to Complexity since they had to practice it so heavily for their first round. They had some issues, specifically in the Kultha Rock Wing in this Theater of Pain yesterday. It's really dangerous on bolstering. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, but I think with the amount of time that Complexity should have put into the Theater of Pain, it at least should be favored for them. But it's all going to come down to also how much is Perplexed practice for this Theater of Pain. They got knocked out pretty early yesterday by Ambition. Maybe they decide, all right, let's just kind of retool, recover, and then start practicing Theater of Pain and really get ready for the rest of this weekend.
Could be. I mean, a lot of it is going to be on how well these teams sort of metagame their way through the bracket and their expectations as to what dungeons they really need to drill it down and focus the most upon. So Theater of Pain is going to be starting us off with a fortified bolstering nasty affix combination to get us going. But both these teams facing elimination as we get ourselves started with game number 1. It's Perplexed and Complexity.
Yeah, and Complexity, already having played a Theater of Pain yesterday against Echo, unfortunately they had a full team wipe on one of those platform pulls, and they lost to Echo. So hopefully they don't make that same mistake again. Actually, they completely changed their comp, interestingly enough. Yesterday they were playing Rescue Druid, and now they switched to that Holy Paladin, so completely changing up their comp, which probably also means that they changed up their strategy. Very interesting, but they are sticking to the Vengeance Demon Hunter. They do think the Vengeance is better here, which is very interesting because almost every other team is playing the Prod Warrior for Theater of Pain because of that Spell Reflect that is so useful for many bosses, and also just Prod Warriors being so tanky against physical damage that is just so useful in this dungeon.
Yeah, I think that both the Prot Warrior and the Vengeance Demon Hunter are fairly reliable picks. But right here, right off the bat, Perplex, you have Swag doing 50k DPS the whole entire time, and the first boss is already dead off the side of Perplex, where Complexity are still at 20% HP. Holy smokes, that was a fast first pull.
Yeah, and keep in mind, of course, Perplex running that full physical comp, that means that Swag is gonna have that extra shout from the Warrior. So getting a little bit of extra damage in by that buff, while Complexity is running a mixed comp. They have magic damage buff for the mage, but both the Windwalker and the Rogue, they have the physical damage buff. So it's like a mixed comp, while Perplex is running that full physical comp. So a very interesting choice by Complexity. It does give them that mage, and we know how good mage can be, that Frost Mage. It's almost in every single MDI comp. So I hope that's going to be worth it for them to make to basically lose out on some damage.
That hunt, this dungeon, Theater Pain specifically, is MM Hunter's best dungeon by like a decent bit, and so it does also make sense that Wolf Disco is playing that Marksmanship Hunter. So right now, Perplex taking a little bit of an early lead. They're grabbing Executioner of Varuth plus some of these Shackled Souls, and Perplex able to down that first mini-boss. Complexity on the right side of your screen, getting their pull underway. Also, just a little bit behind, somewhere in the range of 15 seconds behind here. And so now Perplex using their Shroud, they're going to be making their way towards Incinerator plus this Portal Guardian. This is very dangerous for bolstering, and so immediately Perplex is grabbing some of these Shackled Souls. They need to make sure that this Portal Guardian dies, probably the first mob that you would like to die in this pack, because if these Shackled Souls do bolster up this Portal Guardian and to cast that Soul Storm, you're probably going to wipe.
Yeah, definitely have to be careful with bolstering. That's also a reason why Complexity has wiped in their run against Echo, where they just didn't manage the bolstering properly and they had some cast going through. So hopefully not happening again. As Perplex now is finishing off that Tormentor, Arcoleth, they're going to be getting that Anima power. And because they already killed Varuth, that means that both of the teams are going to have both of those offensive Anima powers already. And the other two, they're probably not going to be dealing with. So they're going to be skipping both Oroth and also Sogodon. So they're going to have to deal with those two debuffs on the last boss.
All right, so immediately Perplex is going to these double Bone Mages, but they only have one Purge for that shield that Bone Mage has. That Hunter does have, I think it's called Trank Shot. I don't know what it's actually called, this expansion. I think it's Trank Shot. So they can remove one magic effect from the Bone Mage. The second Bone Mage just has to be DPS down manually, since they don't have purges like an AoE spell steal or something like that, where Complexity able to get those Bone Mages purged instantly, and they make up a pretty decent amount of time just having that access to that spell steal. So that was somewhere in the range of probably like 10 seconds that Complexity knocked off right there.
Yeah, and also keep in mind that the other mage was bolstered because they killed the one much quicker.
Yeah.
So they also had to deal with that bolstering. So definitely a big time save for Complexity here. As Perplex, though, they have gathered up this pool so quickly, and look how cleanly they dealt with this bolstering pool here. They killed everything basically in the same second. That was really well done. Let's see if Complexity can execute it so cleanly as well on their side. Looks like they did bolster one of the Soulbinders, and that's actually really dangerous because the Soulbinder leaves a dot behind. You can see just how low I'm Fired Up and Shakib were dropping there because of that debuff. Did manage to survive, and it looks like Complexity is not dealing with that extra trash pack that Perplex is dealing with. So that means Complexity is going to have to make up that trash later on eventually.
I think that they may be able to make up some of this trash here on these Bone Mages. It depends on how many Perplexed and Complexity would like to pull here. Complexity definitely in a better position to be able to use that spell steal, utilize that mage to be able to get all of those shields off instantly, as you do see that spell steal animation being cast on all of these mages. And now this Bone Reaver, it was getting cleaved down a little bit while some of those Bone Mages were in CC, and now everything is being killed off perfectly by Complexity. We're on the left side of your screen. Perplex, just a little bit slow to set up their pull. They are grabbing all the Bone Mages in. Ooh, that Ring of Peace. This is really bad for Perplex.
It looked like they needed to use the Ring of Peace as like a last resort kind of interrupt because the Bone Spears were about to get casted. But of course, Ring of Peace, one of the worst CCs to use because they are just being spread apart, especially during bolstering.
Yep.
Did manage to finish it off anyway, but yeah, it cost them a few seconds because of that. Now Complexity dealing with that last trash pack before the boss. They are holding on to that Ashen Hollow. Both Perplex and Complexity, these Holy Paladins, are just holding on for quite a while now. I think it came back up like almost 2 minutes ago at this point. So holding it for the boss or for that Gore Chop pull after the boss. We'll see how long they're holding it here. But Perplex definitely on Complexity's heels. And again, keep in mind that Perplex did one extra trash pull, a smaller one.
Exactly. I think that the big thing for Complexity here, and one of the main differences in their comp that we were talking about, is just that Frost Mage. That allowed Complexity to make up a lot of time. Now, Perplex, on the left side of the screen, they have killed off all of their trash. Like you said, 3% enemy forces count ahead, where Complexity are already at 25% HP down on Koltharok. At this point, which side would you like to be on? Do you think that Complexity has the advantage here, or do you think that Perplexed is a team that is a little bit further ahead?
It really depends on what kind of pull Complexity is doing to make up that trash percentage, right?
Yeah.
I think it's all going to be about that. Because if Complexity doesn't do like one additional pull somehow, like if they manage to do a bigger pull than Perplex somewhere and can get extra percentage through that. So if the pull number is just going to be smaller from Complexity, then that's going to be, of course, an advantage for them. But if they have to do one additional pull somewhere else, basically use the same amount of time that Complexity did before, then it's going to be just incredibly even between those two. You can see Complexity, though, they have so much boss damage. That boss is just melting for them as Kulturak is going down. They're not putting any of these adds on top because, of course, it's bolstering. But Perplexed is. They actually are not shying away from pulling these Shackled Souls. Of course, they can't finish them off before the boss, but they're just efficiently cleaving them here. This is really dangerous, because if any of those are dying, then Kulturak is bolstered, and that's going to be a disaster.
But
and they are dropping dangerously low.
But this is a sub-rogue paradise. This allows you to get a lot more single target damage just by adding in these Shackled Souls. But now it comes down to, what, like you were talking about a second ago, where's Complexity going to be able to make up that count? This pull right here that Complexity is doing, no Ashen Hollow available to them. They're going to just have to be able to deal with all of this trash normally with other smaller cooldowns. Windwalker CDs, Frostmage CDs are very powerful against this kind of stuff. These Butchers and these Sludge Spears need to make sure that they get interrupted as often as possible. And it looks like Complexity, they get that Pat that's on that bridge, and they pull off that pull so perfectly. That was insane by Complexity to be able to deal with that. Just excellent. It looked so good from them.
Yeah, that was really clean by Complexity, and that's really what they needed, as they're falling further and further behind in percentage because Perplex is just getting some extra trash here and there. If that means that Complexity has to pull an extra mini-boss, possibly in that Xaf wing, then that could cost them a lot of time. We'll see what Perplexity is going to be skipping for that extra trash that they were doing. Also, Perplex skipping that bridge pack. Very interesting. That is a pack that Complexity pulled. So that's exactly what Perplex was skipping, and I'm not sure if that was worth it at all, because that extra pack, Complexity just dealt with it right there with that other pull, and Perplexed didn't. So they didn't. Complexity is just ahead now at this point because Perplex is skipping this bridge patrol.
But Complexity is not out of the woods yet. This pull that they are doing with this gas bag and all of this trash is starting to get bolstered up a little bit. That Sludge Spear is getting big. Ooh, a blind coming out right as that Withering Discharge is going to cast. Nice touch of death from Complexity here. And this is something that we saw from this team yesterday. They are leaving those mobs CC'd in the doorway. They're going to let them come in just a little bit later, and they're going to make sure that they don't cleave them too much onto Gourd Chop because of bolstering. However, they are going to utilize them to get great AoE or single target to AoE conversion, and so this is going to be super good from Complexity. Perplex on the left side of the screen, like you were talking about, just a little bit further behind. Complexity is firmly in the lead now, Nagura.
Definitely. I am very confused on why Perplex was not doing pulling that bridge pack.
Yeah.
It really of course it's a difficult pull, but Complexity managing to do that without Ashen just means that it's totally doable, right? Especially for a team like Perplexed, they should be able to do that pull. So very interesting that they choose to not do that and do two other pulls in that previous wing, which really cost them some time. So very interesting. Complexity, though, as you said, firmly in the lead now as they're dealing with Gourd Chop. They also have that Butcher and that Horror on top of the boss. They need to make sure they are not killing it. Scott actually getting hit by a chain. Should be able to survive. I think there's lay on hands being used by JB, making sure Scott stays alive. And yeah, they just need to make sure that the Butcher and the Horror doesn't die here. That's why they also let the shield go through from the Horror, I believe, because they don't want to bolster that boss.
It is getting very close. I think that Butcher ended up dying. I think Gourd Chop may have one stack of bolstering fired up, sitting in that pod there. This is not looking too good for Complexity. However, Gourd Chop was low enough. They do get the boss dealt with and that Diseased Horror killed off. Now they're 20% ahead on the boss, ahead of where Perplexed is, and now Complexity going to be making their way into the Zav wing. Perplexed also has 50% HP on that Diseased Horror that they have to deal with. And Swag gets hit by the chain! Is he gonna die?
He looks to be fine, but yeah, definitely some mistakes by both the teams. Fired Up also triggering that pot tender, so he doesn't have that available anymore. But Complexity, they're pretty far ahead. They also have saved the Ashen for this pull, while Ryzen has committed it for Gourd Chop. So Complexity going to be doing that pull quite a bit quicker as well. You can see they have that trash pack pulled with also the mini boss. So they're going to have to do some even damage here, making sure nothing is getting bolstered. And the trash percentage is pretty even at this point. Perplex just has a like 1% more trash, which could basically be no difference at all. So at this point, Complexity definitely in the lead. They both 100% clean runs, 0 deaths on both sides, so really well done.
Yeah, and JB did something really smart on the side of Complexity. He started casting his Ashen Hollow, realized that he is potentially in range to engage Sagadon if he drops his Ashen Hollow there. Takes 4 yards, like steps 4 yards to the left. Is like, all right, here's the spot, and then he drops his Ashen Hollow. And so now Complexity here is setting up CC on this patrolling captain pack while they're also dealing with this mini boss. It's really standard to grab these conscripts plus these arbalists into this mini boss, but you do want to DPS down the mini boss just a little bit, just because of bolstering, because otherwise it can become a potential issue if not dealt with cleanly. However, Complexity has done this dungeon so many times. They are very well prepared on this pack, and Perplexed doing something kind of similar. They have their champion engaged, and they're going to be setting up that pack. Oh, what happened?
Yeah, so Fired Up just going down on that pack, immediately releasing because that pot tender was not available anymore, right? So just going down there while they were dealing with that with those arbalists. The arbalist doing so much damage with that bleed. Not sure exactly what he died to, but he died incredibly quick. So I wonder if he maybe got hit by something that maybe he shouldn't have gotten hit by. Either way, they did manage to get him back. So that's going to be a 5 seconds penalty though. And even though they are pretty firmly in the lead at this point, if Perplex somehow gets extra damage, especially because you have the Prot Warrior for the Spell Reflect in the last boss, right? Then that 5 seconds might actually cost them. So we'll see what happens as Complexity can skip that last mini boss, and they're gonna CC that captain that they have CC'd in the corner, and then they're gonna deal with Xav and gonna deal with the champion as soon as Xav is down, basically waiting for that RP to spawn the last boss.
So the advantages of the Vengeance Demon Hunter is definitely the Sigil of Silence. Being able to do that massive pull that was in that Gore Chop wing was something that we didn't see Perplex do. Complexity made it look super clean. That's off the back of the Vengeance Demon Hunter utility. They made that look really good. The alternative is that Prot Warrior, like you were talking about. Spell Reflect on the last boss is definitely something that we're going to have to be watching out for. Perplex may be able to make up a lot of boss damage just by dealing with that. And also something that we're going to have to be watching out for is, are these teams going to be able to beat the second set of this duel on Zav? Complexity already has the boss sub 50% HP. Their players are back from that initial duel. Ooh, they're just passively cleaving down this banner. I really think that this is good from the side of Complexity. A lot of teams are going to leave these banners alive for extended periods of time outside of just passive cleave from either Windwalker, Monks, or Rogues. But since you do have that Frost Mage from Complexity, that banner just gets dealt with almost instantly.
Yeah, definitely. All eyes on Complexity now. See if they can skip that next arena throw, basically. That banner coming out. You see the captain being seated in the corner, and they're just trying to push the boss here. Down to 6%, 5%. Okay, it's actually incredibly close. Looks like they are making it. Now they're going to be cleaving down that captain as well, while Xav is still not that. One of their... Probably the healer, yeah. JB is moving on, making sure he goes up to the last boss, triggering that event, while the rest of the team is finishing off that captain. Now, Perplex, on the other hand, doing something very similar. This is so close between them. I would say it's more of a 5 seconds difference in favor of Complexity.
Yeah.
But you have the Proud Warrior, so they might be able to make up a little bit of time on the last boss. We'll see. This is going to be really close.
And Perplex sends swag. And so instead of DPSing down this Ancient Captain, Perplex sending swag, he has a lot more mobility and a lot easier time to be able to activate that Mordretha RP, because that's what these teams are going to be waiting on. You see Complexity here. They're sitting here waiting for Mordretha to already spawn. And so it wasn't about damage on that Captain. And by sending that Windwalker...
I mean, look at the damage difference.
Yeah.
It's the Paladin did 4k and the Windwalker did 4.4, so it's not even that big of a difference.
Exactly. But Complexity already has Mordretha engaged. Perplexed has to sit there and wait for that RP. Both of these teams at 95% enemy forces count.
Wow.
They are going to be able to grab some of that trash that's off to the side, but it could become a bolstering issue if you are not careful. But it's just going to be a damage burn right here.
this is going to be so incredibly close. That boss really doesn't have a lot of HP on a plus 20 fortified, especially with all of those cooldowns. Bloodlust already being used for complexity, Perplexed holding on to it. They're probably waiting for some of the cooldowns to come back up, but they can't wait much longer because complexity is bursting down the boss. JB also holding on to that Ash, and there we go, now it's being popped. That boss is going to be melting in just a second for complexity. They are also pulling that trash into that Ashen now as well. They have to be careful to not cleave down the boss, the trash before the boss, but it looks like complexity. Keep in mind, 5 seconds on penalty on that death that they have, but it's probably not going to be enough. Perplexed though now popping their cooldowns as well. Now they have to finish off the trash too. All right, 5 seconds from here. I don't think it's going to be enough for Perplexed. So this one is going to be complexity winning. And wow, what a fast Theater of Pain. 17-13. Wow, incredible.
It really is, and even after watching the very beginning of the instance and how quickly Perplex was destroying that first boss, Complexity was sticking with it and was doing an excellent job to be able to go through it, taking game number 1 here, Dratnos.
Yeah, just a really, really fast route from Complexity. I love the way that they figured out their pulls. It just looked better than what Perplexed were up to, right? The strategy, which mobs they were pulling at which time, in addition to how well they were executed. I think both teams did a pretty good job for the most part of that. We saw some similar missteps on the gourd shop area, right, with the cheat deaths being used. Basically, everybody in the key on both teams that had a cheat death used it on that fight, which obviously you're not hoping that would happen. Did end up biting Fired Up eventually with that death too, but it just didn't end up mattering. Even with that death, Complexity here 13 seconds faster. If that death hadn't happened, we're probably looking at 30 seconds or 25 in favor of Complexity. That is a huge advantage to be able to gain over a team like Perplexed just from clean pulls and good routing. I mean, it's rare to be able to do that.
That's right. We've already seen, a number of times the past theater's been that very heavy experimenting ground for different routing, but what do you think it was specifically, Dratnos, that was giving Complexity that extra edge?
Yeah, so I want to start by shouting out one big thing that worked really well for Perplexed in the first pull of the dungeon, which is this weapon that Swag is using, Jotungeir, that turns you into this Valkyr. Huge amounts of secondary stats on cooldown when you press that button. You can actually swap off of it afterwards as well, so you just use it for the first pull, and then you can swap off of it to 2 one-handers for the rest of the dungeon. Look at the bolstering management they were able to make happen on some of these pulls as well. Look at the way this Portal Guardian pull dies here for Perplexed. I mean, just beautiful execution of that with high damage as well, not stopping damage. Very different from this pull, where actually the spear ends up not gripping those Bone Magi a second time. Not sure why it didn't do that. Maybe there's a cap on how many times it can or something. I know there are some effects like that, but that ends up meaning those mobs end up being out of the AoE. Really slow bolster kill there, ends up costing them some time. This is where you see Fired Up dying as a result of the earlier pod tender having been used. Really rough spot here, high pressure on the group. None of it ends up being enough though, as when Perplexed gets to this last boss, Complexity have already got it very low. And even though their damage was ramping up towards the end there, even though they had that 5 extra seconds of death differential, even though they have Spell Reflect on this boss and Complexity doesn't, it is just not anywhere close to enough. Complexity, take that one. Wow, great performance from 2 really world-class teams. This could be a grand finals, but instead it is our first elimination match.
Instead it's a 7th and 8th place qualification match or elimination match on that one, unfortunately. But yes, they have been putting on a great show, and next up we are going to be setting our sights on Mists here in Nagura, which we've been seeing quite a bit of this weekend.
Yeah, Mist definitely one of the more interesting dungeons when it comes to routing, because Mist, of course, with that maze, it's actually not a set maze. So basically, they don't know which maze they're going to be getting when they go into the dungeon, but both of the teams are going to be getting the same one. So what that means when those MDI teams are practicing for this dungeon, that means they actually have to practice a bunch of different routes, because the maze could be different. So that requires a lot of practice time, a lot of also improvisation, making sure they know exactly what to do depending on what maze they're getting. And we've seen some incredible times in Mist before, and we've also seen very different comps from the teams as well. We've seen some full physical comps, we've seen some Venthyr Moonking comps, so we'll see what Perplexed and Complexity are running here.
That's right. And, you know, you never know what everybody's going to be able to work with, in particular for a dungeon like this, titles, because we have seen, you know, on display in our first series of the day, we were looking at that exact difference between the Moonkin versus that full physical damage comp, and it really makes a massive difference when you're in the maze in particular.
Yeah, that maze is absolutely pivotal for a lot of these teams. Also, Mistcaller skipping the guessing game. Like, being able to skip that guessing game with whatever composition you're running can save somewhere in the range of like 15 seconds per guessing game skipped, which, hey, that is a lot of time that these teams can make up. It's all going to come down to preparation and practice that has been put into Mist of Tyrannosaurus. And it's so interesting that every single team has a different answer for like what their first pull is going to look like in the dungeon, because we've even seen teams pull the Villager, and I don't think I've seen anybody pull the Villager this whole season.
That's right. It was almost like at the beginning of Season 2, everyone was just like, all right, let's all agree never to pull the Villagers ever again.
Bad mob.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That even just like, oh, well, I guess some people are still able to do it at the highest echelon of MDI, right? Just very ridiculous to be able to think about. But yeah, we've seen time and time again where teams are looking at finding all the different ways to be able to break a dungeon like this. And I feel like this dungeon in particular this season, Dranos, has been the most like old school of dungeons. If you think about it in the way of challenge modes from back in the day, this is the dungeon that everyone's looking to break, looking to find any little holes or gaps that they're going to be able to use to their advantage.
Yeah, and it's one of these dungeons where, with the exception of that maze, the number of pulls that are being done is just shrinking so rapidly. You know, you have to do a pull before the first boss to engage the first boss, so most teams do one. Then you have to do the maze, obviously, but teams have that cut down from the 6 or 7 maze rooms to like 3 pulls where they're pulling a bunch of stuff over the walls. And then the last pull of the dungeon, oftentimes it's, all right, let's do 0 to 1 pulls, and then let's take the rest of the count we need and put it all on the last boss. And that is just a crazy amount of risk, but with a crazy reward at the end as well in terms of time, if you can make it work out.
That's right. We've seen a number of times where some of the extra debuffs that players have to face up against, some of the extra mobs, and a absolutely massive amount of the defenders and frontals and AoEs just makes it a nightmare for a lot of melee players in particular. So that survivability, that live lord potential, a lot of these DPS makes an incredible difference. So let's see what we've got going on in game number 2 as Complexity is up 1 as Mist of Tyrannosaurus gets going.
Oh, all right. So both teams actually deciding to go with that full physical damage comp. So no Moonkins on either side, no Rasta Druids either. That is a comp that Complexity likes to run in the group stage. In the group stage, they were running that Kyrian Rasta Druid for Mists, but they're going away from that Rasta Druid. They also haven't been running it in the Theater of Pain either. Looks like they're done with it, maybe. They're like, okay, this Rasta Druid, maybe just not working out. Let's just go back to that Venthyr Holy Paladin, see what we can do. As both Perplexed and Complexity are doing this Arcaleth pull with Trash, with 2 Trash groups actually. And Wolf Disco going down for Perplexed. That is so bad for them. Actually, they're not even committing the Ashen. This is very interesting. The Ashen not being committed by Ryzen here.
Yeah, and you see a Shine off to the side trying to get Wolf Disco rezzed back up, but he lost all of his CDs. You see that True Shot is on cooldown. We saw him drop his Kyrian ability. That Resonating Arrow got dropped a little bit earlier, and that's so bad for Perplex. I was about to commend them because I really liked how they opened up the gate already to be able to allow people to eat those mushrooms, to be able to get to full HP, but this is gonna be a full wipe! No, this is so bad for Perplexed.
This is actually horrible. This is probably why all of the other teams that we have seen so far doing this pull, they have all committed the Ashen Hollow for this. And the thing is, Ryzen actually just popped it as soon as they wiped. Look at Ryzen. He had not used it, but they were wiping, so Ryzen was probably thinking, you know what, I'm gonna pop the Ashen to recover, and then they had a wipe anyway. And now it's going to be a disaster for Perplex as they're trying to go much, much slower here, pulling those shades, but they're not even surviving dead as they just keep dying over and over. This is a disaster for them. And yeah, not committing that cooldown there, really just making the difference for Complexity. Complexity having that cooldown on JB being used, having a much easier time dealing with that Trash. And now they're on their way to that first boss already. They're going to be engaging that boss. They don't have the Ashen, but they have the Bloodlust, and they have all other cooldowns from the other damage dealers. So they should be able to make the damage check here as long as they get Ingra a little bit lower. You can see most of the damage being focused on Ingra. They need to get her to around 80% before they push the Droman to be able to make that push.
And Perplexed is somewhere in the range of like 3 to 4 minutes, even potentially behind here. They have to be able to retool, and like from here on out, this is not in their hands anymore. This is all eyes are on Complexity. All eyes are on that right side of your screen. Complexity could even have a medium mistake. They could have a decent amount of deaths. They maybe potentially be able to have like one full wipe and be able to recover. But right now, we're watching them. They're DPSing down Droman. They have Ingram Malik already at 86%. This is actually really important that they start their damage onto Ingram Malik, since they're running a composition that doesn't have a high amount of boss damage, that MM Hunter and that Windwalker Monk aren't necessarily known for like having great boss damage. They start the boss off by hitting Ingram Malik, then they push Droman into that 20%, and then now Ingram Malik is in that vulnerability window where it takes 100% bonus damage for 15 seconds. And Complexity here is probably going to be able to get this boss killed off in one phase. They may be able to even get it dead while still in that vulnerability window. The HP that you're looking for is about that, 15%. Do they do another Droman phase? Or are they going to be able to kill Ingram Malik off from 17%?
Nah, they're going to be able to kill it off. It is fortified, so they should be able to do that. But still, definitely taking quite a long time here for this boss for Complexity. We've seen other teams do this a lot quicker. Of course, the teams with the Moonkins, but then also teams that had that same physical comp, that the boss a bit quicker. But it doesn't matter at this point, of course, because they're so far ahead. The thing with Complexity, right? At this point, they just have to go... I mean, they can't go incredibly slow, right? Otherwise, Perplex might be able to catch up. But if there's any sort of like risky pulls that they're doing where they don't have like a 90% success chance, I would say they should not do it, right? Because at this point, this is an elimination game. If they win this miss, they're gonna be staying in a tournament while Perplex is gonna be eliminated. So Complexity probably should be going as slow as they possibly can while still keeping that lead, that pretty insane lead that they have. Not only is there a 55 seconds death penalty on Perplex side, but they're not even on that boss yet.
They still have these 2 bow breakers to be able to deal with before they can even activate the boss. Like, this is a dungeon that whenever you're practicing before the MDI, if you have a run like this, you immediately zone out. You're like, all right, that was kind of unlucky. We go again. But Perplexed on the main stage, you can't. You're not allowed to zone out. You're not allowed to start over. Unfortunately, their consistency on the first pull, they just had one of the casts go off from Incinerator Arcoleth, and now it's set them back somewhere in the magnitude of 5 minutes. And Complexity on the right side of your screen, dealing with Executioner Baruth pretty well. They deal with that double trash pack, utilizing that Hunter to be able to get all of that trash grouped up. I'm Fired Up Eagle, abandoning his namesake, playing Hunter. We'll remember this later, but Complexity looking pretty good here. I wonder what they're going to pull into this trash pack. Maybe Fired Up is going to grab something with that Hunter pet, but it looks like they're just they're continuing to just DPS this pack solo right now.
Yeah, so it really looks like they are going a little bit slower, which, to be honest, they can, right? Of course.
Yeah.
They have the liberty to go a bit slower. They can't go too slow to make sure that Perplex not going to be able to catch up, but they can just not do some of these crazy pulls that they maybe have planned to do. So really good on them. Yeah, I mean, it's a huge difference. We're going to see it in a second. Once Perplex finishes off the boss, then we will see the boss split, and we'll see just how much time they have lost. But yeah, it's going to be up to like 4 or 5 minutes at this point, maybe even more. So huge disadvantage here for Perplex. And it's such an unusual thing to happen to Perplex as well, right?
Yeah.
Perplex, usually they're known for their consistency, for just being so good, for having these amazing routes and struts, and seeing them not do so well in this global final is heartbreaking, especially since they also have practiced so much as well for this, right? Very, very unfortunate chain of events here for Perplexity, but Perplex, sorry.
Perplexity?
And Complexity, though. Yeah. The one thing, though, is that Perplexity, no matter what happens, is going to win, right? So that's a good thing.
This does check out. For complexity,
yeah.
they're running a triple volcanic plume, which is something that we see pretty commonly done in Mists of Tyr and Scythe. It allows you to be able to interrupt a lot of the frontals from these defenders. It allows you to avoid a bunch of these bucking rampages. And so that triple volcanic plume in here, it just makes your mobs and your pack grouped up so incredibly well. If you're looking for something that you can adapt your live key routes to, this is definitely something in Mists of Tyr and Scythe. If you have all 3 of your DPS select that volcanic plume trait from Executioner of Varuth, that's going to save you a decent amount of time in the maze, just because it allows your melee and potentially your Holy Paladin to be able to stand in and DPS more, because you're getting interrupts on all of these abilities. Look at this, as every mob is just getting bounced into the air.
Yeah, definitely a standard strategy from these MDI teams, and it's helping out so much as well, because it's also safer for the tank too, because whenever those mobs are getting knocked in the air, the tank is having like a breather, and you can even start kiting if you feel like. So a really, really nice safety, and also nice for damage as well. So now Complexity is finishing off that pool, and they're going to be moving on. It looks like they're already on their way to Mistcaller. Yeah, there's a full screen, 52% trash already done for Complexity. We have seen a lot of teams pull extra trash on top of this boss, so that's probably something we're going to be seeing in a second by Complexity. That can be one of those dangerous points, especially since JB does not have Ashen available. We've seen a lot of teams that pull trash into this. They actually got hit by the they're going to die! No. Okay, the cheat death is procced by Lip. Shakib did go down, of course, because there's no cheat death. And JB, thankfully, JB had bubble available there. He had to bubble out of that stun to not die there. Otherwise, both JB and Shakib would have died. That would have been horrible, because they only had 1 Battle Rust available. But yeah, thankfully they did manage to recover here, and they still have to pull this trash if they want to. They have to, right? They're 52% trash. They're gonna have to pull something on top of this boss.
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate situation. All three of their melee were just sitting there looking at one another like, wait, who hit the fox? It's just like they're pointing fingers at one another. It's fine. Honestly, we have the battle res available to lose. Perplexed is somewhere in the range of 4 minutes fully behind Complexity. That was the difference in the first boss split. And so Complexity definitely does have a lot of time to be able to play with here. JB, running away from this fox. Get away. Shoot. All right, it's fine. I wonder if they're going to pull the trash into it, or if it's one of those situations where they're like, oh, we are very far ahead. We could do 1 or 2 additional pulls at the end of the dungeon and play something that's a little bit safer, as opposed to having to kind of panic pull some trash at the end of the dungeon, or at the end of this boss, because it is very dangerous to be grabbing a lot of that trash on the boss, and we've seen teams commit large CDs to it. JB does have the Ashen Hollow available in 10 seconds, so that could be something that they're looking to do, though.
Yeah, they might have just been waiting for that cooldown to come back up before they're pulling some trash. We probably also not going to see a
there it is.
guessing game skip. Yeah, there we go. So Fired Up did go over there, use the turtle to get that extra trash in. The Ashen going to be committed by JB in just a second, plus those wings as well, and those volcanic plumes helping them out to interrupt those casts, especially the frontals. Frontals going off here can be incredibly dangerous, so having those plumes to help interrupt them is really crucial. You can see they did not manage to finish off the boss before the guessing game came out, so they're gonna have to deal with the guessing game one more time while this trash is still up. Oh, this spell didn't go through, so Fire Up is going down. They didn't purge the debuff on one of those mobs, so they were all rooted while this frontal is going out. They do have a battle rest available, but they're still in this guessing game. There's going to be so much AoE damage coming out in just a second if they don't finish this off, but they use a Touch of Death to be able to recover here, and it looks like they're not going to get fired up. They're just trying to finish off Mistcaller here, and also that trash that is still up. And I mean, they have to definitely get themselves, to play a bit cleaner at this point, because Perplexed, they're on their heels, even though there is still a huge death differential with the penalty, right? But Perplexed, we know that they're really good, so if they're doing some insane pulls, they could theoretically still catch up if Complexity makes some more mistakes.
I'm confused. Did they kill off those defenders, or did they despawn because Mistcaller died?
I think they despawned. Yes.
Did they miscount on those two mobs? Oh no. I mean, okay. So
I think they actually did, yes.
They're still in a position where they are fine, but that right there is something that can potentially be very, very costly in a different situation. Complexity still firmly in the lead here. They are grabbing the Staghorn, and you do see Fired Up off to the side, getting these Acid Gullets and this other pack grouped up. We've seen teams do this. Is a very standard pull, even on live keys. This is a very standard pull from a lot of teams. I think that they probably plan to do a triple under normal circumstances, but I think this is probably one of those situations where they know they're pretty far ahead. They're like, all right, let's just play a little bit more conservatively, and they're doing a double here with the
Shakib.
with the Reavers in. Ooh, Shakib ends up dying on the side of Complexity.
I mean,
which is...
how firmly are they in the lead at this point? If they're pulling slow and they're making mistakes, Fired Up going down too. At this point, they have I mean, it's 4 deaths versus 11 deaths, and Perplexed, they're the same trash percentage at this point. They're gonna get even more from this boss, and Complexity somehow has to make up this trash that they missed on the boss before. That means they're gonna have to do some pulls that are not very efficient. So at this point, this might actually be closer than we think even. Fired Up still not having there's no more battle rests available. They're gonna have to finish up this trash without Fired Up, and they're gonna have to do a normal rest afterwards. And yeah, they just keep losing time everywhere. This is not good for Complexity. They really have to keep up. And JB dropping so low from that bursting stack as well, having to use Bubble at the very end.
That is probably one of the worst case scenarios for them. All right, they are going to be able to res Fired Up and retool. They only have they only have 1 to 2 more pulls remaining in this dungeon. The spirits are high, clearly with Fired Up. Still just joking. I'm glad that their attitude is still super positive. Oh, okay, so they do a double pull here. Yes, they know that they're really firmly in the lead.
Yeah.
They're well aware, I think.
Yeah, they're definitely aware that they're pretty far in the lead. Definitely have to be a bit careful from here on out, though, as it's getting closer and closer. Yes. Complexity does need more trash still after this pull. So they have the Bloodlust available, and the Ashen as well from JB. So I would assume that they're just going to go and do the boss real quick right after this to make sure they can commit those cooldowns and then get the trash afterwards. We'll see how they handle that. We've seen some teams pull trash on top of the boss, but that is something that Complexity doesn't have to risk if they don't feel like it. Perplex still dealing with Mistcaller, of course, so they're still pretty far behind, on top of the extra time from the deaths that they have as well.
If you told me before the weekend started, oh yeah, so Complexity is gonna 2-0 Perplexed, I would be sitting there thinking that would have happened in the upper bracket and been like, huh, okay, so that's really interesting that Complexity was able to upset Echo. I would not have anticipated it was going to be in the lower bracket. But Complexity here, solidly in the lead. They have Tradova and then just a couple of trash pulls remaining from between them and being able to 2-0 Perplexed. Perplexed has just dealt with Mistcaller, but this feels almost like it's too little too late.
Yeah, definitely. It's just the thing with making mistakes in MDI is always like you can make a mistake and only lose 5 seconds or 10 seconds, and then you can make a mistake and lose 5 minutes, which is basically what happened to Perplex there, which is very unfortunate for them, right? So even though Complexity, I would even say that Complexity maybe even made more mistakes as a whole, but all of the mistakes they made cost them much, much less than those 5 minutes, right? But they also have those 4 deaths on the board. They did not get that trash from Mistcaller. And of course, it might have something to do with them playing safer. And sometimes playing safer is not actually safer because you have practiced those difficult pulls. And if you're not doing them, then all of your cooldowns are not aligned anymore. You have different kinds of things available on different points in the dungeon. So even though it looks safer to go a bit slower, maybe that's what caused Complexity to have those like small mistakes.
Sure.
So I don't even want to say that was a bad thing, but they just deviated from their route probably because they knew they were so far ahead, and that's probably something that caused issues for them. But yeah, at this point, Tradova is dropping lower and lower and lower for Complexity. they have to do this 10% trash after the boss is done, and then they're gonna be winning against Perplexed. So all eyes on Complexity, see if they can finish up this boss cleanly and get that extra trash done.
All right, and so now Tradova, 5% HP. They probably need, I think, 2 packs of trash. 10% in this area is actually a pretty considerable amount. They're probably going to be able to double up. They do have access to things like the True Shot. Shakib also does have some CDs, so they have some offensive cooldowns that are available here if they do want to double that pack up with the Acid Golems that are back in the corner. However, okay, so Fired Up is just tagging those Reavers in, grabbing some birds, and now all CDs are being dropped. All eyes on Complexity as they need 10% enemy forces left, and then they will be able to take this down 2-0. I think it's just going to be this one remaining trash pack that's going to be able to give them that 10%.
I think so as well. They did pull that Reaver pack on top as well, so should be able to get that 100%. And you can see just how fast that trash is dropping. Keep an eye on the percentage. 2 more Reavers left, and that should be it. 2% that they need. Yeah, there we go. All right, so it is going to be Complexity winning against Perplexed here.
Not
and
bad.
Perplexed, unfortunately, going to be eliminated from the global finals.
Absolutely insane. Perplexed getting eliminated in the bottom of the bracket. Complexity going to be moving on here as neither of the mist runs are really super clean, but like you said, Nagura, if you just make one mistake early on in this dungeon, it could just cost you the entire series as a result. And Complexity ready to capitalize upon it here, Dratnos, and they are going to be moving on.
Yeah, huge congratulations to Complexity, keeping their composure as well. You know, those little mistakes towards the end, they did a good job of preventing them from costing too much time and staying ahead, because they generated such a huge lead early on off the back of Perplexed's misfortune.
That's right. We're able to see the damage right there, and that means that Complexity is going to move on and face Incarnation. So while they had a tough opponent in Perplexed, it doesn't stop here. It doesn't get any easier moving on throughout this bracket, Tettles, as they have a very, very tough road.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't end after beating Perplexed, as even though some people may have had Perplexed versus Complexity as their finals. It was, in fact, not the finals for this weekend.
Was that yours, Tettles? Was that yours?
That was not mine.
Okay.
I do think that Complexity, if they have similar caliber runs to that Theater of Pain that we saw, they absolutely can look like a spectacular team. That Miss Satirna Scythe was not their best performance, but I think if they're able to just like keep strong mental and continue to be in high spirits, I suspect that they are a team that absolutely has the potential to be somebody who is competing against the absolute top teams in the world. And hey, they showed that. They sent Perplexed home 2-0, and I mean, Perplexed was a lot of people's favorites just over the course of the whole entire weekend, and it's an unfortunate upset for them to be able to be sent out in the 7th, 8th position.
It's very weird to be seeing them eliminated this early throughout the tournament. But, Dranus, let's talk over that Mists as well, because, I mean, Perplexed, just from the very beginning, just couldn't get everything together.
Yeah, everything that could go wrong does go wrong here, right? Wolf Disco goes down. This is a pull that we're saving Ashen Hallow on. So the audible is made then to commit the Ashen Hallow as this pull starts to get more hectic, the damage starts to ramp up, and we think we need to use it to keep the pull alive, right? So the Ashen Hallow comes down, but despite that, the damage is still just so heavy on the entire group here, right? You can see just how much pressure everybody's under. And even with that, you can see just the damage rotting everybody down. That Inferno cast does get interrupted, but it requires people to stand in those puddles. Those puddles do so much damage. People start dying, and they end up losing 5 minutes there or something. Here we see the Fox actually connecting on... I think that might be an MDI first as well. The Fox making its job finally completed after so many failed attempts in MDI. And then again, taking out Fired Up at the end there. Brutal killing spree of the Fox here on this fight. Cost Complexity probably about a minute on this fight, and then watch as Mistcaller dies here. These defenders just so low on health, but they are illusions created by the Mistcaller, as any lore expert like myself or Tettles would know, and so they disappear when Mistcaller's done playing the game, and that means you lose the count from them as well, which is an unfortunate thing that would cost Complexity if they hadn't gained 5 minutes as a result of the very first pull of the dungeon from Perplexed.
That's right. And of course, all the craziest things in the world that can happen did on that one. But it was also crazy to look at how Perplexed was sort of forced out of their own Ashen just from all the area denial that you would see out of the Bruisers. But then they're also a little bit too far from the Garden because they open up the Garden, grab their buffs, and keep on attacking. But then they don't want to drop their buffs and grab the tough shrooms, which would also full heal them as well. So it's just everything that kind of could go wrong did. And we do see, why we are having that Ashen and how teams are making sure that they respond and kite around them so that they can actually do the healing. Because as we saw, just you drop the Ashen, start getting pushed out of it a little bit, and then everything sort of collapses on their part. But with Incarnation and Complexity solidly in our quarterfinals in the lower bracket, that means we got to find out who is going to face up against Ambition as we have Team Name and Obey Alliance waiting to have their fate decided, Nagura.
Yeah, this is also going to be a really close one, I believe, because we've seen Obey Alliance yesterday get a 2-1 against Aster Y, so they barely didn't manage, but it was incredibly close, and they had some really good runs as well. Team Name, though, on the other hand, they had a pretty bad Sanguine Depths, but Incarnation had 2, right? So we've only seen Sanguine Depths played once, and both of those teams did not perform that well, so hopefully they did recover from that one. And I'm not sure if they will be playing Sanguine Depths, let's see.
They're not.
They're not. Okay, so that's a good thing.
That's right. We could have gone to a Sanguine Depths in this previous series, but unfortunately was not meant to be. We could start off with Plaguefall, though. We haven't seen a ton of that just yet, Settles.
We saw Obey Alliance play the Plaguefall already, and
we did.
Man, they were swift. They took that game off of Aster, which, I mean, we saw Aster there in the upper finals right now. I think Obey Alliance's Plaguefall is definitely one that these teams are going to have to be watching out for. And also in that series, they have to go to Spires of Ascension, which I swear Obey Alliance's home is in Spires of Ascension. I don't understand what they do, but every single season they have the best Spires of Ascension. It's always so stupid fast.
It really is, and we've seen a number of times that they have just dedicated so much practice to it and worked on their execution by such a large margin, but a lot of other teams are really good at Spires this season, so we'll have to see what they have in store for us. But first, we'll take a quick break, but when we return, Team Name and Obey Alliance face elimination in our lower bracket. back with more elimination games as 3 more teams are going to be sent home today. We've got Team Name and Obey Alliance next up for us. Hello, everyone. I'm Jack, joined by Zyronic, Tettles, and Dratnos. And for this series, Team Name, Obey Alliance, like we said, are going to be starting it off in Plaguefall, Zyro. Both of these teams have been not the highest in the spotlight, but they've had this very consistent history throughout MDI as strong competitors. And now we're in the most brutal, the most unforgiving round of 8 that we've ever had for a global finals, and they got to fight to survive.
I mean, they're scrapping for places right now, right? You win this match, you go from 7th, 8th to 5th, 6th, and you have to fight ambition, I believe, for this team.
Yeah.
And that's the tall order. Even if you win this match, that's your prize for winning this match. A little bump in prize pool, and then you fight ambition. So, I mean, the outlook is bleak for these guys. They've got to go all the way through the lower bracket in order to find their way to the finals. And the journey starts here. And it's a pretty difficult setup, too. I mean, Sanguine Plaguefall, any dungeon with Sanguine automatically adds a ridiculous amount of skill cap on top of the dungeon, especially in this speed scenario. DOS teams can have issues in with plenty of problems. There's plenty of pain points in that dungeon, and then of course we've seen how wrong Spires can go this season. So this map pool is it's going to be a test for the journey to come for these teams.
That's right. Sanguine Long has been one of those less visible affixes that if you're not having your tank on top of his game, even storming, if you're not having, for example, like a VDH tank who can kind of glide away if they get knocked up by storming, having all those enemies just pool up in the Sanguine, healing up, taking even longer to be able to kill off, it really starts throwing a wrench into some of these pulls. But as we mentioned before the break, we did see Obey Alliance with an extremely fast Plaguefall run, Dratnos.
Yeah, this is a dungeon that is extremely technically intensive, right? So being able to have a fast time, but then with these affixes, just being able to replicate that reliably is so tough because each of the affixes individually is nasty in here. Both together, you're trying to move in precise ways to drop the Sanguine, but you also have to U-turn around wherever the tornadoes are going to be. If your tank gets hit, like Zyro was talking about, if you're not a Vengeance Demon Hunter, right? You get hit from behind because you're up in the air with one of those tornadoes knocking you up there. It's over. That is how tanks die in this dungeon. So a very scary combination of affixes. I'm curious about the comps as well, whether we're going to see something like the Fire Mage, the Frost Mage. Those have been things teams have disagreed in this dungeon. Aster Y playing that Fire Mage in here looked really good yesterday. So I'm curious to see if other teams have adapted that as well, or whether that requires, expertise, a mage specialist to be able to pull off.
Let's get it going as game number 1 between Obey Alliance and Team Names taking place here in Plaguefall.
And we know Obey Alliance yesterday, they were running that Frost Mage with the Necrolord Covenant. Obey Alliance also they had a 3-game series yesterday, and they only had 1 death inside of that 3-game series. So Obey Alliance has definitely been playing at peak form. Team Name definitely has some room to be able to practice and grow, but I think that if they show up today and have some really clean runs, they can give Obey Alliance a run for their money. And right off the bat, both of these teams doing a great job of kiting these mobs out of that Sanguine. This healing can cost you a large amount of time if you're not super careful, and Team Name is keeping one of these, it's the Harvester that ended up getting healed. I thought it was going to be the Fungal Mancer that they were potentially going to leave alive, but the Harvester kind of bathing in the Sanguine a little bit for Team Name.
Not an ideal situation. Yeah, not the end of the world either. And in fact, it does still have that buff as well. So Spellsteal right at the end of its life is going to mean a couple more seconds for Anda there on that buff, but they're not going to try and roll the buff forward. Neither are Obey Alliance. So they're not going to attempt that kind of aggressive strategy we've seen Qingshin do from Aster, and we've seen Fired Up as well from Complexity, doing strategies involving really keeping that Fungal Mancer alive for a long time and spell stealing it over and over again for huge value on the mage. Incredibly difficult strat to work out. Unfortunately, we're good. That was some weird. Is there only 4 players here for Team Name? Where's the rogue? Wait, the rogue.
Where is he?
Why, the rogue's cooldowns have been activated. There's no deaths on the board. Was that the person we saw at the front of the... Their damage is looking... Okay, I think we're just having some graphical thing going on. That's got to be what's happening, because the rogue is on the damage meters. So
he's hitting something.
So this is... I think this is just the turbo stealth. You know, some rogues, when they become super duper good at rogues, they get such good stealth that they can hide even from our observers. That's what's happening here for team name. Mickle just on an entirely another level on the yellow class there.
I see. I think this is the first time I've seen this one. All right. Anyways, Obey Alliance has about a 15% advantage in terms of HP on Globgrog. They do have the Smorgasbord CC'd off to the side with that para. They really want to be beating the second set of ads. They're probably going to drop like the Ring of Peace and try to make sure that all of those mobs are as far away as possible. But here come these ads slowly walking towards them. If they do connect with Globgrog, it will heal the boss. However, Obey Alliance doing a great job of getting Globgrog dealt with right on time. On the left side of your screen, you see team name. There was a kidney shot on the Smorgasbord by the Invisible Rogue. Ultimate turbo stealth. Kidney shot. Never saw it coming.
My experience every time I arena against rogues, this is exactly what it feels like. I'm getting kidney shotted, I'm getting blinded, I just can never find them. Dead. Very sad experience. Globgrog having a very similar thing happening right now. As team name are going to be eventually killing the boss here. They are at the same count as Obey Alliance, but they've lost about 25 seconds on this boss one split. I do think the Sanguine healing on the Harvester was part of the problem. It prevented them being able to mount up and quickly get to the next spot in their after their first pull, so definitely could be part of what's going on.
Something that's not talked about very much in regards to mounting up is all of these teams are using the broom from the Halloween event, and that allows you to mount instantly. So there has been incremental time saves by all of these teams using that broom. Did somebody die for team name?
No, that's where the rogue is currently rendering. Or something.
Oh, okay. So the character is okay. So the rogue's character model is parked at the beginning of the dungeon. He's not there though. Okay, I see.
Yeah, just an observer thing, and not a big deal. The rogue is indeed here and contributing to the dungeon, as you can see on the meters. Meanwhile, Obey Alliance have ascended here to a 10% advantage on the trash count at this point. They've gone right, whereas team name has gone left. We've seen multiple teams doing this area differently, and that decision whether to go left or right is in fact one that teams are making differently. It looks like team name is actually going to go with the old both as well. They are going to be pulling basically all of the trash that lives in this area. I wonder what this is going to facilitate them skipping later.
Ooh, and we hadn't talked about this yet, but Dr. Anda XD also playing that Necrolord Frost Mage. So both of these teams... So the reason that I pointed out is because it's pretty standard to where you're seeing double Necrolord in this dungeon. Typically, it's going to be the Windwalker Monk and the Vengeance Demon Hunter. However, Obey Alliance yesterday bust out that Necrolord Frost Mage, and now team name also busting it out, so maybe a more popular pick than we initially thought it was going to be.
Yeah, so the theory here is Frost Mage really doesn't lose much based on picking a different Covenant. And it's one of the best at just kind of going around, blinking, alter timing, picking up those buffs. And so the way it works is when you fleshcraft and you walk over a corpse, you get to absorb some of its power. And the slime mobs, each of the different slimes in this dungeon has a different power you get to absorb for the next 2 minutes when you do that. Now, normally you only get to do that to each corpse once, but if you have two Necrolords, one can go and do it when the corpse is fresh, and then one can go and do it right as that's expiring before you leave that pull. And you can effectively get like 4 minutes of the haste buff from a red slime instead of just 2 minutes if you only had one Necrolord, assuming you do the logistics properly, which one of the benefits of the mage being the person doing that instead of, say, the tank is that it's usually very easy for them to go on a 50-yard adventure, 2 blinks in an alter time, and they've covered that 50 yards and back very quickly.
All right, so now Obey Alliance on the right side of your screen, grabbing the Spinebreaker, grabbing this Plaguebinder pack that's on the left side as well, and pulling it all into Dr. Ickis. They do a great job of getting this trash grouped up. They use the Sigil of Silence to be able to get everything grouped up. Sporty gets knocked up by the Spinebreaker, almost dies immediately as the pull is engaged. Incredibly scary, and now they need to make sure that Dr. Ickis does not heal to Sanguine. They're doing a great job of kiting out this pack. Ooh, Lagbug taunts the Spinebreaker off of Dr. Ickis right as Dr. Ickis is trying to teleport away, and Obey Alliance is looking spiffy right here.
Yeah, Zorthus there in that Necrolord form. That's actually potentially a liability here. That Frostbolt may accidentally cleave onto the congealed slime. Has to be careful. It ends up canceling a cast to avoid that happening. While you are in that Magus form, your Frostbolt actually cleaves onto up to 2 nearby additional targets, which not a huge gain. Mostly the spell power you're getting is the thing that actually gives Necrolord some DPS on the mage, but could have been a downside there if it ended up being uncooperative and hitting a mob you trying to CC.
I have seen 0 Necrolord mages. I didn't know that that was their ability. I thought he was using a toy to be transformed into that just for the theme.
No, it's actually quite good as well for Arcane as well. It makes an Arcane Blast cleave, and that is some big damage.
That's big damn, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't line up with Arcane Power, so it's a little bit awkward to do, but look out for that. Look out for me playing that in some mage keys once this patch comes out.
Ooh, and look at this. Obey Alliance here. Zorthus.
That bomb's gonna explode, maybe.
Oh, it's fine. Okay, so Ickis actually leapt on top of the damage reduction, so they were a little bit behind. However, they do Fleshcraft that buff. They have that haste buff for a little bit longer. Team name on the left side of your screen. They're going to be letting that first bomb go off. They're going to be using all of their immunities, maybe some major defensive cooldowns like Touch of Karma and stuff like that. And they're looking in a pretty good position here. 0 deaths on the board for both of these teams. However, team name just a little bit worse off with their Sanguine healing, and that's still what has them behind overall.
Yeah, Obey Alliance already on this island here. They do have... So team name gained more count earlier, right? We saw that... Oh, wait, they're taking a lot of damn. We saw team name doing more pulls, if I'm not mistaken, in the first bit of the dungeon, right? Or did it end up all kind of equalizing here?
They ended up being about all of the same pulls. I think that team name had some issues with Sanguine healing on their slimes in the second part of the area, so that in conjunction with the first pull going a little bit awry, also costing them somewhere in the range of like 30 seconds. Now they're somewhere around a minute full behind, where they need Obey Alliance to make a mistake. But here is one of the most dangerous pulls of them all for Obey Alliance. All of these ambushers, these defenders, and all of this trash on top of Domina Venomblade. This can go poorly. This boss also could be very easily healed by Sanguine if you're not careful.
Yeah, this is such a scary thing. You can see those Brood Ambushers just jumping around. The Sanguine puddles start to appear on all sides. The Ring of Peace has already been committed. They're very carefully maneuvering here. And I think they've broken out the mob they CC'd as well, so they might have an extra... Yeah, that sniper is indeed free. And they're going to be pulling over on top of it now. Got to make sure that... Oh, the Venom Stalker. Good interrupt there from Obey Alliance. That was close. Oh, Lagbug!
Good night!
Gets assassinated by the boss. Zorthus, though, blinks over. Casts that battle res as well. Gets it very quickly.
Okay, so explain to me this Necrolord form. Does he just stay in it perma? Like, what is
it's
the
pretty
thing
long
with
uptime.
This?
Yeah, it's a cooldown. It's like a 3-minute cooldown.
I see.
Yeah, you just press it and it turns you into that cool mage thing.
Good night. Good night. That was an unfortunate alter time.
Yeah, you see that?
Oh, they have 1 battle res. Lagbug is getting them up. All right, the favor has been repaid. All right, it was just all right, I'll res you if you res me. And so he had to commit it. There was no takesies backsies on it.
Yeah, that was indeed pretty scary. Whew. Okay. Yeah.
Huh. So I talked about this at the beginning. Obey Alliance only had 1 death across the whole entire weekend thus far, and now they've doubled that in 1 dungeon. With 2.
Yeah, Obey Alliance sort of known for being that team that has very consistent runs. Even if they're sometimes slower pathing than other teams have, their odds of having a clean run have seemed to be among the highest of the teams that we've seen this MDI season. This run, 2 deaths in Sanguine Storming Plaguefall, I think you might still accept that. Like, if somebody offered you that before the dungeon started, you might be like, yeah, okay, I'd rather not run the risk of it being much worse, but still not what Obey Alliance is known for. Hopefully they can keep things clean here, and luckily their pathing has just been good enough that they've still gained time over team name, and also going to be entering that Bonesmith cheat, well, not really cheat death, but 10 bonus seconds after dying there. Actually, interesting.
Cheat death is generous.
Yeah, one thing that can be done is you can actually cancel it early and just get rezzed sooner, and you're only doing 50% damage while you're in that thing, so might be something to consider if your corpse is near where people can res you, but team name in an exact mirror of what's happening to Obey Alliance. Their healer and their mage have both died on this boss fight. Obey Alliance already downstairs, starting the final bit of trash here.
So something that I really like that Obey Alliance does on that last boss is pulling that defender and that tentacle during the middle of the boss after they get all of their assassins dealt with. I feel like that's just like really good for time. However, this is probably the last pivotal moment of the dungeon. Ichor Bileflesh and making sure that you get these devout ads killed off and not teleporting Ichor Bileflesh into any sanguine puddles is the name of the game here. So Ichor Bileflesh teleports on the 33 and 66% count range or percent ranges, and he teleports to nearby devout ads. So you kill off the ones that are nearby at the same time while you're pushing Ichor Bileflesh, and you teleport him like Obey Alliance is doing, almost perfectly right on top of the other pack that has just recently been activated. And so now Obey Alliance doing that pull exactly again. This is really good if you're doing this on live keys during a Sanguine week. If you just pull this room similar to this, much to a Moonkin's dismay, this is going to work out a lot better than if you just pull the whole entire room at once.
Yeah, depending on which Moonkin you're playing with, they may just go and tag all of the pulls for you and just start starfalling. So whether or not it's an option does depend on that. As you can see, Obey Alliance finally getting started here. All the cooldowns being fired off on pull. Looks like it's going to be Wings, Deathborn, Zhuen, one Storm of the Fire charge. But it's not going to be Ashen Hallow. Ashen Hallow is going to be saved, crucially, here for Obey Alliance. Also, Shadowblade's not up just yet. That will also be used future. And Bloodlust, yeah. So good kind of apportionment of cooldowns here, making sure that they'll have stuff for each of the phases of this fight. You really don't want to overcommit to one phase and then have all your cooldowns still being active while she phases, so you're missing out on value there. And then you have a really long next phase, and the ads and the stacks of Infectious Rain start to overwhelm you.
So they had a 1440 run in this Plaguefall yesterday. They have had 2 deaths, which was 2 more than they had in their Plaguefall yesterday, but this is going to be a good proof of concept for just how fast they can potentially get it. It looks like it's going to be a little bit slower than the run that they had in their first round versus Aster.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise, right, when you have 2 deaths that you're going to have a slower run than a run with 0 deaths. Still, pretty remarkable consistency from Obey Alliance, right, to be able to get the run, all of the core elements of the run working out in such a tricky dungeon. Team Name also to be commended on that front. They are about to start this boss fight too. They're going to be about 2 minutes slower than that time that Obey Alliance and
that devout
Aster
ad
put up, but yeah, sketchy. Oh, healing. Sanguine healing for Team Name. Tragedy in the mini camera there. Obey Alliance, though, about to enter the last phase.
Yeah, I think Obey Alliance's Sanguine healing has been very close to 0, and Team Name has just had one mob that has been healed to full like 3 times, and that's honestly what's been costing them the most, because I feel like their routes between these 2 teams are very similar, and now Obey Alliance committing all of the CDs that they do have remaining. They have that Ashen Hollow and that Wings available, so that Wings has come back up, and now Margrave's Stradama is dropping increasingly lower. This is really scary, since they do have that this healing reduction is brutal for the side of Obey Alliance, but the commit, their immunities early saw Lagbug burning his bubble, and Margaret Stradama starting to drop pretty low.
Skylark taking so much damage here. Fiery Brand's about to expire. Not much left. It's going to be the Trinket, though, as well, to save him. 15:41 is the time for Obey Alliance as they take Game 1 against Team Name.
That's right, about a minute slower than we saw previously out of Obey Alliance, but is more than enough to be able to take that victory, game number 1, and again, capitalizing on the dungeon that they're already very familiar with, that they already had to practice very early on, and it pays off very well for them on this one, Zyro.
Yeah, and I think this outcome wasn't really too surprising, as more to be expected. Obey Alliance is a team that really thrives under the conditions of being consistent, and the real kryptonite is facing teams that are as consistent as them but just go faster. Teams like Echo, teams like we saw earlier today, Ambition would have been that kind of team that would have been able to take down Obey Alliance with the way they played earlier. I mean, Team Name just really hasn't shown us their full potential yet this tournament, and still wasn't able to show it in this dungeon. Their first round match against Incarnation was very sloppy. On the other hand, Obey Alliance really kind of had the opposite of the luck of the draw, right? They ended up fighting what is shaping up to be one of the best teams in the tournament and asked her why. And honestly, I feel like if they had fought against any other 1 seed, they could very easily still be in the upper bracket right now.
Interesting. I mean, they're gonna have to be ready for all comers, as well as, you know, any of the teams who are going to be winning this series are going up against Ambition, and it's just going to be a very, very big slog for either of these teams. So, setting our sights as well on next couple dungeons. I mean, Spires of Ascension, we've always kind of talked about Dratnos as that sort of bastion, that bulwark of Obey Alliance, which kind of makes it even harder as well for Team Name to be able to dig themselves out, because they got to go to the other side, win there, and then beat Spires, which is usually Obey Alliance's strength.
Yeah, it's definitely bad news for Team Name that this series is shaping up like this. It's also bad news for me. I have this game going to a Game 3 in my bracket, so unfortunate turn of events here for me. Hopefully Team Name can turn this one around and get us to that Game 3, please.
And that's what it's really all about. I mean, Dratnos, you might have to pull out your special routes for these guys on this one, just to make sure that your bracket's going to be okay.
Yeah, I've been firmly told not to interfere with the tournament, so I have to not do that this time. Yeah.
Wait, by who?
The council. Don't worry about it, Titles. Okay.
I see.
The next dungeon that we're going to be having coming up: Explosive, Raging, Fortified, I think as well for the other side. This one is just an absolute nightmare, but we've also been seeing a lot of different route variations as well, Titles, for a number of different teams. So what are you going to be looking for between Team Name and Obey Alliance?
I think for DOS, it's been interesting to see how many teams have gone to that right side, starting out in the other side, because throughout the whole entire season, we basically saw all of the teams go left. And now that the finals are here, everybody's going right. And I think it may just be due to the patrol timings. That's something that a lot of the teams have been talking about, is just like the patrol timings on that Enraged Spirit. Making sure that that mob is in a good spot is pivotal for whenever you're entering the Mana Storm area, because you're trying to grab those dinosaurs, those bone soldiers, and pull them all the way into the Arf. And if either of the Pats are not in a good spot, then all right, so maybe we have to go to the right side so we don't have to wait 20 seconds on our patrol.
If only there was a tool one of your classes had that could distract that spirit.
Both of them? 2 spirits?
Well, you can Shadow Meld skip one and then distract the other. You know?
And
If
the
only.
Warriors?
But, you know, without getting too much in the weed on these mythical abilities, Zyro, talk to us about what were some of the differences that we were seeing between Obey Alliance's old time and now they're new.
I mean, it was just team play. Obviously, this was a little bit less clean than the run yesterday by about a minute, and a lot of that can be attributed to the mistakes that they had in the third boss, but the way Obey Alliance won this series was not by just having blazing fast strats or doing something insane that we've never seen before. It was just from cleanliness. They played the dungeon and they played the affixes. We got some stats from our admins after the match. The amount of Sanguine healing Obey Alliance had in that match, below 700k. Team Name had 1.1 million, so almost double the amount of Sanguine healing, and that's just kind of what Obey Alliance does. They play together like a well-oiled machine. And I think if they can just ramp up their speed, they could compete for probably a top 3 spot in the tournament.
Really?
Yeah.
It's going to be tough as well to dig themselves out of that point, because of just, I mean, look at the bracket that they have ahead of them to be able to get to that. It's just going to be a lot of games. And I know it's something that you're, of course, no stranger to, Zyro, from your competitive days as well, digging yourself out of the lower.
Yeah, that was only 3 years ago, man.
That's so
long, man. Oh, so long.
I'm so old. No,
boomer.
Okay. Yeah, no. The lower bracket slog, especially when you go down in the first round, is rough. There are so many matches ahead of you that you have to prepare for, and honestly, like, the amount of different maps that you have to practice for is ridiculous. Right after this match, they have to practice for, if they do go on to win this match of Bay Alliance, they have to instantly go practice during the next match for the match after that. They only have like an hour and a half to practice for that match versus Ambition, whereas Ambition has been able to practice ever since they lost their upper bracket match already. So they have so much more time to practice, and that's just one of the many advantages that carrying yourself as far as possible through the upper bracket gives you, and one of the biggest disadvantages of being in the lower bracket early on.
Yeah, once you have that hyperbolic time chamber, it makes it a lot easier to prepare for your next opponent. We learned that. Pretty much the good guys always win on that one, Dratnos.
Yep, That's the case. One thing I want to point out as well from last dungeon.
That's what I was hoping for.
Was the sanguine healing. To just talk about that again a little bit. We have the numbers on the total sanguine healing from that last dungeon. Team name with over 1 million points healed from sanguine. Obey Alliance 700,000. So actually pretty close, a little bit more than half of team name sanguine healing there. So definitely an affix that adds a lot of that invisible time throughout the whole dungeon. Not something the teams will have to deal with here in DOS. In DOS, it's just that raging and explosive that they're going to be looking out for. So those affixes, I'm curious what the teams will choose to do about them. I wonder if anybody else is going to think about stuff like, say, that Moonkin we saw earlier, or if that's just going to be an incarnation special.
I feel like that's definitely just going to be an incarnation special. However, something that I do know that they're going to be doing because of that explosive is grabbing that bolstering power from Incinerator Arcolith. And I'm being DM'd that is the reason that everyone is going to the right side, is because Arcolith is on the right and giving that
bolstering power.
Yeah, you speed run that bolstering power, and then you're able to have 15% damage. It increase by 15% for the whole entire dungeon effectively. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, there's a very big difference depending on, your performance, because there's so many trash enemies, that you have to deal with in the Ardenweald wing, but having 1 week where you don't have Incinerator right there or leading up to it versus another that you do, it does make a lot of sense that they're going to be going after that extra power. Because, I can tell you on live servers, there's sometimes where, you get to the end of the dungeon and it's just really not going to do much of anything for you because you have 80% or 70% of your trash already done at that point. So good point on that one.
The explosive, though, right? The explosive means you're getting it even on bosses. Pretty good value, so.
And we've seen time and time again where Dealer Zyxa just being able to have constant mobs slowly dying, slowly trickling down, while they're able to funnel as much damage as they possibly can. It's great for chaining that buff, and it's great for just pumping out more single target damage when they need to there. So going to be some very big points for us to watch for as this game is getting started. Obey Alliance is up 1 as the other side between Team Name and Obey Alliance gets rolling.
All right, and now, we have Igloo playing that Resto Druid. So Resto Druid is actually really solid in this dungeon with these affixes. So it is a 20, but it is explosive raging. And so the Enraged Dispel, obviously, that's really good for the Resto Druid. However, something that's not normally talked about, the Holy Paladin is able to kill explosives pretty easily, but they're not the best at it, and it's going to be more of a team effort. However, the Resto Druid, really good at killing explosives. Please heal. 1 heal. no more explosive killing. Heal the team.
Oh, danger for Team Name as 3 of their players almost eliminated right off the bat here. Lepan under a lot of threat as well. He is going to be able to stabilize, though, the team. Meanwhile, Obey Alliance also getting finished with this very similar first pull. Incinerator going down. Whew, that was a scary moment here. Obey Alliance looks like they've probably gained about 10 seconds from doing this first pull a little bit faster. Probably from not having to panic with 3 of their team members almost dying all at once.
It's fine. They're all full health now. Nothing of value was lost. There's no deaths on the board. Now Obey Alliance here is into this Hakar hallway, and we've seen a bunch of teams do this hallway pull a little bit different just with how it's set up. And I think that the important thing to be looking at for both of these sides is how grouped up can these teams get these mobs on top of the urn, because that's been something that has been very interesting in Team Name. Bloodlust this pull? What?
Yeah, this is kind of crazy Bloodlust. What are the times we're used to seeing in this dungeon? Do you remember? Is it close to that 20-minute mark? Yeah, I know, but is there a chance if you lust earlier, you get a 3rd in the dungeon? I don't think so, right? They're getting this thing done before 20 minutes, right?
The dungeon is 17 minutes, I think.
Okay.
So in the 18-minute range by the fastest teams, it's 18-ish.
So this is only a 2 Bloodlust dungeon then. You're committing one of them to this really big pull. It means you won't have it for a card, but this is a scary pull. I do understand the want to do this. That is going to put Team Name in the lead for right now. Also, Lepan still with that last resort available. Skylark does not have that button to press, but somehow Team Name going to wait a little bit before pulling this boss, and because of that, Obey Alliance still going to get to this boss first. They're starting to hit the boss. They have that Bloodlust becoming available whenever they want it here. Question is just when. Do they save it a little bit to line up with Hallow? I guess Hallow's not happening on this fight, but to line up with, say, Shadow Blades? The answer is no. They are pressing it as soon as the High Priest arrives. Team Name have no High Priest to cleave down, though. That's going to increase their single target a little bit. They just get to focus purely on that. Just one extra target doesn't really provide a huge amount of funnel for specs like Subtlety Rogue. You're really hoping to see multiple targets before that becomes true.
So this is so interesting. So Team Name burns Bloodlust because they don't have the Ashen Hollow for that pull.
Right, there's no Ashen Hallow. Of course, Resto Druids, one of their key weaknesses is that they don't have Ashen Hallow. So that's something that they have to play around there using the Bloodlust instead.
But they do have access to Heart of the Wild, and Igloo's sitting in that cat form trying to do as much damage as possible.
Look at the dam. The dam Igloo's putting out here, that's Holy Paladin damage. I mean, it's
without Ashen
Holy
Hollow.
Paladin without Ashen Hallow damage, but you know what?
He burned Heart of the Wild, and there was no Ashen Hollow.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Okay, I will stop propaganda immediately. But notably, Team Name and Obey Alliance at the exact same point after killing Hakar. So maybe we are just spreading propaganda for Holy Paladins.
Well, I mean, you also have to think the Resto Druid is adding damage to whoever they're linked with, right? With that Kyrian Legendary and that Kyrian Empowered Bond. I mean, this is
13.6k.
Yeah, that's some damn right there. As we have a boss one split of within a second of each other for both of these teams. Other than that, the amount of resources that the two teams have used are very similar, except Team Name skipped the very first pull of this hallway. They didn't get those two little mobs and then the one bigger mob that's next to it right at the start of this place. That means they are about 2% behind, although they've actually just gained 1% somehow. Is Mikkel soloing that percent somehow?
Potentially, and then he vanishes off the ads. Curry ends up pulling Rogue. I mean, look at the left side of the screen. I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. I mean, he was clearly hitting something.
Yeah, he wasn't here with the rest of the group. Dude, some
maybe he's
technology to get that point back. I don't
know. Hold on. So I've seen this one before. I think he's back in Plaguefall.
Yeah, there's some good count in Plaguefall. Let's go get that. That's a good idea. Bring some Plague Borers with you when you come back. It'll be a real party.
All right, so now both Team Name and Obey Alliance waiting for the Dental Drill patrol. Team Name getting a good patrol on the Dental Drill, pulling that mob through Sagadon. They're waiting for the first Haywire cast to go off before engaging this Arfarf. We've seen teams do this pull in particular very different depending on the team. Some teams just pull it all the way in immediately. Some teams delay for the first Haywire to where they don't have to line of sight while this pack is engaged. It just kind of depends on what the team is, what they have been doing here. But now Team Name getting that Dental Drill killed off before the second Haywire cast. This is really good. Obey Alliance also on the right side of your screen doing something very similar. And hey, this is looking almost identical for both of these teams, even though one of them is notably running a Restoration Druid.
Yeah, that Resto Druid, I mean, the fact that they are keeping up in pacing through this dungeon, that's good news for Team Name. Bad news for Team Name, if you look under Lagbug's unit frame, that big red button is available once again, but Skylark goes down. It's not going to help here, and in fact, a Resto Druid could battle res right now, but nobody on the side of Obey Alliance can.
Dude. All right, we got to stop. All right, now Team Name firmly in the lead with this pack going
having another
so fully.
Death here. Yeah, they're getting back into this, but threat's going to be a pain. Okay, they've gotten it mostly taken care of now. This is such a huge time loss, though, for Obey Alliance. Team Name, like you said, starting with this oil skip. First pioneered by Aster Y.
I heard specifically that this team here had the triple snap on the sentient oils down perfectly. So some teams have been having issues where they're only going to get 2 of the sentient oils snapped immediately, and then the third one will snap eventually, and that can cause problems if you're not super prepared for it. But Team Name has mastered the technology of being able to get all 3 snapping consecutively at the same time. Hey, look at this. Right on time. Now, here are these oils, and now this is great news for your Frost Mage.
Obey Alliance, no! Not like
what
this.
happened?
A lubricator has been pulled somehow.
No. So they accidentally body pulled the clients, the spinners.
All right.
Those global combat you.
So they do have a rogue still on the field here. Okay, no, it looks like so maybe it's a rogue release, sneak through. Okay, the rogue just survived, so they're going to be able to cast a battle res here on their healer on Lagbug. This is still so sketchy here for Obey Alliance. That's going to cost them a lot of death differential. Still going to end up committing the battle res as well, so they don't have one of those available. And the mass res is going to come out here. Lagbug choosing to mass res before rather than after that oil gauntlet, just to keep testing the skills of his team. To make sure that they're on their toes. And yeah, they're going to keep on going here, but this has cost them a lot of time, Tettles.
That is a massive mistake. So the RFR, that was probably a blunder where that maybe costs you 20 seconds. Those 4 deaths, the res, and then the second res, that is probably like a 45-second to a minute of time loss for Obey Alliance, which they cannot afford to have. Team Name, 0 deaths on their board. They're looking incredibly good right here. They were able to make sure that those Sentient Oils got killed off. Millhouse and Maleficent Manastorm is going perfect for them. And they just need to make sure Dr. Anda drops pretty low. Alter Time, able to top him immediately. So no harm, no foul.
Yeah, Team Name are just about finished here with this boss. Their time compared to the runs we were seeing earlier out of in the Incarnation Aster thing, I think they're probably going to end up being like a couple minutes slower than that. But still, this run is looking nice and clean. Looks like they are going to be in a position to capitalize on the costly errors that Obey Alliance have committed in this section of the dungeon. Now, with 6 deaths on the board, in addition to the difference in positioning in the dungeon, that means 30 extra seconds are going to be assessed at the end of the dungeon. That is a brutal, brutal thing for Obey Alliance to overcome. Great news, though, for those of us who have this going to a Game 3 in our brackets.
Wait, that's me.
That's me too.
Excellent. Great news for us.
Just how we do
All
it.
right. If we talk about it much more, we may get added to the fake ones list on Twitter.
All right.
Team
Team Name. They are on their mounts here. These brooms actually save, I think, probably like 30 seconds to a minute through the dungeon compared to having to actually mount. Instant cast mounts.
There's no way it's a minute.
In this dungeon in particular, you'll see some teams, they'll like broom, then Door of Shadows, and instantly broom again. Like all these things work out so well when you have instant cast mount. It's really nice. Like, think about how far ahead the Druid gets than the rest of the group sometimes. As they actually have this Enraged Mask Bolt here, they're going to pop that and also look at the damage going on the whole group.
This is fine. Don't panic. Don't panic. We have a Soothe. We have 2 Soothes, actually.
All right, I am now soothed. Things are okay here.
Hey, Curry, 50k DPS. Before this pull, you saw Igloo. He swapped his Kyrian Link to Curry to allow him to get more. I think Necrolord gives you versatility,
I think
more
it does
versatility.
as well, which is this for Windwalker, yeah.
Easy. All right, so now Team Name really firmly in the lead. Obey Alliance, I mean, they can catch up, but it would require a Team Name mistake, I think, at this point. But they just need to make sure that they are having a clean run throughout the rest of the dungeon and allow themselves to be put in a position where if Team Name does make a mistake, that they would be able to capitalize on it. And hey, Igloo's moving that Kyrian bond again.
Yeah, moving that thing over makes a lot of sense. You want it on your mage most of the time, just on unsustained pulls. That bond provides, I think, 8% haste, just passively, while it's active. Yeah, it's haste for Night Fae, I believe, which is the best stat for mages, and also the Covenant that they're playing. And then when you empower it, that doubles to 16%. But you can switch it over to the Windwalker for when they have cooldowns. Oh no, the Windwalker going down here for Team Name. They need to make sure they can recover from this. They have the B-Res available from Igloo, but look at those explosives now starting to pile up here from having to cast that Rebirth. Great job making sure all those explosives get taken care of. Once again targeted by Varuth is Curry on that monk. Touch of Karma is going to be deployed here, and now the healing reduction has gone away as Varuth has fallen. They keep kiting all these enraged mobs. Lopan in danger here if he starts getting autoed. He's going to duck in for a second just to keep threat, just to keep autoing a little bit, and then run away once more. They've finished off this pull. Good job of keeping that disaster good job from keeping that from turning into a disaster when they had that death. Yeah, exactly. Not very costly at all how it turned out.
So this part of the dungeon is one of the reasons that you're running that Resto Druid. So we were talking about it a little bit earlier, and it's due to the fact that they have the suits, but the explosive killing from that Resto Druid is something that a Holy Paladin is not like the best at, and it becomes more of a team activity where your mage would have to throw lances into it, or you use other abilities to be able to deal with. However, whenever you are running that Resto Druid, that becomes a solo job just for the R Druid. He's going to be sitting there, look at that, he's waving his hand in the air over and over again, just killing off every single explosive that may spawn. And that allows the team a lot easier presence of mind to be able to just focus on DPSing optimally as opposed to having to throw filler globals into a bunch of explosives.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for it to be a healer job as well, because the healer is the one that has to heal you if they don't do it. If it's a DPS job, you kind of lack having any skin in the game, right? Like if you end up getting an explosive going off and it just hurts you and the healer has to heal you and they grumble a little bit, like who really cares about that? But if you're a healer, you actually do want to kill the explosives because it's less globals than having to heal.
So look at this. Igloo is doing 9k DPS on this pack, so a lot of his damage is passively going to be sun. Yeah, a lot of his damage is just going to passively be Sunfire. But so whenever you're going to look at this pull that Obey Alliance is doing right here, Lagbug is probably going to be somewhere in like the 15 to 20k DPS range, especially if he commits his Ashen Hollow. However, his group is going to be having to throw a lot of filler globals into those explosives, which is going to be costly in just like a different manner.
Yeah, exactly. The opportunity cost of swapping to the explosives just so low for the Resto Druid. That can be done at range. It can be done off cooldown. If you're a paladin, you can throw a judgment at them, but that is a damaging button, and it's not something Polas are able to do. So Obey Alliance have a little bit of a harder time with the affix intrinsically. Not to mention the soothes that the Druid is bringing for team name. Also, that's what enabled them to pull that mask earlier. Can't really do that if you have a paladin in your group.
Exactly. And so they were able to get the Masked Soothed and the Death Speaker Soothed, which reduced the amount of group wide damage, and at the same time, it reduced the amount of damage that
I guess the rogues from both teams can dispel as well, so you can do it, but it's
but they wanted both.
Yeah, exactly.
They wanted two Soothes. And so now this pull right here for Team Name, this is a pull that you want the trash to be left alive as long as possible. Hurry! Leaping up into the air, 3 inches off the ground with that bomb, not blowing up his team.
That works. Why have I ever taken any of these portals?
Because you are but a fool, Dratnos. And now,
my goodness, I knew the tornadoes worked from the start. I didn't know you could just press your space bar.
Yep, just space
Skylark
bar.
dead for Obey Alliance. Oh no, Obey Alliance having another disaster here as they have a pull that they're trying to keep it going. I think they might be able to recover this, but still these deaths are going to slow them down so much. Team Name firmly in the driver's seat here. So much death advantage. As long as they can, Igloo, taking one of those portals instead of just hitting his spacebar. Fool. What a fool.
Did not believe.
There. Yeah.
Not a believer. So now Curry wiping groups all across the world by showing off this technology on the MDI.
I will be doing that for all. If it has a 10% success rate, I'm still doing it. That looks fun.
save the ability to be able to do damage. All right. And hey, look at this. Now Team Name, Igloo is linked up to Mickle on that rogue. And so it's funny how often Team Name is moving that Resto Druid Kyrian link. Well, and it's just optimizing it for whatever type of damage they're going for next.
Yeah, it kind of owns as well, because on the rogues, Venthia rogues, it gives you crit. Hey, we like that. So it's good stats with each target. Luckily, the
is there ever a bad stat?
Well, there are some bad stats. There are stats you'd rather not see, like haste on a Windwalker, for instance. Not something you're often that jazzed about. So stuff like that.
You have to be a Night Fae Windwalker, which you're not jazzed about either.
Right, exactly. But it lines up nicely that the correct covenants also line up with the correct stats. Right? It's just
sure.
Beautiful, elegant.
Obey Alliance is definitely in a really bad spot here. They would need Team Name to wipe on Waizala twice.
Right, yeah.
Twice.
We're not even talking about like a platform being missed here. We're talking about a full-on wipe is really what Obey Alliance need to happen here for Team Name. Team Name have opened up such a huge lead at this point. It's going to be so difficult for Obey Alliance to claw this back, especially when you factor in 45 additional seconds of death differential are involved in this one.
I think Obey Alliance's route was really good. They ended up pulling the dragon. There was some good stuff that they were doing just towards the middle of the dungeon, but it's just like this cannot happen. What's happening again? They're just having another wipe. And Team Name, hey, they're running a pretty good route. I think the best time that we've seen in this dungeon across the whole entire weekend is like a 17:58, and Team Name is probably going to be maybe like 30 seconds slower than that, but not bad. They did have one death, and so there is some time that they can make back up with that, but they've looked really good in the second match.
Yeah, so worth noting, Aster Y's time in this dungeon was 17:53. So Team
53.
Name, yeah, Team Name going to be quite a bit slower than that, but still really impressive to be in the same ballpark even here. Getting within a minute of that time. I mean, this dungeon looks like possibly Aster Y's best dungeon from what I've seen. So, very good position for Team Name to be in. Obey Alliance, though, that's the question is, if their route hadn't involved these 15 deaths, what would it have looked like in terms of time? Could it have been competitive, perhaps? Because Obey Alliance aren't out of it just yet. If Team Name can make this happen, if they can kill all their images, they can avoid wiping Moizala here, they are going to even up the series. But that just means we're going to a game 3, so Obey Alliance not out of it yet.
Team Name may miss this. Okay, so they are able to get this Visage killed off right in the nick of time. Resto Druid is notably a decent bit worse at being able to kill those ads off than a Holy Paladin. So whenever you're running like a Vengeance Demon Hunter and a Holy Paladin in here, you have the Vengeance Demon Hunter already setting up this pull like it was 20 seconds ago, 30 seconds ago. However, with that Resto Druid, a lot more CDs have to be committed. You have to be like super careful about how much damage you're going to be able to pump into that. But Team Name looking perfect. Now they just need to be able to get a couple more trash mobs killed off. All the while, all eyes are on Moizala's HP. Moizala's dipping so low, so fast. And Team Name's just going to have Moizala down with just the trash remaining.
Oh, Le Pen goes down here for Team Name. Igloo gets the battle res out. And wow, Curry kites double roll into Fleshcraft while he has threat. Somehow it's going to be able to stay alive despite having threat on almost everything. And it looks like they're maybe going to be able to recover this. Moizala has been defeated, you can see, so they just need to finish off this trash. Wow, good recovery there, even after the tank death. 19 minutes and 31 seconds is going to be Team Name's time as they do take the series to a game 3.
That's right, Team Name making sure they are not falling for any sort of catastrophic mistakes. That death at the very end, I mean, you guys were alluding to it right before they pulled the boss. They're like, oh yeah, as long as they don't fully wipe, and then it almost has a catastrophic ending. But very good there by Team Name to make sure that does not happen, and they're going to be able to put it into a game 3 Inspire, Zyro.
Yeah, and I mean, when I love how this happens the second we start talking about how Obey Alliance is this well-oiled machine that plays consistently.
Yeah.
They go on to show us probably one of the worst dungeons they've had in recent memory. And, I mean, there's really not much more to break down other than that. The question of whether or not Obey Alliance run, if it were clean, would have been able to compete with Team Names, I think is pretty open-ended. I would argue yes, because honestly, Team Names run really wasn't that fast. 1930 with the only couple of deaths they had coming near the end isn't really that competitive with the faster times we saw earlier this tournament. Ambition, 17:49-ish, sub 18 minutes. I mean, that's almost 2 minutes faster than what we saw from Team Name.
That's right. They're going to have to really step it up if they want to be able to move on through the lower bracket, because DOS is going to be in the next series as well for the winner of this one. So they have to make sure that that is going to be improved for whichever team is going to be moving on. And let's start talking about that as well, Zyra. I mean, this is not the best DOSs that we've seen.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tough to go into deep analysis for this match when the biggest mistake that you made was just getting broken out of stealth. That was it.
Yeah.
He tried to keep it away from his group, but they got global combated, and once you get global combat there's really no recovering from this. If your healer doesn't have Shadow Meld, which Holy Paladins can't, your options for living through this pull run out quickly, and the best thing that they could have done was wipe as quickly as possible, wait for their healer to invis pot back, and at that point the damage was done. The Team Name was going to run away with it. Obey Alliance went on to have even more wrecks afterwards, but this is the one that really mattered. This is the one that started the cascading effect.
Yeah, and we see time and time again, there's a number of these pulls in a variety of different dungeons that you kind of just have to go all in on. You cannot have any sort of these mistakes at all. We saw it in Mists with just the first pull, and then you're having to deal with some of the skips to be able to get around those points. It's just, very, very straightforward as to how, hey, if you don't actually hit the skip properly, your run is just over. This is just one of those areas on live keys where you just say, all right, we're dropping the key down a level and we're going to move on. But Spires of Ascension is going to be a very, very challenging third dungeon for Team Name to take on Obey Alliance, because this has really been their homeland for as long as we've really known this team, Dratnos.
Yeah, Spires is such a Obey Alliance favored dungeon with the way that they've been in here, you know, not just this season as well, but last season. This is just a dungeon that consistently we've been having tournaments where Obey Alliance, you know, in 7 of the 8 dungeons, they are consistent, but a little bit slower than the top teams. And then somehow in Spires of Ascension, they are consistent and faster than everybody else as well. So if that holds true this time, then that could be the end of this series for Team Name and the end of the tournament for them. On the other hand, Obey Alliance are just off the back of an uncharacteristically sloppy DOS. If that happens again here in Spires, that's all it'll take for them to be going home instead.
That's right. Loser here will be eliminated. And once again, you know, it's so tough to look at these teams. Even the teams that didn't even qualify as well, Tettles, for this global finals. It's ridiculous how tight the competition has gone between all of these different teams that you could expect a run from many of these people at this point.
Oh, dude, it feels like 1 to 2 deaths from these teams is enough to allow another team to be able to take an advantage. The competition, I feel like, for this finals is the closest competition that we've seen basically ever, where it feels like any team can absolutely go on a run like you were talking about. We have our 8th seed in Ambition. They look so good. The whole entire spread. Obey Alliance and Team Name, both of those runs that we've seen in the Plague Fall and the other side, there have been a couple of mistakes here and there, but man, these teams are fast whenever they are going on their best run.
Yeah, and we'll be looking at which of these teams is going to be moving on, as right now it's not going to get any easier. You got 2 of the Golden Guardians teams who are sitting pretty, waiting for their next set of matchups. Incarnation already knows they're going up against Complexity, but Ambition's going to be taking on the winner for this series. And, you know, Team Name has so many MDI veterans, so much history with the competition for MDI, but on the other hand, so does Obey Alliance on this one, Zyro. We have so many teams who are so used to this competition, who could be used to the grueling hours of practice and time commitment that is required to perform at a high level, that it's just such a culmination of all this different talent from all over the world.
Yeah, and historically, unsurprisingly, Obey Alliance is the team that has had better results in head-to-head matchups with the players on Team Name. So I'm going to have to favor Obey Alliance in this last game 3. And honestly, I think I also want them to win because we get this spicy rematch matchup where Obey Alliance, if they win this match, they go up against Ambition. And if you remember, in Group B, over a month ago, Obey Alliance was the team that knocked out Ambition of those top 2 slots and forced Ambition to play through the last stand tournament. So the Ambition Revenge Tour is not over yet if Obey Alliance gets through this match.
Ambition has infinite teams that they're ready to take a revenge upon for having to go through the last stand tournament, for having to slog through so much extra time and competition. They're infinite reasons to be able to come back, but it's crazy that both the Golden Guardians teams are not only facing elimination, but they did take wins off some very big teams, right? There's kind of that 2 sides to it that are kind of coming around here, Tettles.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a testament to like how close all of the competition is, where it's just like 8th, 7th, it doesn't matter what your seed is. Any team can take a map off of any other team, and it's just going to come down to how you play in that given moment and just being super in the moment and playing the absolute best you can. And I think that's what we need to see from both Team Name and Obey Alliance as well, is just how are they going to be able to recover? Like, for Obey Alliance, how are they going to be able to recover from that DOS? Is Team Name going to be able to keep the momentum?
That's right. Here's the decider matchup between Team Name and Obey Alliance. Is kicking off in Spires of Ascension. Loser gets eliminated for 7th and 8th place. Let's get into it.
All right, we have both teams getting started with a big pull at all the trash that's allowed, except for one mob, actually, the team name CC'd up at the top, the Mender, and similarly a Vanguard for Obey Alliance, 2 of the Inspiring mobs just being brought in a little bit later so that they can keep getting some of these early kicks. As you can see, health is dropping for team name. It's going to be a Lay on Hands and an Ice Block for Anda to keep him alive on that mage. Obey Alliance, not interested in that mage at all. They, in fact, have a Hunter instead.
Interesting. So the difference in composition, I think, is probably it's not necessarily about that mage versus the hunter, but it's the double Kyrian.
Yeah.
And so Obey Alliance is electing to run 2 Kyrians because they want to spear at different times. And we've seen so many different spear timings across the whole entire weekend. It feels like no team has the exact same spot for where they want to use just those Kyrian weapons. And some teams aren't even spearing the triple angel pull, which is something that we've never seen.
I think only Echo has shown that so far. I doubt that is Obey Alliance's plan, since when you're using 2 Kyrians, at least if you're using them for using the 2 spears at different spots, that means you have 2 spears after, like, in that third boss area or later. And that probably one of those is going to be the Triple Angel then. Otherwise, I can't think of 2 good spears. Now, maybe they're just playing this comp because they actually they think this is the comp, right? And it's not about the double Kyrian, but if it is, well, then it involves, like a spear of trash on a Kyrian plus a spear on the Triple Angels.
It's so 40 can do his best Tin Man cosplay for Halloween, of course.
Yeah, great transmog there on 40.
He's always had the most absurd transmog. Oh, okay, so now he busts out the pet. He's going to be using this pet for the Bloodlust. Since they're not running that mage, he's going to be the primary source of that Bloodlust. And then he's going to dismiss his pet because you don't... Look at this. He doesn't really want it, but he presses it right before the pet goes away.
Do you know how much extra damage that pet adds to this pull?
0.
A Gorillion.
Huh.
Team name keeping this pull going. They have actually got this boss quite a bit lower. It is a little bit awkward as well. Doesn't it take a little while to ramp back up to full damage if you're a hunter and you have to summon a pet too? You lose lone wolf stacks.
It does, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The Gorillion comment. Yes. There's a
gorilla.
Gorillion amount of damage that is lost.
Oh, current down for team name. Unfortunate turn of events there for them. They don't have a good way to battle res either. They're going to have to send somebody on an adventure to Curry's corpse. I don't know. Okay, they've managed to make that happen.
All right, he's back. Ooh, okay, so he luckily enough doesn't get the spear thrown on him. That could have cost them another death. They do still have this Mender alive. They're intentionally keeping this Mender up to utilize that rogue, mage, Windwalker, AoE to single target. It's insane.
It's not just that as well.
Classes.
The Mender is the one that casts Imbue Weapon that you can see there for team names. So they dispel that off, and you can see Mikkel runs over that and grabs it.
They're all running at it.
Yeah, of course, everybody tries to get it, and then you flame everybody else. If you manage to get it, you're like, aha, got the weapon. And that actually empowers your next 5 auto attacks by quite a lot. So pretty sizable single target increase if you're able to do that.
Yeah, Obey Alliance on the right side of your screen also has that Mender left available. And hey, it's looking like a team name, even though they had that 1 death, is still just a little bit in the lead here. All right, and now team name is running towards this boss. And on the other side of Obey Alliance, both of their bosses dropping below 20% HP, and all of the trash has been dealt with from the side of team name. They are not going to be getting any more of those imbued weapons. Obey Alliance still has that Mender that they're going to have to deal with in just a few moments.
That's going to be a vital thing to take care of eventually, unless... I mean, how long can you keep the Mender with you and gain its powers? The nice thing about it on this boss fight, right, is that even though it's inspiring, the boss doesn't have any casts, right? It's not CCable anyways. You're not missing out on anything by having an inspiring mob there. You couldn't really take it into this next pool because there are some things you'd like to be able to CC. You'd like to be able to interact with. 40 here deploying that Hunter utility. Ooh. The Flare is going to allow them to see those Stealth Claws and pull these mobs. Now hiding in a corner here to help line of sight everything around. Drops a trap as well. Which trap is that one?
That's one of them.
Okay, yeah, we'll see as they reach here. Is that Tar Trap? Yeah, it is a little bit of an AoE slow coming down as well. The full Hunter kit on display here for Obey Alliance.
Oh man, I really like how Obey Alliance is getting this pack grouped up. So we've seen
me
a lot
too.
of teams having issues getting this pack grouped up just perfectly pixel stacked, but Obey Alliance here, they do still have access to Binding Shot too if they want to kite those mobs outside of that tower trap. And right on time, that Binding Shot has been deployed. All the mobs are rooted up, not able to get out of this. And oh, the skirmisher's starting to cast Hurl. Now one of them is down the stairs. Get back here.
Yeah, those skirmishers love to just leap away. Makes them very tough to catch up with. But luckily, not too much of a problem here in team name. Pulling ahead here, even with that one death on the board. You know, they have the advantage here by several seconds. Still about the same time split as the boss difference. So, yeah, maybe 10 seconds when you include those deaths. Let's see how this pull works out, though. This is another scary one. All three of the packs that inhabit this island have been grouped together as a quake. Unfortunate timing there causes people to have to run away. That means that one of those mobs is actually dashing away, the Dark Praetors. Now I'm not sure they're all in the AoE. Kind of unfortunate here for team name. Obey Alliance have a little bit of an easier time here as the Praetors grouping up nicely for them.
Yeah, they're doing a really great job of getting those Praetors grouped up, and now they've dropped all of the AoE. Like, so MM Hunter is really good at doing burst AoE as opposed to like the sustain of like the Frost Mage. Frost Mage has like high AoE sustained DPS, where that MM Hunter just blows up those Praetors almost instantly. Actually, the Praetors are still just sitting at 10% HP. Hopefully those Praetors are going to get killed off in just a moment. And hey, maybe that Frost Mage is a little bit better. Maybe you want that sustained AoE that is high as opposed to that burst damage, leaving those Praetors at 10% health.
Yeah, team name right here really expanding the lead actually somehow as well with Obey Alliance. Looks like Obey Alliance actually DPSing through the shields of these Goliaths. That's an unfortunate mob to be left alive because the shield just goes away on its own. Team name now getting started with this big pull. This is going to be a Kyrian Spear deployed by them. Really makes this pull a lot easier and safer. Otherwise, it can be quite dangerous, although an Inquisitor always coming in late in this pull. Unless you have a Shadow Priest to like mind control it and run it in early, basically no avoiding that. Still, very quick work made of this by team name. Ether Divers weren't even involved in that pull, so those are going to be getting pulled late here. Lopan taking a lot of damage. Last Resort invariably needs to be used there when meta isn't available. Nickel also cheating death. Obey Alliance also sending a spear here, so the double Kyrian is not about the spears. It is just about the Hunter being a great choice for this dungeon in Obey Alliance's opinion.
And it's because of the inspiring and like how deadly it can potentially be on that pack is why you're sending that spear. So yeah, you do have access to be able to use it later. Those Ether Divers with those inspired mobs, that basically just evened up the whole entire game for both of these teams. Now Obey Alliance and team name are virtually the exact same spot. You do see Skylark pulling that patrol off to the side. He's going to meld it off before the teams end up leaping off this ledge and being dragged back up by those angels. And now both of these teams, it's just a battle. In the whole entire time, it's been team name in the driver's seat.
For Obey Alliance, though. The way that it worked so much better is the Ether Divers were just there earlier. Unfortunate patrol or planning, however that worked out for team name. What is going on here for Obey Alliance?
Stuck in the air?
Okay, he's here. We're good.
Welcome.
All right, mission accomplished. Are we all?
What?
We all here? Is this maybe maybe this is a DC?
Is he DC'd?
Yeah, that could be what a DC looks like if you DC in the middle of that. All right, we'll see how that turns out. Meanwhile, team name has started their pull of Ventanax there. 72%. Hopefully we'll hear something about what is going on the side of Obey Alliance. Not the way the flare being deployed to indicate where the issue is.
Right here. It's right here, officer.
And to take a lot of damage here. Ooh, it's going to be his pod tender for team name. Yeah, that is that's a big resource to have committed there. You can see the blink. Tried to blink away from one of those orbs right before it hit him, and you can see the pod actually was where he blinked from and got connected with, although the blink did end up going through afterwards.
And here come Obey Alliance. Their Windwalker is back online, and now they are engaging Ventanax 50% behind. They were neck and neck.
They were ahead by maybe 2 seconds before that disconnect happened. If a disconnect is what happened there, which I assume is what it was, that's what it looked like. And they're now going to be into this boss here. All the cooldowns being used. They're going to hit the gas. I still think they have a good shot at this thing, even despite that, as the rest of this dungeon is pretty favorable territory for Obey Alliance. Zorthus ends up getting hit there. They move Ventanax far away. Yeah, Obey Alliance really good at the last little bit of Spires, though. I mean, the whole dungeon, really, as we talked about earlier, this is a dungeon that they are so at home in.
All right. Yeah, and it's one of those things that the back half of this dungeon is the hardest part of this dungeon. There are so many Hellions and pulls that potentially can go wrong, and so there is position for Obey Alliance to be able to come back if Team Name makes even one mistake. This is not something that is even that catastrophic, and Obey Alliance is starting to claw back some HP on Ventanax. It was something where they were 50% behind whenever they initially pulled the boss, but now they're starting to catch back up.
But look at this. Igloo on the side of Team Name. Ashen Hallow is off cooldown. What is that going to be used for? Perhaps we are going to see something spicy here out of Team Name. I have this inkling that something crazy is about to happen, because if you look at the cooldowns, they are all about to be up. And usually whenever every cooldown is about to be up, including an Ashen Hallow, that means we're about to see some fireworks. So maybe Team Name have something up their sleeve that is going to be a way that they can just further open this gap up here.
So we've seen teams pull the Hellion plus Varuth with Ashen Hollow, but this has always been a super dicey pull, and one that teams then elect to spear as a result because of how dangerous it was. If Team Name is potentially able to either pull off the triple Angel or this Executioner plus Hellion pull with just Ashen Hollow and not committing the spear on one of them, that would be absolutely massive.
Yeah, Obey Alliance do end up getting the kill here, so you can see on the timer, 50 seconds of advantage now in favor of Team Name. -5. Oh, but here comes this big pull. They're going to spear it. Okay, so this is the Ashen Hallow. This is where they want all their cooldowns. It's on Varuth plus the Hellions. This is scary, scary pull here. Get to use all their cooldowns, though. This is something that Ambition likes to do as well. Oh, the charge nearly goes into the whole group there, though. Right at the last second, they're able to avoid that great micromanagement of their positioning, and they've taken care of the worst of the danger. Varuth is dead. The two Hellions soon to follow, the Ashen Hallow expiring just at the end of that pull, exactly as Team Name drew it up. They are now at 79% count. Obey Alliance still sitting at 71. Let's see what Obey Alliance decide to do in this area.
But the question now for Team Name is, like, what are they going to do about the Angels? Are they going to do 2 then 1?
I think they're going to do 3 with no spear like Echo does. I don't think you make it to Global Finals without a plan to do 3 Angels at the same time, but we'll see. Yeah, maybe they have some dark technology to do it in a different way. I don't know.
They do 4 Angels.
Yeah, find another one.
All right, and now Team Name has engaged a Rifrion. On the right side of your screen, you do see Obey Alliance here. They are doing a very similar pull to what we saw from Team Name. Did you catch if they used their spear on that?
That would be a good thing to have looked for. I didn't see it, though. Let's see if we can see a spear on anybody's back.
I can't see.
I don't know. You have to use a spear on this pull as well. Oh, Zorthus down as well.
Died.
Okay, the B-Res instantly, though, from Skylar. Great reaction. That's how you can tell that you're playing with somebody really great, is that you die, and, like, as you're opening your mic, there's B-Res is already on your screen.
Yeah. All right, so now a Rifrion down to 84% HP for Team Name. Once the mana bar does deplete all the way, a Rifrion will enter the recharge state where they take 50% increased damage, but Team Name does not care about the 50% increased damage. They care about the boss not doing many mechanics that you're super worried about, and they grab trash with these Justicars and these Wardens right on top of a Rifrion.
Yeah, this is a scary, scary time here for Team Name. They need to deploy as much damage as they can. It's extra efficient because the boss is taking extra damage, but also they need to kill these mobs before the boss really starts doing mechanics again, or else they could easily get overwhelmed. Things looking good so far, though. Spinning Crane Kicks coming out. Juen still active. 2 mobs left as they start interrupting now that the boss is active again. Need to be really careful as well to not fire off any inadvertent stomps on the group. Looks like they've done it.
Yeah, so Stomp can potentially be completely avoided if you're... Ooh, interesting. Okay, so Stomp can potentially be completely avoided if your tank is standing outside of the boss's hitbox the whole entire time. However, Team Name there, Curry walks in, gets intentionally stomped on, and then he diffuses the debuff back onto the boss.
Does Stomp debuff actually, does that have a dot component as well?
I've heard rumors that you can diffuse that back onto the boss.
That is apparently huge damage according to Automatic Jack, so hugely powerful little maneuver there from Team Name. Oh, and Zorthus down again for Obey Alliance. Now at 2 deaths on the board just as they start the burn as well. Luckily the battle res comes out, but that may have scuffed his setup here. We'll see if that means these mobs live for way longer. I worry that they might.
Yep. All right. So now Team Name is dropping a Rifrion incredibly low. They are looking pretty good on count. I think you only need 87 to 88. I think it's like 87.5% count.
Yeah, they're
before
good.
before you go upstairs, and all eyes are going to be on them for whether or not they're going to be able to pull off the Triple Angel. We're at a point where Obey Alliance definitely can come back if they're able to do that.
I mean, that's the thing, right, is like there's still 30% difference on a boss health. 30% difference of a boss health on a 22 Tyrannical, that's actually, I mean, there's still enough time in this dungeon to make that up, I think. It's going to be really close, though. Obey Alliance need to not let off the gas at all. Really, they're hoping that this pull is not clean from Team Name, or that Team Name have lost their nerve and are doing this in 2 pulls rather than fighting all 3 Angels at once. If that's happening, then Obey Alliance actually are probably in the lead right now.
Deep breaths from Anda, trying to gain his composure as he knows what must be done. Triple Angel, no spear. Ashen Hollow is available, and so is Bloodlust, but no spear.
Yeah, Ashen Hallow is very powerful. It's not quite a Kyrian Spear, but it does heal as well, so honestly kind of better. We'll see how it works out here for Team Name. They start pulling everything. It is going to be all 3 Angels. There goes the Time Warp. Ashen Hallow deployed as well, followed by the Wings. No spear for these mobs. They really need to make sure nobody gets picked off by any of the damage. That's going to be crucial here. Nickel starting to take some damage, survives. Doesn't even need to pop Cloak as well. Really nice to be able to save your Cloak for the end so that you can safely damage and execute everything at the same time. Very important that happens. If any of these mobs are alive 2 seconds after the first one dies, they will full heal. Oh my goodness, Curry leaping around all over the place. Igloo getting hit by one of those beams. Not quite a one-shot though. Lepan using that trinket from the 9 to keep himself alive, entering meta as well. All of these lines running through the group. They need to be really careful with their damage. Get all 3 of these mobs killed evenly. If any of these mobs dies early, it'll be a disaster. Right through the raid. Igloo goes down. The marker comes out. The battle res too. But things are starting to get sketchy. Great damage getting so high here. Anda doesn't have block. Doesn't have pod tender. It's taking so much damage. Needs a heal so bad. 1 heal, please. Ends up going down. Team Name now just has 4 members left alive as they get to that crucial execute moment. Is Touch of Death available?
They're kind of off.
Oh, one thing dying. We need Touch of Death. Oh, Touch of Death is
No!
not enough.
No! This is so bad for Team Name. One of the Angels healed to full.
And that means, yeah, can they kill this? Can they kill it with, maybe, I mean, it's got all 3 abilities. They're all stacked up on everybody.
Oh!
Curry goes down 2, right through the raid. Has to release. Now going to be taking
Beasts. Fleshcraft.
Wow, the Fleshcraft. Are they going to feast or are they going to click this button is the question.
They're gonna wipe it up and then go again.
Okay, yeah, not going to use the feast, it looks like, are the members of Team Name as they now fly upstairs. Meanwhile, the opportunity is back in Obey Alliance's hands. They are starting this pull as well. Ashen Hallow is down. Huge damage. Everything's hunky-dory at the start of this pull, right? You got big damage, you got all your cooldowns, but soon it starts to be much, much more hectic as everything runs out and the damage ramps up.
And it's like we just saw from Team Name. Obey Alliance needs to make sure that all 3 of these Angels are killed off within 5 seconds of one another, which whenever you're doing it, this dungeon on a 22, killing off 3 mobs within 5 seconds of one another is very difficult, even if you have access to things like Touch of Death and other abilities. Obey Alliance needs to just make sure that they are having everybody alive. Skylark is dropping super low, the sack comes out, he does use that trinket to be able to get a pretty large shield on himself, and Obey Alliance is looking like they're pretty good.
One dead.
One of their mobs gets Touch of Death immediately, and they kill off all 3 of those Angels right on time.
And Obey Alliance firmly in the driver's seat now. They're going to be pulling this last boss earlier, and they have 5 deaths in their favor. That's 25 bonus seconds that they'll be receiving here. That means that, barring a catastrophe on this boss, they should be able to clean this one up and secure the win. But it's a 22 Tyrannical. Devos is one of those bosses that we don't think of it as one of the most deadly bosses in the MDI, but it's certainly possible for things to go very wrong, especially when you factor in the 2 tormented auras, reducing everybody's movement speed, increasing the physical damage taken, meaning if you get hit by that thing's charge, it is by far a one-shot.
trying to do triple angel without spear is so deadly, and it's just one of those things that these teams have practiced so many hours to be able to execute cleanly. And it's just team name. They were so close, man. They had all 3 of those angels killed off, but it just wasn't within 5 seconds of one another, and it's just so unfortunate for them.
Yeah, I mean, that was a split second as well. You could see the touch of death timed for right as it needed to land. Unfortunately, the mob's health was just not low enough for it to be an execute, so it didn't end up killing it. Ended up fully healing, and that means Team Name now have to deal way more damage to this boss than Obey Alliance, because not only do they have to kill it first, they also have to make up 25 additional seconds on top of things. So really, they are hoping for something to go wrong on the side of Obey Alliance at this point.
All right, and now for Obey Alliance, they do have Devos at 60% HP, and they are going to be trying to push the boss into that second phase where they do get the Javelin. And that happens at, I think, 40% is what I want to say. And whenever you do throw that Javelin, it does do 10% of the boss's health. And so Obey Alliance right here, it would be very difficult for Team Name to be able to overcome 5 deaths of differential, plus be able to pass where Obey Alliance is with the 15% HP ahead on the boss. And Team Name is very low.
Yeah, this is scary. I mean, there's a lot of danger on this fight, and a lot of movement, too. You know, trying to keep everybody topped and trying to avoid damage incoming while you are slowed by this much, it's a serious danger.
Yeah, so something that's also important to note here is that since they have not killed Sagadon, they do have that increased physical damage taken buff on them, and the run-through that Devos does is physical damage, and it means, like, if you get clipped by it, you can get 100 to 0 very easily.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to one-shot for sure with the physical damage taken increase active. I think it probably would anyways on a 22 Tyrannical, but definitely with that Tormented Aura active, it will. Skylark here entering meta as Obey Alliance need to push Devos just a little bit more. Oh, unfortunately, they get the cast before they enter the intermission here, but fortunately, they will get a little bit of a reprieve from these Tormented Auras. During that intermission, the boss flies nice and far away, and the auras are based off of where the boss is. So
exactly,
they get a little bit of time here to be able to heal up.
I mean, that's why some of the teams. That's why some of the teams that we've seen in the past have elected to not kill Executioner Baruth, and they just take that healing reduction penalty on a 22 Tyrannical. This boss is going to own you. This boss will own you if you do that, so they elect to pull Executioner Baruth with that Hellion Goliath pull, which is also a sketchy pull, by the way, and deal with it that way.
Obey Alliance now entering the final part of this fight and this series. The Ashen Hallow comes down. Every remaining cooldown is used here as they just put those final points of damage into Devos. Once Devos dies, plus the death advantage, they are going to win this by about a minute and take the series 2-1 over Team Name.
Abandoned.
That's right. Obey Alliance overcoming a lot of adversity throughout this Spires run, but they will take the game and this series, moving on through the lower bracket. And Team Name, my dark horse pick, is unfortunately going home as they are going to be eliminated from the tournament there. Congratulations, big congratulations there, Zyro, to Obey Alliance.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, they really clutched it out at the end by playing the rest of the dungeon clean after they had some mistakes happening. And I mean, you gotta love it for Obey Alliance here. Now, tournament's not over yet. They just go on 1 round extra in the lower bracket, and they've secured themselves a date with a very, very hungry Ambition later on today, and that'll be happening right after this next match. So they're not done yet today. But yeah, Obey Alliance played great in this match, and unfortunately for Team Name, they really only played 93% of a clean dungeon, but that one mistake cost them.
That's right, and you know, this is really just such a throwback as well to even Season 1, Dratnos, of Spires of Ascension. Teams trying their hand at 2 or 3 angel pulls, and it was all on the line for 1 or 2 pulls the entire dungeon.
Yeah, that is exactly what this dungeon looks like, right? You get to the end of the dungeon, people have lost a couple seconds here or there, somebody DCs for a minute. All that doesn't matter because the triple angels are what it's all about. One team does it right, one team does it wrong. Team does it wrong is going home. Team that does it right advances, although they are not out of the woods just yet. We still have 2 matches left today, and these are going to be especially deadly ones. Another set of elimination rounds. Wow, I'm excited for these ones.
It's going to be great, and we're also going to be seeing the Golden Guardians teams as well, both Incarn and Ambition, fighting up against Complexity and, of course, Obey Alliance, who just won. But let's go over that, Zyro. Obey Alliance doing a great job with that Triple Angel pull, but unfortunately, Team Name just not able to survive.
Well, the start of the dungeon really went great for Team Name, right? They were crushing through the dungeon. Obey Alliance did bring it back with this pull. They did a great job of making sure they pulled in that Inquisitor using the Grip Sigil from Skylight here to make sure it took damage while the Spear was still alive. They dealt with this pull so much faster than Team Name. They actually finished this pull faster than, unfortunately, they had that disconnect happen. But the Karma Gods heard and manifested it in the form of one small ticking spear. And here it comes. Oh no, here it comes.
Man.
Slow-mo, ultra slow-mo, and there it
Oh.
goes.
Hit the
That's
pod.
going down.
It wasn't enough.
Yeah, seeing the touch of death come
yeah.
up and the mob not die actually just was physically like painful to me.
Oh,
See, like
man.
that little HP difference that just wasn't enough to be able to get the death on the last angel. It's just so painful. But at that point, you know, we do see Team Name fall, and we are going to see Obey Alliance go up against Ambition for our final series. But before we can get to that point, we have Incarnation and Complexity, 2 very, very strong teams who, I mean, Complexity really just has not been able to catch a break at all titles throughout the bracket.
NA versus NA, baby.
That's right.
We have to watch 2 of our NA teams battle it out. I think that you say that Complexity hasn't been able to catch a break in the bracket. I think that there are no breaks in this bracket. I feel like all 8 of our teams are bringing it to a level that we have never seen before for the MDI. The amount of veteran players, the amount of just leadership that we see from all of these teams, it's going to be insane. And I'm interested to see if the newcomers in the Incarnation team, who have Yoda, who has won an MDI for the record, is going to be able to battle versus the Complexity guys, who are also a very long-standing MDI team, and who's going to be able to take it down.
What do you got for us, Zyro? I see
Can we
your
stop-
face.
Can we just stop the count right now? We have 6 teams left. 3 of them are from North
Okay.
America. Only 1 from EU, 1 from China, and 1 from Australia. We can just call it now and say NA wins.
NA dominance?
NA better than EU.
That's right.
NA
NA
better-
dominating from the lower bracket where all of our teams are.
Or all of them
how we drew it up.
Dude. Stop that.
I don't think that's how that works.
No?
I
Okay. That was worth a
Well,
shot.
Sorry.
it can if you
the
if you
count
decide
will
it does.
continue, but we'll take a quick break. When we return, Incarnation faces off against Complexity with a loser getting eliminated. We'll be right back with more MDI. The eliminations continue in the Mythic Dungeon International as 2 more teams are set to be sent home. Hello, everyone. I'm Jack, joined by Tettles, Dagura, and Zyronic, as we see Incarnation and Complexity both facing the chopping block on this one, Nagura, and both of these teams really having a very high ambitions for where they could be placing in this tournament, but the competition has just been on a complete another level.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, both of the teams, both Incarnation and Complexity, had some really good dungeons with insane times, and then some other dungeons where things just didn't work out that greatly, right? So I think it really can go either way. I would say Complexity is the favorite because they're just a more veteran team, and they have won MDIs before, and Incarnation is just that new team. But again, with what we've seen before, also with Sanguine Depths being the first dungeon, I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know either. And, well, Incarnation is one of the global Golden Guardians guilds. There we go. Something like that. They're one of the Golden Guardians teams in the tournament, as is Ambition. And Golden Guardians, of course, put together some awesome videos for us to utilize. So let's get another little intro if you guys are not familiar with the Bear Squad.
There's no shot they're pulling this into the boss. They're pulling all of this into the boss. A Sentinel plus Scribes plus Ghouls into the boss? What? Why would you... I mean, I guess they have 50% damage, but why would you do this? This is just bonkers.
Incarnation was formed officially in the beginning of Season 2.
We've been playing together for a few years now through Thick and Finn, and we started as an official team in the Great Push. It was only a matter of time before we started doing MDI. We've been in the highest keys, went into the Great Push, and figured that there was nothing else aside from MDI.
I think what makes us different and stand out is that we play very aggressive strategies.
If they're able to pull this off, they're going to be so far ahead, and it's going to look so good, but this is so dangerous.
We always got to go big or go home.
We take high risks, and that's exciting for the viewer watching, as we do, I guess, what we call bear pulls.
What is Incarnation doing in this dungeon? This is so wild.
In my mind, I'm always thinking how we can do things different that will allow us to beat the other teams.
The main difference in the finals compared to the other cups is that every team here is insane.
I believe that this time around the finals will be insane. There hasn't been an MDI this competitive before.
Incarnation has taken this series and this tournament over Echo 2-1. Oh my god, what a debut for this squad.
Whatever strategy we decide to come up with, let's just give it our all and put on a good show.
Oh, no, man! What the hell?
Oh my god. I don't think I've ever seen Sagadon get pulled like that before in my life. That was amazing. Why can't that just happen for the MDI as well? But big thank you, of course, to Golden Guardians for sending in the video. Well, I don't want to jinx this. Ambition and Bay Alliance are going to have Necrotic Wake a little later on, you know? You never know what could happen. But I love the perspective that we get from Incarnation as they've very steadily throughout Shadowlands been growing in renown of sorts in terms of like keep pushing and everything like that, Zyro, and popularity from the NA scene, and they've come out onto this stage and been performing at such an incredibly high level, and they're going to need to because Complexity has just been the #1 team in NA for such a long time until these other teams like Ambition and Incarn have been coming around to get some more competition flowing.
Yeah, I honestly feel like it's really mean to make me cast this match because this is like my guildies versus people I do keys with. It's like making me pick between two of my friend groups. This is just going to be a pain for me regardless of who wins and who moves on. So, I mean, Incarnation's been great to watch them grow over the past year or so. I mean, they've gone from not really being interested in doing the MDI at all to participating in the Great Push to, after seeing the changes to this season for the MDI, being very interested in participating, and they're honestly killing it. Remember, this is their first season of doing speedrun MDI, and they're competing with a group of players who have honestly been at the top of the game for the past few years. I mean, this is going to be a great matchup.
It really will be, and the high quality performance is going to need to be on display because Sanguine Depths, with possibly the nastiest, most challenging affixes we could throw at them, with a little bit of respite from some of those spitefuls going to be coming at us, Settles.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the fastest Sanguine Depths that you can possibly have, just with how Spiteful works in this dungeon. You're able to get those Sinfall Boon Lanterns, and like you were talking about, you're going to extend the damage gain from those buffs that you're able to get, and so you're able to have like a 50% damage gain for a large majority of this dungeon. We saw Incarnation play this dungeon yesterday. There's a lot of deaths. I think that they have practiced this dungeon a lot, and there were rumors that they could potentially have a very fast, somewhere in the range of like 13-minute run in here. And so be looking to see that, assuming that there aren't necrotic deaths.
Instantly shakes his head.
I feel like the teams are just messing with Tettles, right? I think they're just making up numbers.
They added Tettles and said, "Hey, how'd you know we had a 13-minute? By the way, LOL, it's 11." That's what they said. So
then they followed up with, "Put respect on our name. It's 11 now," or something.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Oh my gosh. Are you a believer in the 11 or 13-minute Sanguine Depths run, Junkrat? I mean, Nagura?
Wait, how are you casting on this?
I'm going to have to say no. I don't think that is going to happen.
I see.
Oh my goodness. Well, we'll have to look. I mean, if we could get, some 20 some odd minutes that we saw at Incarnation
22.
earlier, if we could just 22 minutes with 14 deaths. If we can avoid that and we can actually start seeing some clean Sanguine Depths runs, I'd be pretty thrilled, because for the most part, we keep seeing Sanguine Depths pop up as the third game in the series for a lot of these teams. It's like third game in the series as well, Zyro, for the lower final. So I'm really eager to be able to see a dungeon or a Sanguine Depths in particular that is going to be executed so well.
I think Tettles had a point that he wanted to make there. He had his hand up.
Go.
Okay. No, I think you're exactly right, Jack. Sorry. It's just we haven't seen what a good Sanguine Depths can be, so we're kind of all in the air. I mean, any of these numbers could be real, right? With the way Sanguine Depths plays out as a dungeon, specifically with the way that we know the Bear team likes to play this dungeon. I mean, they made us all go insane with the way they pulled this against Echo back in Group C, so these guys can do some crazy things, and I think 11 might not be real, but definitely could see a 13-minute run being real with the way the affixes are played out and how they can play.
Careful with that one, Zyro. They already put some of your quotes in the last Sanguine Depths run that they did for the video, okay? I don't want to see, like, another video come out before, like, the Great Push or something like that. They're like, I don't think this is possible. And then they just start throwing in more of your clips, all right? Keep in mind, you're talking about it before the game, and then you got to cast the game as well. I mean, now you have to choose between your raid team and then your M+ team. There's a lot on the line for you. You got to be careful. Stakes have never been higher.
I think that for both of these teams, though, like, there are 2 to 3 pulls that are going to be super pivotal. The first one is that pull into Crixus. With it being necrotic, your tank can go down if not dealt with appropriately. Plus, they're pulling Incinerator Arcoleth into that pull. Plus, they're doing all of the Brutes and Crixus all together. That's a pull that we've seen tank deaths on very commonly, and that absolutely can happen to both of these teams. On top of that, there's like a weird Executioner plus Javeliner plus a bunch of trash that's in the Tarvald ring on top of that Lantern. That pack is incredibly dangerous, and if you mess it up, that can cost you multiple minutes. And I think that's what we saw yesterday in the match versus Incarnation, is that pull got messed up, and that costs team name multiple minutes because the run back is so deadly, and you lose that Lantern. And so I think that both Incarnation and Complexity need to be very careful about making sure that their execution and their momentum is carrying them through the dungeon, since Sanguine Depths is such a momentum-heavy dungeon.
That's right. Weird that they didn't have your Twitter up there, Nagura, but whatever. Now, let's not forget Complexity. We've been talking so much about Bear Squad. Let's not forget that Complexity, once again, tons of MDI experience, tons of history, absolute phenomenal raiders from Complexity Limit, of course, the raiding guild as well. So when it comes to it, this is going to be Sanguine Depths, like you mentioned, having some incredibly big pulls. And then right after that, we have Halls of Atonement. So this is just bear pull central, the enormous amount of pressure that's going to be put onto these tank players in particular throughout this dungeon, Nagura, that it's going to be such a huge check on both of these teams to be able to move on.
Yeah, and I'm actually a little bit surprised that we haven't seen a Guardian Druid.
That's the wrong way.
Because it is Sanguine Depths and this Necrotic, right? So having Guardian Druids with that Legendary really makes Necrotic pulls easier. So I was thinking that maybe someone is going to be pulling out a Guardian. Incarnation did not play it. They had the Venthyr Moonkin though, which is something that Incarnation likes to play a lot. I wonder if that's just their comfort pick or if that's something that they really want to play with in Sanguine Depths. Not sure what Complexity is going to be playing, but yeah, definitely lots of pressure on the tanks with all of the Necrotic. And then the problem with Necrotic as well in Sanguine Depths is that the corridors are so small, you have such little room to kite, and you have the lanterns as well. You don't necessarily want to kite out of the lanterns, right? So you're just standing there kind of wanting to get away, but you can't because the mobs need to die in the lantern radius.
That's right. You just have a lot of different pressures upon the entirety of the group that sometimes the tanks just have to get completely wailed on and hope for the best because, like you said, you're trying to kite around mobs in a phone booth. They're stuck in there and they're trapped in there with you the entire time. And we've seen some of those just slow-moving disasters, I feel like, Tettles is the best way to describe it, when you don't really have a lot of options to be able to drop your tank's Necrotic anymore. You're trying to be able to kill off the pack quickly enough, and then you're just fighting a race against time to be able to kill off everything before your tank eventually just gets killed from attrition.
Yeah, utilization of that Kyrian file and Blessing of Protection is going to be something that's going to have to be heavily watched. Additionally, like Nagura pointed out, Incarnation with that Moonkin, they do have access to trees, which can give you a reset on many, if not most, mobs, and be able to get you a reset in terms of your Necrotic there. But you have to be super careful. And like you were saying, any misstep, you get refreshed at 30 stacks. Your tank is probably going to die. And it's just one of those things that both of these teams' tanks have to be at the absolute tip-top of their game.
That's right. Well, we're ready to go as this is going to be game number 1. Let's see what Incarnation and Complexity have for us as Sanguine Depths gets going.
So it looks like both of the teams are actually playing that Moonkin, but I'm not sure. Yeah, Shakib actually is playing Kyrian, so there's going to be a Covenant difference. Yoda playing Venthyr Moonkin, while Shakib is playing Kyrian Moonkin. So having different strengths here, where Yoda has more burst with those cooldowns, and Shakib is going to have a little bit more consistent damage, while also buffing one of his teammates with that bond.
Interesting. I mean, that's going to be a very major difference. And the thing with the Venthyr Moonkin, again, we've gone over this multiple times today already. Whenever it pops up, you really have to just abuse the fact that Venthyr Moonkin burst over the 30 or so seconds that their cooldowns are active is amongst the highest damage in the game. And if you're able to totally take advantage of that, you will give yourself an advantage as long as you're making use of it on cooldown and not spreading it out too often. This Crixus pull is a great example of that. This is exactly where that could be used. With the 50% damage buff, we could easily see a Moonkin do upwards of like 200k DPS on this pull if they're able to pull everything together. Both teams getting it together. Now Complexity already has all of the crash on top of the boss and it's getting destroyed by the Kyrian Moonkin plus the Frost Mage. Let's see what Incarnation can do.
Complexity gathered up this pull so much quicker. They were just sprinting to the boss, gathering up everything, while Incarnation took a bit more time gathering up Arcaleth with some trash before they added the boss. So Complexity just not losing any time whatsoever. It was a bit riskier for them, and you can see they're also trying to min-max the position for those orbs as well whenever that smash is coming out. And they're even soaking all of the orbs here. They're not kiting Crixus, they're just soaking the orbs. Incarnation is somehow catching them a boss damage. That's just a Venthyr Moonkin diff, right? It's the Venthyr Moonkin doing so much single-target damage that they're catching up here, even though they pulled the boss quite a bit later.
I mean, the Kyrian Moonkin did more initial AoE damage than the Venthyr Moonkin, but honestly, it looked like Yoda really wasn't trying to go for AoE damage. It looked like he was just pure pumping boss damage. You can see at the end of the pull, he's doing 20k more effective DPS over the course of that pull, and the boss goes down when Complexity still has their boss at 10% or so. The major difference is going to be whether or not Complexity can make up that difference using the Kyrian link that Shaq has available several more times before the Venthyr cooldowns come back up in 2 minutes for Incarnation. Let's see if they're able to do that. Incarnation, notably, also took lots of time setting up this pull. They had to spend a lot of time waiting for their tank to grab things, so they're really not too far ahead as Complexity is right on their heels.
Wow, Complexity actually skipping quite a lot of trash here. Very interesting. So instead of pulling that trash after the first boss, they're just skipping all of that, and they're pulling the double Overseer pack with the inside trash in that room and the Sentinel. So the trash before just all skipped with that Shroud from Lip. Very interesting. Incarnation, though, did pull that trash on top of this Lantern, and they also have the Sentinel as well. So a little bit of a difference here in trash, in pulls, but it should end up being approximately the same percentage here. They have to kill the Overseer quickly to make sure they get rid of that damage reduction debuff that is stacking up. You can see both teams have that on the player frames. Looks like Incarnation is done with theirs, so their debuff is going to run out in just a second, and they have that 10 stack of the Lantern running.
Well, and right here you can see what the difference between the Kyrian Moonkin and the Venthyr Moonkin is when the Venthyr doesn't have cooldowns, right? The Kyrian, he's got his link up. He can put it on the mage and give him that haste on top of getting the damage that they both will do based off of that empowerment. He did 17k on that pull. Yoda only did 10k. He was doing tank DPS. That's what Venthyr does with no cooldowns. But check it out. Those cooldowns are up 30 seconds from now. They can easily start gearing up for a big pull. But if this is the big pull and they don't have the Venthyr cooldowns, this could be very scary.
This is incredibly scary. They have the Ruth, the mini-boss, and a Warden pack here. So this is an incredibly scary pull. With the 50% healing reduction on everybody, Junkrat dropping incredibly low. They try to recover here using as many immunities as they can. They need to get the Ruth down as fast as they can to be able to get that healing reduction aura gone. And they did. There we go. The Ruth is down. The pull should be a little bit easier from here on out, but still very scary with all of these scribes just throwing research at everybody.
80 Yasuo Tornado, but still Junkrat managing to hold on to that cheat death. Their debuff is starting to run out here. It should run out here in the next 15 or 20 seconds. As long as they can get that Lantern open and finish off that low depth warden, they should be able to extend that buff. That's the entire name of the game in the middle section of the dungeon here, extending that Venthyr Lantern buff. Incarnation has gotten the buff. They have extended that 50% damage and healing buff to its max duration and will continue to do so over the next 30 seconds or so. Will Complexity get theirs? It has about 15 seconds left. They're on the pole. They are now using the Lantern. The Lantern is up. Can they get the kill on the Quill Feather to extend their buff? Where's the extension? You got to get it now, Complexity, or you're going to lose your stacks. Did they lose? They lost their buff.
They didn't make it.
They didn't refresh their buff.
Complexity lost their buff. They are going to be able to get another 10 stack here, but that downtime of the 10 stack is probably going to cost them quite a bit of time, unfortunately. You can see the buff is now stacking up again, but just unfortunately slightly too late. Incarnation, though, on their side, they're up to 58% trash, and they're ramping up for a big pull. Yoda having those cooldowns available, he's been holding onto those cooldowns for a while because they're now pulling Tarbolt with all of this trash that they have there. So Yoda is going to be popping cooldowns in just a second, and that boss is going to be melting with all of those stacks that they have from that Lantern. So that trash is just going to be basically being cleaved and splash damage down, while everything else is just going to be pumped into the boss.
Yeah, I mean, Yoda's going to be doing pure single target damage here. I think the only AoE he's going to have is from either the Starfall ticks and then maybe any Starfires that he might cast, but no, he's going pure single target damage. You see the Wrath machine gunning coming out from him, and as I say that, he starts to cast Starfires. Okay, that's all right, Yoda. Just make me look stupid. But when the dumps come out, Tarvold is going to go down insanely quickly, less than 45 seconds on the boss kill here, and that does give them time, if they choose to do so, to try to go to the one Lantern they still have available and keep that buff up. I don't know if they'll be going for it, but it looks like they're trying their best. They still have about 20 seconds of that buff left. If you look at that at the very bottom right of each of their character frames, they still have that 10 stack rolling. If they're able to get that extension on this Quill Feather here again, this will be essentially a perfect section of the dungeon between the first and second boss, and they do get it. They got the extension again. This is an insane run from Incarnation.
Down for Complexity.
And unfortunately, yeah, that's the tank death. He already had the last resort on cooldown. They're going to have to kite this out. They couldn't get the battle res off. He had to release. So this is just piled up. Bad things on bad things on bad things for Complexity. This is terrible to see. Dorky goes down for Incarnation too.
And he immediately releases, actually, even though they had a battle res available.
Well, they had the boss down, right? So he's right there.
Oh, they had the boss down, so the release is right there. Alright, really well done by Dorky, realizing that he's respawning right there. But yeah, they might be able to recover this. Aggro is going to be a little bit difficult, but most of the trash is actually that. All of these ads are just shades. So as long as they don't get hit by those, they should be fine. One of the Sentinels still in the corner there. Looks like Dorky did mostly get the aggro back on those ads that are still alive. So they are recovering here. That was a crazy run by Incarnation. But yeah, Complexity losing Lip. Having to use that battle rest on Lip. And then immediately afterwards, Scott goes down and they just don't have a battle rest for him.
Now, the important thing to mention about the strat for Incarnation here is they were able to get that last second refresh on the buff here, which means they'll be able to carry it into the next boss. Looks like they're also pulling 3 of these Frenzied ghouls into the boss as well, so they'll have some cleave, some single target focus as well for Junkrat when they do eventually snap down. They'll have it also for the start here, but you have to keep an eye on Dorky here. He only has the Metamorphosis available. There's no sacrifice available for Growl. There's no cheat death available for the next 2 minutes, so once this Metamorphosis runs out, he's running on fumes, so they really need to get this trash down quickly. Also important to mention, there's no Incarnation and Ravenous Frenzy available for the next 20 seconds or so. That's only when Yoda will start to do ramping damage, so he's kind of a tank for the next 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, and they did just have a reset on Necrotic, thankfully, here for Dorky, so should be able to recover a little bit here, but still incredibly scary whenever those buffs run out and the Eds are still alive. They're getting lower and lower. They're using the utility from the Druid as well here, using that Vortex to make sure that Dorky can kite. Also having used those trees as well to drop the stacks from Dorky. Really nice utility coming out from that Druid. Even though the damage is not there yet before the cooldowns are being popped, the utility is still really crucial. There we go, the cooldowns are now ready for Yoda, and you can see Complexity just losing so much time because of that, basically, because of those 2 deaths, they lost the buffs from the Lantern, and they have to fight Tarvold here without any buffs, so that's costing him quite a bit of time.
And I mean, he's actually going to get full usage of the cooldowns here, it seems, as the damage has kind of run out for everyone else. All of the damage on the boss right now is coming from Yoda. Look at how fast that boss is dying at the end of the Ravenous Frenzy. That was very efficient usage. And of course, because of the way the Vinther cooldowns work, next 3 minutes from now, he'll have that available for the final boss ramp, where you pull trash into that last boss with Bloodlust, plus another 10-stack buff. It actually seems like it's a great cooldown for Vinther Moonkin, the way they're playing it, honestly. I'd love to see somebody go faster than this. This is great so far.
Yeah, I actually really like the Venthyr Moonkin here as well. It looks like the Kiri Moonkin, of course, having more consistent damage, but for a dungeon like this, where you really make use of these Lantern buffs, having that extra damage amplified from the Lantern buffs just seems to be worth it, especially when you do these kind of crazy things that Incarnation is doing. But yeah, now they're already in the Gauntlet. Looks like they're doing a little bit of a conservative pull here, only pulling that first trash pack with Kal, but that's just because they want to be pulling the rest of this trash into the Lantern in just a second. So they're just going to get Kal lower, and then they're probably going to do a bigger pull, just recovering with some of the cooldowns that they want to get back up.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, depending on what strat they end up going with, they might even opt to delay that Lantern for another phase, right? Because we've seen a lot of teams go for that Lantern phase just to go right into the last boss from the 70 to 50% push. So let's see what Incarnation goes for. We'll be able to figure out very quickly which one of those strategies they'll be going with as to whether or not they open the Lantern right away here.
JB going down for Complexity. They do have a Battle Rest available. Shakib is getting JB back up, but Lip is down too, and they don't have another rest for Lip. This is very unfortunate. They're gonna have to finish off this boss with 1 less damage dealer, so it's gonna take them quite a while here, unfortunately. But yeah, all eyes on Incarnation. They're on that last stretch here to be able to finish up this dungeon. Of course, the last boss being pretty dangerous with that 50% physical damage increase they have to deal with. So they have to kill that boss pretty quickly before that charge and the bleed is going to become a problem. They do have a lot of immunities, and they also have that dwarf racial on some of them to be able to get rid of that stack and that bleed. So we'll see how they deal with that, as they now still have that Lantern buff running. They're going to be using it for this pull, and they're going to be extending it. You can see they're walking backwards because they're going to be killing some extra trash on the Lantern to refresh the buff.
Yeah, important to mention, the Spiteful Affix, we've gone over this before, but a quick refresher for anybody in chat that wasn't here and we talked about it. Spiteful is incredibly good in Sanguine Depths because they count for the Lantern. Anytime you kill a mob, it gives you a stack of the Lantern buff. Anytime you kill a Spiteful, it counts as a mob, so you get another refresh of the Lantern. So you can pretty easily get a last-second refresh, but they weren't able to get it there. Their buff did not extend. They didn't get a kill off at the last second, so all of what I said does not matter. In the second they finish off this trash, they have to get to the boss insanely quickly if they want to have any overlap of their cooldowns with that 10-stack buff. The Stampeding Roar comes out from Yoda, but they're only going to have like 5 to 10 seconds of this buff when they get to the boss. This is not the best case scenario for Incarnation by any means.
This is actually bad. I wonder if they should maybe not pull the boss. I don't know. They're pretty far ahead. they're going. The buff ran out. They don't have that extra boost anymore. And this is really dangerous. Yoda needs to do a lot of damage here. We're probably going to see the bop being used from Yami onto Yoda here to make sure that Yoda can just cast freely while the cooldowns are running. You can see all of this trash being gathered as well. The Sentinel cast coming out. Dorky dropping incredibly low. It looks like the bop has been used on Dorky actually to reset those necrotic stacks. And Yami also using that bubble as well on himself to be able to immune all of the damage going out. But yeah, the boss is dropping quite a bit lower because of all of those cooldowns being used. 10% still on a 21 Tyrannical is quite a lot. They have to make sure that they dodge as many charges as possible from the boss. And there it goes. The next charges are coming out.
Wait, sorry.
Yoda's just running for his life.
We're supposed to be taking this game seriously, but it says at Nagura over Junkrat's picture right now. What's going on, production? Come on, guys. We're in a serious game with implications right now. I mean,
I have to focus here, okay?
The drop of the buff is
I just
such
dropped
a
my
big deal.
cooldowns.
The boss would be dead, and because they don't have the buff, Growl goes down. They have the Boomkin for the battle res, but that's a very big loss of mana. Of course, he's now at 40% mana after the battle res. Should be enough to finish off the boss, but this is what happens if you don't play the buffs completely perfectly. Fortunately enough for Incarnation, there were more issues earlier on the Done for Complexity, so they have a little bit of give and wiggle room. But against a team with a good run, this is not going to be good enough, and they still have 4% of the boss to go through.
Dorky dropping really low. They do have 3% to go for still, and a 21 Tyrannical that it's still going to take some time, especially with Yoda not having cooldowns up. See all of those bleed stacks doing so much damage onto the group. Yeah, they're trying their best. A wipe here at the very end would be horrible, but they do have one extra battle rest available in case something does go wrong. 1 more % to go through. Just double checking the percentage here. Yes, they do have 100% trash, and that's going to be Incarnation winning that first game against Complexity.
Very, very good job by Incarnation to take that victory there, Tettles, and extremely impressive with how quickly they did in their run, but also how much more impressive they also could be if they had 0 deaths.
Oh, dude, it's yeah, the 0 deaths plus the loss of that last lantern at the end of the dungeon were 2 things that cost them. I mean, I think that last lantern probably cost them a minute with how much additional time it took them on that boss. I feel like that by itself probably cost them a minute. But ultimately, it's just why we talk about Sanguine Depths being such a heavy momentum-based dungeon where one mistake can very quickly turn and spiral into a lot of different problems. Complexity in that Tarvald ring had a couple of deaths, and while Incarnation had 2 deaths of their own, their deaths were less bad.
Exactly, and that's the biggest thing, is being able to minimize a lot of these catastrophes into just minor problems that they have to kite out and deal with. I mean, the Boomkin off healing was extremely impressive. But Settles, yeah, take it away. Let's see what we got for us here.
Yeah, so we're going to be talking about the Sinfall boon and just the Lantern buffs in general, and how it was optimized by both of these teams. So at the beginning, we do have Complexity here, and they end up killing off this trash pack so fast. They get all of this trash dealt with perfectly, utilizing that 10 stack of that buff that comes from just the trash plus the Spitefuls, and they're able to save offensive CDs from the first pull, just utilizing some of their different abilities to be able to deal with. And now you have Incarnation doing... Do not do this pull. If you're in any dungeon and you are not in this group, do not do this pull. This pull is so sketchy. They have a 10 stack of the Sinfall Boon Lantern. They pull Varuth plus the Javeliner into all of these scribes and all the remainder of the trash, and then they get a reset on their 10 stack off that lantern to the right. They kill Executioner Tarvald in, I don't know, 30 seconds or something, and then they get a refresh on this 10 stack that they have right here, and they refresh it and pull it into the third boss. So here's that refresh right here. They get that refresh on that, and then take that 10 stack and pull it straight into the third boss. So they have 50% damage, an increase of 50% damage and 50% healing for, I don't know, 60% of this dungeon? Something just absolutely absurd. And on the other side, Complexity had a couple of deaths, and they lost their Sinfall Boon buff. and that ultimately ended up costing them multiple minutes. And this is a dungeon that punishes you so heavily for just 1 or 2 mistakes and 1 or 2 deaths at that critical point, which is that Tarbald ring.
Yeah, that's right. And oh my goodness gracious, just looking at the amount of damage, and you got to think about it as well. It's just the increased healing that the tank is receiving and doing to themselves when they have that full boon stack buff, and they have so many necrotic stacks that they just still cannot survive. It's ridiculous.
Do not
to be able to look at the pressure.
do those pulls ever. Don't
I
proceed with caution.
I hate those pulls, grabbing Javelin into the ring and trying to be able to pull it with other trash packs. It drives me nuts because you start having all of the scribes, the researchers throwing books and puddles and everything, pushing you in all these different directions. Just a nightmare. But hey, extremely well played by Incarnation, and kind of goes to show just Complexity, a team who we have seen, especially in like the cup play, doing an excellent job of minimizing errors and also making up for any sort of errors and reducing their impact. But unfortunately, they were just not able to overcome it in Sanguine Depths. So Halls of Atonement, Nagura, is going to be our next dungeon here, which also can be incredibly momentum-based.
Oh yeah, definitely. We had some incredibly fast times in Halls of Atonement. We have seen Incarnation already in this dungeon. They lost to Aster. Why? It was really close though. They were running that Guardian Druid comp where they're doing the triple shard pull at the start. So we haven't seen a Complexity yet. Not sure what they are going to be doing, but we've seen a lot of Dastro Warlocks in this dungeon. Dastro Warlock just being so good because he can do those insanely big pulls, and he can pull a lot of trash onto the bosses as well. So you get so much value from those Infernals and from the Legendary combination. So I would assume that Complexity is also going to be running the Dastro Warlock. But yeah, any sort of small mistake, and you're going to be losing so much time because the dungeon is cleared in less than 12 minutes if you're quick.
And we've seen some incredibly quick runs throughout Halls of Atonement in particular. And now that we've seen a number of the shard pulls, both 2 and 3, what is your preference here, Zyro, for what is the best strategy we've seen so far?
I think it's a tough matchup. I think it comes down... Okay, I mean, this is going to be the most obvious thing in the world, but it comes down to whoever can play it more clean, right? Both teams made mistakes in that last dungeon. Complexities were worse, obviously. So... Sure. This dungeon comes down to essentially like 3 or 4 massive pulls where any small thing can just make or break the dungeon. I know Incarnation has been practicing that triple shard pull essentially since like before the cup season even started, so I guess I would favor them just based off of that alone if both teams go for it. But also, it looked like the triple shard pull has been slower than just the normal strat whenever we see teams go head to head with it. So honestly, it just seems too close to call it.
I think the triple shard pull has a little bit more upside, I think is the biggest thing with it. But if it's not pulled off absolutely perfectly and you utilize that upside, then you have a shard left at 30% HP that ends up costing you more time than it's realistically worth. And we saw in the Aster versus Incarnation game earlier, they were able to do it in 2 pulls and they were faster. So I think that it's going to come down to how fast is Complexity going to be with their 2 shard pull, assuming that they're doing it. That triple shard pull is just so non-conventional. It's hard to assume that they're going to be doing it. But if they are able to pull it off, who's going to be faster on that triple shard pull? Alternatively, is Complexity going to be able to reduce the number of mistakes that they have made?
That tweet.
Nagura, can we get a little live react? Why is everyone playing Kiri and Boomy, by the way? Lol.
Lol.
Yeah, good question. I mean, I was questioning the Ventir Moonkin a lot too, but I mean, Yoda really knows how to play it, I guess, and really utilize it. It is working out.
That's right. And Boomy's just going to be able to deal with all of the damage. Now, we'll be looking at what some of the different comp differences are going to be as well for this dungeon that's going to be coming up here, as we have seen a bit of variety between the Bear, between the VDH as well. And do you think that also is going to have an impact as well on the value of like the 3 shard pulls, Zyro, versus the 2 shards, being able to run with the VDH for the Chaos brand, for the Warlock angle?
I mean, if you can make the VDH work, I mean, it's been the same as it has been all season. If you can make the Vengeance Demon Hunter work, you run it. Even though Dorky is known for being the bear and doing bear pulls, and it's literally their logo, I think they should try to make the Vigid Demon Hunter work. I think that's what they're probably going to be doing. I'd be very surprised and happy if they run a bear, because I mean that's kind of the wheelhouse for them, right? I mean, I believe we saw Ambition also running the bear as well in this dungeon, and it seemed like it was competitive. So, yeah, I think I'd be happy either way.
All right, well, we're going to be getting ourselves ready for game number 2 here, as Incarnation is currently leading in the series versus Complexity. Loser of this one is going to be eliminated, while the winner is going to move on to Championship Sunday here. So we'll be seeing what our decider could be in this matchup, or maybe even the following, as Halls of Atonement gets rolling.
There it is.
All right, there we go. So we do see that Guardian Druid from Incarnation. Complexity, though, running at full ranged comp with that Vengeance Demon Hunter tank and the Shadow Priest, Dastro Warlock, and Frost Mage. Very interesting difference here. So I think what's going to make or break this dungeon here, if both of the teams play clean, is going to be that triple shard pull that Incarnation is going to be doing in just a second, because that is what you run the bear for. The Guardian Druid is literally there to be able to do this first pull, the triple shard pull. So they need to be able to gain a lot of time with this, otherwise it's not going to be worth for the rest of the dungeon, because for the rest of the dungeon, Vengeance Demon Hunter is definitely going to be better because of that Chaos Brand. So we'll see how much time they can gain here on that pull. All eyes on Incarnation. This is that triple shard pull, where they pull both shards on the left side, plus the shard on the right, all together.
Let's see what the peak damage is for Yoda here, because the highest peak damage we've seen from any of our Warlocks on this poll earlier this week has been about 340k. Earlier today, when they did this poll, he was only able to get to around 280k, and I mean, a lot of that can be due to Reign of Chaos RNG, but looks like he's up there this time, breaking the 300k mark, and that's a big deal. That'll help you get down those other shards that much quicker, because it's almost essentially all pure AoE damage. A little bit of a scary moment here as both of the remaining shards thrash at the same time, but it's going to be fine. Everyone is still alive. This is where the triple shard pull starts to falter, though. You still have 2 of those shards alive at 30% near the end of the pull, and you don't have anything to funnel it with. So your Frost Mage doesn't really get much funnel, your Rogue doesn't get much funnel, and your Warlock doesn't have any cooldowns up or any shards to help carry you through this part of the pull. So I don't know. They got through the pull pretty clean. They do have that 1 shard left, but Complexity is already on to the next set of the dungeon. They're about to do their 3rd shard pull. Incarnation's going to essentially be at the same point. They're just doing this pull without a shard, whereas Complexity is doing it with one. I mean, right? I mean, they're going to be doing the mini boss. Looks like it was pretty fast for him though this time around.
Yeah, I think it was a bit quicker, and it also looked like Complexity was a bit slow on their pull, because they didn't manage to gather up everything straight away. So some of the Obliterators were not getting hit by the Rain of Fire from Lip. So they had to finish off those ads at the very end, which cost them a little bit of time. So even though Incarnation should have been taking quite a bit longer for their first pull, Complexity was only like 5 to 10 seconds faster, even though it's like 20% less trash almost. So we'll see what happens here as they're just dealing with this shard on Complexity side. Incarnation almost done with that Tormentor. Yoda dropping really low because of all of those Grievous stacks. You can see all of them just ramping up on everybody. Growl trying to top everyone, but it's really hard whenever there's no cooldowns available.
So that mini boss needs to die now, and it finally goes down as everyone is dipping into those low health pools with 3 or 4 stacks of Grievous. Able to get the buffs, able to move on, and the cooldowns are available for Incarnation as they move on towards this boss. And yeah, Incarnation definitely has opened up a lead here. I don't think necessarily their pull was any faster or slower than previous ones. I think just Complexity, like you mentioned, had a lot of issues with that very first pull. Not a lot of stacking going on there. That first pull, the double shard pull on the bottom left side that we see most teams go with, and that was kind of the default strat before we saw teams go for the triple shard pull this weekend. Usually that pull takes, on average, about a little over a minute, minute 10, minute 20. If you're in the medium range, it can be below a minute if you're fast. And it looked like it took them about a minute 30 or so. So they were definitely on the slow side there. They just now have dealt with their first mini boss, but Incarnation has already started dealing with the Halkias here. They've already got him down to 60%, already chewed through more than half of the HP of all of these mobs, and they've even taken the liberty of pulling in those Groundskeepers early. Usually we see teams pulling those later on to provide more funnel for the Rogue and Mage, but no, they did it right away.
Yeah, so at this point, it's going to be Complexity trying to just make up the time that they lost in that initial pull. I do think the boss damage theoretically should be better from Complexity because they have the Chaos Brand, they have that Shadow Priest as well, that could even give PI as well to maybe your Warlock whenever their cooldowns are running. So I do think, in theory, Complexity should have more single target damage, but Incarnation having such a big lead already from doing that first pull so cleanly, we'll see what the difference is in the first boss split in just a second whenever Halkias is going down. Junkrat dropping pretty low, does have no cheap death available anymore, so they have to be a bit careful here. And they're already done with all of the trash, so they just have to finish up Halkias, and they're already moving the boss to the exit as well. So really, really efficient with the movement too.
Yeah, and I mean, let's take a look at the comp difference here as well, because this is going to play a part for the rest of the dungeon, right? They're going to get a lot of funnel damage out of the Rogue on this second and third boss here. You know, you might have heard in Twitch chat earlier today or yesterday that some people are saying you only bring the Rogue for the Shroud, but that is definitely not the case. The funnel single target damage is very real. I mean, we saw it earlier today. That funnel coming out of a Rogue can do 5 to 10% more pure boss damage depending on whether or not you have it or not. We saw that earlier today. So that is a very, very real thing. The difference is that the Shadow Priest will provide a little bit more consistent AoE damage. They do have a little bit of passive healing if they pop that cooldown, that Vampiric Embrace, right? And then also, you do have the PI for your Warlock, but it doesn't seem like it's doing that much for him right now.
Yeah, and look at Junkrat just doing so much damage here on Echelon as well. Once the cooldowns come back up for Dorky, I don't think he's going to be using it on this boss because right after this, there's an insane pull coming up. That's another thing with the Guardian Druid. Just whenever Incarnation is up, you're just going to be so safe. So whenever you do some of these crazy pulls, you don't have to worry about your tank whatsoever. While a Vengeance Demon Hunter, especially when cheap death is not available, which Scott doesn't have at the moment, it's just a lot scarier. So that's a little bit of a lesser risk they have to take. And it also means that Incarnation theoretically does not have to mind control both of the Stoneborns if they use the gateway to go past it, and they can utilize those 2 Stoneborns for that for the mini boss to have. So basically, they have to commit less offensive cooldowns to make the timer on that mini boss.
I mean, the gap is just widening here for Incarnation, right? They were 50% ahead on Halkias. They're now 70% ahead on Echelon. I think the only spot where Complexity can really make up any of a time advantage if both teams play cleanly is going to be on this next boss. They'll be able to deal with the trash and transition that into single target boss damage a lot better than Incarnation. However, Incarnation does have the option of keeping one of those collectors alive, letting it get its collect sends channels off and providing free funnel damage for their Frost Mage and their Rogue. It's more funnel damage than Complexity can put out with just the Frost Mage. So Incarnation, I feel like they're just completely in the driver's seat right now, and if they're able to play this perfectly, they will take this game and this series right here in Halls of Atonement.
Definitely. We do see the gateway coming out from Yoda, so they are going to be using that to skip that Stoneborn on the side. They have to be a bit careful that they don't go down here while they walk to the boss. Dorky just going to be gathering up everything on that Guardian, waiting to pop that Incarnation and the Venthyr cooldowns as well, while that Survival Instincts is running to make sure that he's going to stay alive. There we go. Incarn and the Venthyr cooldown being popped. That's going to be, not only is he going to be safe with his HP, but he's also going to be doing a lot of damage, which is great to see on that tank. Has to make up a little bit for that missing Chaos Brand in their group. But you see, Complexity is still fighting Echelon, and if you look at the first boss split, they were 1 minute behind. And now they're also behind on that second boss split too. So even though I thought Complexity is going to have more single target damage, it doesn't even look like they have more single target damage either. Scott going down even.
Oh no. The Soulstone is going to come out from Lip. He is going to be able to Soul Shape away as well. But this is a very dangerous part. These Villainous Bolts are going to go on all of your party members. It's going to go straight to JB because he has the healing aggro and he goes down. Are the 3 DPS going to be able to finish off Echelon with the boss now at 7%? Lip has potted. He is unavailable to do anything, and while he's potted, Scott goes down to the overall damage from the Villainous Bolts coming out. The 3 DPS are still alive. They can still kite this out as long as they don't let any Villainous Bolts go off. With 2% left on the boss, Fired Up is now procced his pod. The boss will go down for Complexity, but while all of this is happening, Incarnation have finished off all the trash, and they have high adjudication release down below 20%. And look, they're doing what I said they could do. They have the Depraved Collector alive still in the corner. They're letting the Collect Sins cast go off. Or they didn't let that one go off, but they let previous ones go off, and they're abusing all of the funnel damage they can possibly have. And while Complexity has to sit there and resurrect their teammates, Incarnation have secured themselves an even bigger advantage. Their third boss is dead. They're an entire boss ahead of Complexity now.
Yeah, this is the problem with that risky strategy that these teams have adapted to on Echelon. They're basically not finishing off the Stone Fiends with the jump because they want to have the Stone Fiends respawn for the Rain of Fire from the Warlock to be able to get that Infernal back quicker. So that's the strategy, but it's so much riskier because you have more casts going through onto the tank, and that's why Scott went down there. But Incarnation not having issues whatsoever on their side, still perfect run with 0 deaths. Now they have that Stoneborn man controlled. They're going to be having another damage check here though. Inquisitor Cigar needs to die before that Dark Communion cast comes out. Otherwise they're going to be losing a lot of time. So take a look at the Cigar HP and see if they can meet that damage check.
Yeah, I mean, with the Stoneborn, I don't think there's any way they're missing this damage check. And I mean, I was also mesmerized on that high adjudicator release pull at what Guardian Druid is available to do. The Dark Communion cast is going off. Are they going to get a tick of the healing? Oh, no. They got the healing ticks. Cigar is at
they're gonna have
70%
to kill them
now, so they're going to have to kill all this trash. This is going to be a massive time loss for them, and this is exactly what Complexity needs to get back, but is it enough? They have to finish off all of the remaining yellow neutral mobs in the room before the boss casts Dark Communion again, or the boss will heal all the way to full, and Complexity have just trucked away on high adjudicator release. They have it at 35% now. Incarnation, are you going to let Cigar heal again? Here's the Dark Communion cast. They got one tick of the heal off, one tick of the heal, so they have to chew through 70% of the HP. Ooh, they still have a lead, but not by much now.
Yeah, this is something, if Complexity wouldn't have had the mistakes that they had, then clearly Complexity would have been ahead now. So those mistakes is really not something you want to see. I mean, they're in luck because the amount of time the Complexity lost on their deaths is greater than the time that Incarnation is losing here from the heal. Now all of those neutral mobs are down, so they will be able to finish off Cigar. And one good thing about this, I guess, is that all of the cooldowns are going to be back up whenever they are engaging the boss. You see the Infernal is coming up in 20 seconds, Ashen is ready, Incarnate is ready. Just a row cooldown still 120, so they could theoretically wait a little bit. They could also make it safer and just pop the cooldowns whenever the intermission is happening on that boss, because they have that 50% healing reduction aura, so having the Ashen and the Bloodlust whenever that AoE is happening is a bit safer for them too.
Yeah, I mean, they will have it up. I think you're right. I think the question of what they're going to do is, okay, well, it's not a question anymore. They're just going to pop everything on the pole and burst the boss down. So I guess the thing that we'll need to take a look at is how scary the healing is going to be during the intermission phases here. The first one will be fine. They have the Ashen and the Bloodlust available for it. There should be nothing. I guess they have immunities available should they need them for whatever reason. On the second one, they can just use Cloak and then have a bear soak the other one because, well, he's a bear and doesn't care. So yeah, they should be totally fine. I realize it sounds like I'm trying to curse them right now, but I'm really not. This should be the easiest walk in the park for them. The only thing they have to worry about are some errant statues flying around the room. But check out Complexity. With that misstep by Incarnation, they are now on the same boss as Incarnation again, only 50% behind. So if any mistakes do come out from Incarnation, Complexity will be right there to collect the easy win afterwards. So all eyes on Incarnation right now. Can you play perfectly for the last minute of the dungeon here?
Yeah, cooldowns are out now, so the only thing left is Junkrat's. Shadowblade's coming up in just a second. There we go, popped immediately. The boss is melting. It is a fortified dungeon, so the boss doesn't have as much HP, but it's still scary because of that Grievous affix with the 50% healing reduction aura on top, plus that extra physical damage that Dorky is taking as well from that bleed effect that Chamberlain is putting on Dorky. But the boss is dropping lower and lower, and it's looking pretty safe on Incarnation's side, even though I spoke too soon, as Dorky actually is dropping pretty low, but he's got one more stack of Survival Instincts that he just popped. Actually, he's got 2 stacks, so you could even use it, and yeah, there we go. It is going to be Incarnation. Wow. Incarnation, the upset against Complexity here, winning this series 2-0, meaning Complexity is eliminated, unfortunately.
Incarnation taking that victory there with extremely clean Halls of Atonement run. Oh no, Growled shield. Torquay at the very end. I do that all the time. It's great. Dungeon complete. You just start seeing the tank bleeding out. Oh, hey, Travis. Oh, well, Incarnation takes that victory in the back-to-back wins, sweeping Complexity out of the tournament, and they are going to be moving on to Championship Sunday as a result, Tettles.
Yeah, I thought that Incarnation's Halls of Atonement for most of it looked really good. Complexity was just doing... I feel like their route was really slow. I couldn't put my finger on like what exactly was holding their route back, but I felt like their route was like not that great. And then once they started having the issues on Echelon, it kind of all fell apart there. I would be interested to talk to them about like what exactly they would do different in their route, having already seen some of the other teams present Halls of Atonement now.
Yeah, I mean, this is really
route was... Sorry, I just wanted to say that I think their route was actually good. It's just that they had some trouble with the first pull. Somehow the execution didn't work out there. Like they didn't stack up the trash, so they lost like a minute almost on that pull. I think. Otherwise, the route was not bad. But yeah.
I think that's one of the interesting things to look at now as we can kind of laud Incarnation and say, hey, they had a great clean run and everything like that, but when you also compare it to something else that we've seen earlier this weekend, Tettles, it's like 2 minutes slower. So what do you think are the big differences as you look at just Incarnation's run versus some of the other teams?
Yes. All right. So we have a great replay that actually highlights this perfectly. In the first
I'm
pull,
doing my job.
Incarnation did. They were 8 seconds faster on this first triple shard pull for their time to die, and I was like, oh man. They're really going to show us if they can beat Aster Wise time in Halls of Atonement, because we were looking at Aster Wise time as like the time to beat in here. It was some 11:46, I think is what it was. And that's a time that is absolutely insane. And so with that 8 second faster first pull, they transitioned that into a 7 second faster first boss split. And so this is really good this is where I was like, oh man, Incarnation is doing a great job of being able to deal with all of this stuff. Their complexity, like Nagura was talking about, I guess it came off the back of the first pull. I didn't see what exactly happened with the first pull, so I didn't realize that that's where they lost all of their time. But they were just a little bit behind, like the whole entire time. They were just a few steps there. If it was off the first pull not getting stacked up, that's unfortunate. Incarnation then allowed Inquisitor's Cigar to heal twice, and I was like, oh no, because I was sitting here trying to create a replay package that was going to talk about just like how much time optimizing the HOA route that Incarnation has could potentially yield them. But I mean, once you have the Cigar heal, it's like, all right, well, maybe next time. Hopefully, your double Stoneborn strategy for Inquisitor is going to be a little bit better.
Yeah, we saw teams already taking advantage of like the gateway tech to make sure they'd have those double gargoyles on hand to make sure they could guarantee it. But yeah, it's a very good point you made, Zyro, is that like, yeah, you could have like a no-death run. You're like, okay, it's very clean in terms of nobody dying, but there's also the cleanliness of how you're executing onto the mobs. We talk about it with something like Sanguine adding extra healing, but even something like Cigar, even something like how you organize and rally together a lot of those mobs, they make a substantial difference when we're looking at all the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I'm really curious what happened on Inquisitor Cigar there. I'm watching it back right now on my other monitor, and it looks like their second Stoneborn didn't snap, which, let's be honest, snapping in World of Warcraft, especially in Mythic Plus dungeons, is never a 100% scenario, so relying on those Stoneborns to do what they normally do is not a 100% scenario, so that's what happened for them. But if they're able to clean that up, I think this run could be pretty consistent and compete with some of the faster runs we've seen.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you'll say, oh, it's great that we won, it's great we have that victory or something, but we also have a lot of work to do to make sure that we're going to be able to compete because, like we say after every series, it's not going to get any easier for these teams. So congratulations again to Incarn on making it to Championship Sunday. But now we have one last matchup to go through to finalize our day. We're going to have Ambition and Obey Alliance squaring off with one of them getting eliminated. So you're not going to want to miss this series. We'll be right back with more MDI after a quick break. It's now time for the final series of the day, the final elimination of today between Ambition and Obey Alliance. Only one can move on to Championship Sunday, and just look at all the fantastic teams that have been eliminated today, with very few able to make it on to tomorrow there, Dratnos.
Yeah, this is a brutal, brutal bracket, and it is not over yet. We have Ambition versus Obey Alliance, our final game of the day, to determine which of the four, which will be our final four, right? Will Ambition or Obey Alliance round it out here? Of course, Incarnation waiting for whoever wins tomorrow.
And it could be a double Golden Guardians matchup. It could be an NA versus OCE matchup in that lower bracket. We're going to have to find out throughout this series, as both of these teams have a lot on the line. And we are going to be looking at a pretty good spread of dungeons coming up for us here, Zyra. We're going to have Necrotic Wake to start us off, which we haven't really been seeing a ton of.
We really haven't seen much of it today. Have we seen any of it today?
We haven't seen any today. We only saw it yesterday.
Cat. We saw some pretty fast runs yesterday, and the late complexity, unfortunately, just about out of the tournament. But they had a great run in Necrotic Wake yesterday, showing us the possibilities of how fast you can deal with some of these bosses, even though it's the highest level key dungeon we have on Tyrannical. Using those weapons, which also scale with the key level of the dungeon, letting you kill bosses off if you appropriate your weapons appropriately. I didn't mean to do that, but it worked out just fine. The rest of the dungeons, honestly,
yes, of course.
Theater of Pain. I kind of want to see what Ambition can do there. That's a really interesting dungeon for them. I've heard about some of the comp stuff that they're planning on doing, and if we get to a DOS, Obey Alliance is definitely going to have some stuff to work on there based off what we saw earlier today.
So Ambition is 0-2 versus Obey Alliance so far for series play. Whenever they played against them in Cup B during the regular season, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, and they have not taken a full series off of them. If there was any time to take a series off of Obey Alliance, it would be right here, right now.
We talked about it before. The Ambition Revenge Tour is going to continue. They got sent out of their regular cup tournament, had to tear through the last stand to be able to get to where they are now. They've been beat down, they've gotten booted out of tourneys, and now it's their chance to really shine and really be able to show this tournament and show everybody that they are a team and they are a force to be reckoned with throughout this one, Dratnos. And you gotta, hey, there's a little cat. Little cat.
Yeah, it's
Bird's
interesting
friend.
as well, because here we are, right, in the lower bracket, and even though Ambition were the team that were, soundly defeated by Obey Alliance in their group, they're actually showing up here from the upper bracket, whereas Obey Alliance are the team that has been battling lower bracket, right? So you got that interesting contrast that means that Ambition has had more time to prepare for this series. They've had a couple extra hours while they knew this was going to be their only remaining match of the day, whereas Obey Alliance only had this one last match we were just watching. That was the only time they had to prepare for this one, because before that they had their last match in the lower bracket.
There's an incredible amount of parity throughout all these teams in the tournament, and it really starts coming into, well, how well are a lot of these groups preparing for some of these dungeon matchups, because we've had a number of times that we aren't going into game threes, especially early on, and so you're looking at how much of a priority is it for some of these teams to be practicing things like Necrotic Wake versus some of the dungeons that they're expecting to see more consistently, for example, in like the lower semis, something like Spires of Ascension, which we knew was an Obey Alliance, bulwark. So let's get ourselves prepared. This is our final series of the day. We've got Ambition and Obey Alliance fighting for survival in our global finals. Let's get into it here in game number 1.
Is that how the word bulwark works, right?
Can you use it in a sentence?
Jack, can you please run that back by us one more time?
What if a team, there's their bulwark, it's like their fortification, right? This is like their defensive wall, right?
And
say no one's gonna get past
here.
this. Man. Well, you guys asked, all right? You asked.
Please, Jack, it's the caster's turn now. The host is done for now. Both teams, though, getting started here onto Blightbone. We have it at 63% for Obey Alliance, a little bit ahead of where Ambition are at. Both teams with Lust Pops, 29% count acquired already. Ambition have already added the Incinerator into this poll, however.
Yeah, now Ambition are preparing to grab those Goliath orbs. So a pull like this is normally very scary, but whenever you just stack up and you have those Goliath orbs pulsing on your whole entire party, that is a significantly reduced amount of healing that is going to be required for the rest of the group. That also allows you to not have to commit any more offensive CDs outside of just using those Goliath orbs. And now Obey Alliance have theirs engaged, and they're just running in melee range of Blightbone, and now they're grabbing Incinerator Arcoleth. I think that this is going to probably set Obey Alliance up to be a little bit slower on this split as a whole, even though they're slightly ahead in boss damage right now.
They may well kill the boss sooner, but I think that, yeah, when you factor in, like, when they drop combat, I believe it's going to be after Ambition as well. You can see Ambition 5% behind on the boss's health, but half of Incinerator Arcoleth in their favor here. I think that's a favorable trade, but it is going to come down to how well they can execute the end of this fight. Things start to get sketchy with all of these mechanics going off at once, with how vital the kick is on that Incinerator as well.
Yeah, and look at Obey Alliance's Incinerator, probably still at 20% HP, where Ambition just utilizing those Goliath orbs and gets Incinerator pulled earlier. It is a lot more deadly to grab Incinerator when Ambition did. However, they were able to do it flawlessly, and Nerf getting great value out of the double Kyrian activation from his little steward, doing the Lord's work, honestly.
Yep, those stewards, you know, it's pretty easy to get 2 activations out of one unless you die. They have a 5-minute cooldown, but they stick around for 4 minutes. So you only have that 1 minute of downtime unless you die, in which case you got to wait the full 5 minutes before getting back to it. So luckily, not something that's happened here for either team. As you can see, they are grabbing their exhaust orbs. Ambition took a little bit of a detour there to fight some of those mobs off to the side, whereas Obey Alliance, they are just going with everything all at once. This is an opportunity to catch right back up here.
And look at, I like where they're tanking this pack. So they're tanking this pack on the corner, and that allows everything to be stacked up. And you see that mage is also off to the side for Obey Alliance. It is just shackled over there. Ambition, not to be outdone, grabs the 2 Marauders off the side. This is fairly standard whenever you're doing like live keys and you're going to burn one of the orbs on that pack. Oh my goodness, Ambition just rolling bursting. They rolled a 7 into an 8, immediately into a 9, and Lagbug dies for Obey Alliance there. That is not great for them.
Yeah, you can see those 2 Marauders are coming in now for them, but unfortunately, because their pull was more aggressive, more ambitious, more scary than what Ambition were up to, they needed to just grab these by themselves afterwards. So this is a little bit of that efficiency that they gained earlier that they are giving back now. You can see they're still not too far behind, but Ambition certainly in the lead here. Probably about 20 seconds, if I had to say.
So this is the point of the dungeon that you have to watch the most intently, is like this Amarth and like trash into Amarth boss situation. This is where we've seen the largest amount of deviation between teams. We saw Complexity do a strategy where they were looking to save their Javelin on the Amarth pull, and instead just utilized those Goliath orbs that you see the teams have to be able to deal with that. However, there was a run earlier from Echo where they were, they did in fact Javelin Amarth. So I think that both strategies they're a little bit different in how you have to set it up, but they both yield very similar results in the fact that they are both incredibly fast. And Ambition has this pack set up. They are getting that Necromancer into the pull. We have to watch. I think JPC has one of the Javelins, and I would suspect that Nerf probably has the other Javelin for Ambition. And it looks like they're just going to manually kill this with the assistance of that Goliath Orb.
Yeah, huge damage coming out here. Azuna on that fire spec as well. 40 playing Frost, the more traditional pick over on the side of Obey Alliance, but Ambition, one of those teams where they like to have Azuna play fire in a lot more dungeons. Ambition and Aster Y, that are the teams that really break out Fire Mage in several of the dungeons in our map pool. And I think that has something to do with the fact that they are 2 of our teams that just have these mage mains, you know, Azuna, Qingshin, Fired Up sometimes does it as well, playing fire, of course, from Complexity. You know, they play so much mage and so much fire throughout history that they're able to just squeeze every little point of value out of it, because it takes a lot of work to be able to get more out of fire than Frost. But in some of these dungeons, they think it's possible.
Wow, so you're just calling 40 a DK main like that live on air.
40, so, yeah, I mean, valuable multi-class. Ellesmere going down for Ambition. That is bad news for them. They are going to be able to get that
mage is out of
res.
CC.
Yeah,
that mage is out of CC off to the side.
They just need to go and land like a kidney on it. It looks like a blind, maybe even, from JPC was used on it. And that's going to be enough to keep... Oh, but there's a lot of mobs here still. They need to AoE stun. Okay, DB.
Oh, nice DB.
Big DB from Azuna. So the way that works is when the cast finishes, if the mobs are CC'd, you don't die. If any of them are not CC'd, you do die. That's how it works in the high key. And even something like Dragon's Breath, even a fragile, temporary, breakable CC like that, as long as when the cast finishes, the CC is active, it works. And so you can see getting huge value from landing a beautifully timed DB from Azuna there. That means that despite this death, Ambition are going to be 2 seconds behind Obey Alliance here. Both teams with 1 death on the board, both teams having used that battle res, both teams making their way up to the Necropolis where the winner of this map will be decided.
All right, and so now here's another one of the most pivotal points of this dungeon. These teams are going to be doing this Necropolis all in one pull. This is definitely something that you should not try at home. The Stitchworks are being grouped up, and Obey Alliance this is a pull that you have to take so much time to be able to cautiously have just great setup on. And Obey Alliance, they have casts going off from those Corpse Collector. Everybody drops super low.
Danger.
Oh man, is that a loyal creation in the air? Oh no, the rogue from Obey Alliance goes down. And he immediately releases. And he's going to be able to come back upstairs. If he needed to throw his javelin or use any of his weapons there, that can be absolutely catastrophic.
Yeah, one thing that went a little bit weird there for Obey Alliance, who now have Skylark and Lagbug going down, soon to be joined by the rest of the team. This is catastrophic and opens the door for Ambition. As long as Ambition can avoid having a wipe, they should be home free as a result of this. One thing that went a little bit wrong there for Obey Alliance, I think, was the Sigil of Shames actually landed on about half the mobs while they were Frost Nova'd. So they didn't get gripped in all tightly together as a result of that. And I wonder, that may still have been intentional. The Frost Nova may have just been necessary to fire off there, but it definitely ended up looking a little bit rough.
Yeah, in addition to that, I think Skylark got knocked up by one of the Volcanics, which is not an affix that we almost never talk about Volcanic, but Skylark also got knocked up by one of the Volcanics. The Loyal Creation was then in the air and fervented Boo. So the Loyal Creation has like an ability that hits the nearest melee target, and that was just unfortunately not Skylark. It ended up killing off the Rogue, and once you have 1 death on a pull of that size, then it spirals into a full team wipe rather quickly.
Yeah, unfortunate turn of events indeed for Obey Alliance. They are not out of it just yet, though. They are going to be slowly clearing this room now. What was 1 pull is now being split into 3 smaller pulls because they don't have those cooldowns. They don't have all those resources. They can't afford to fire off all their spears and such. They need those for the bosses, while Ambition are already into this gauntlet part of the fight, working on these assistants. They have the help of a Flesh Crafter here. One of the big reasons you see the Shadow Priest from almost every team in this dungeon is that it allows you to bring this Flesh Crafter with you for the rest of the dungeon. You just mind control it, and it will allow you to start the gauntlet, because the gauntlet starts when there are no enemies left. If you mind control it, there are no enemies, and then you get to drop it and keep having its cleavers helping you out. Although that looks like the cleaver hit Ellesmere actually, so maybe hurting in some cases too.
Yeah, so a lot of the times you'll see like Hodge and other CC effects used on that Fleshcrafter to make sure that the cleaver doesn't go off at an untimely point. It is really hard to hit Gorgrind with that cleaver just because of these bits that are also in melee, but they get the Fleshcrafter all the way into melee right on top of Gorgrind, which makes it a lot easier to get that cleaver on top of him. I suspect that after this, Azuna's going to spam Polymorph to be able to heal that Fleshcrafter to full. As Polymorph, whenever it's cast on enemies, it does give them a little bit more HP.
Yeah, that is something that you can really do to help manage them. It heals them instantly, and it keeps healing them if they stay in the Polymorph, but even if they're in the middle of AoE, just spamming a couple Polymorphs on something can really help heal it up, so helping them keep that Fleshcrafter alive. That's because they actually want that Fleshcrafter to be with them to the end of the dungeon. They want it to be throwing cleavers at the bosses as well.
Alright, so now Rot Spew has been engaged for Ambition. On the side of Obey Alliance, oh man, they're still just dealing with... They had to do these packs 1 pack at a time. So this just proves like how difficult those pulls that all of these teams are doing. They're utilizing multiple weapons that are present in the dungeon, and it's to a point where if you make 1 minor mistake, you have a full wipe on that pack, then you have to do 1 pack at a time through the remainder of the Necropolis, which Obey Alliance is able to finally pull off. So they're in position to where if Ambition has a full team wipe, they could potentially capitalize on it, but they're going to need a lot of help.
Yeah, that's the thing, is it really is not going to be just like Ambition having an oopsie, right? Having somebody die and get rezzed, having a weapon used at a wrong time, hooking Stitch Flesh at a bad time. It can't be anything like that. It's going to have to be something that involves players dying and releasing, I believe, from Ambition.
All right, so now Surgeon Stitch Flash has been engaged. It is a 23 Tyrannical, to note. So a lot of the times teams, whenever this dungeon would be on like lower key levels or a fortified situation, this fight would not be too dangerous. However, if there are any mistakes that happen on Surgeon Stitch Flesh, we've seen time and time again where teams can potentially wipe on stuff like this. And immediately it looked like the Stitch Flesh's creation got hit with a javelin from JPC. It's important that if you're going to throw a javelin on this fight, you need to make sure that you cleave both Stitch Flesh and the creation. If you miss that creation, then you can start to be in a world of hurt, as you're going to then have multiple creations out at once, and that will eventually wipe you if you do have to sustain having multiple of those abominations.
Yeah, exactly. They start getting enraged and things start getting very, very scary. It stops being reliable to use their hooks as well, because they're just hooking each other. And so, like, you know, if two of them are like right on top of each other, you're basically never going to be hooking Stitch Flesh. But not the world we live in today for Ambition. Good news for them, very bad news for Obey Alliance that that's not the world we live in, because with that boss down, there is only one more boss left. One opportunity for things to still go wrong for Ambition. Now, this last boss fight, it's not a walk in the park. It's a plus 23 Keystone, and it's Tyrannical, so a lot of difficulty here. There are a few weapons that are available, though. Looks like JPC hasn't... Yep, there's going to be the weapon. Some Forge Hammers getting thrown in. I think a Spear also being deployed by Nerf. Yep. So this is huge, huge damage on the boss. And you can see already at 70% health. Damage taken increase as well, so everybody else's cooldowns are further amplified by these effects. Plus the throw cleavers are going to be landing from that Flesh Crafter that they've brought up here with them. So they're doing a lot of damage, but it is going to start slowing down now, and they're going to have to start dealing with the last little bit of this boss.
Oh! Onesie is so young! On that Shadow Priest, he was able to grip Azuna out of the Dark Exile. Nobody in chat should be spamming B for Boomer. Onesie showing how good he is on that Shadow Priest, able to immediately take him out of that exile. And a lot of the time, you would die after the exile expires. However, since it was on a mage, he blocks off that exile debuff and is not going to have to pay the 5-second death penalty. That is massive for Ambition.
Youthful reaction time from Onesie. Beautiful, beautiful timing. As his friend Azuna returned to the battlefield, Onesie, unfortunately, his reward for his heroic efforts is going to be sent down himself, and you can't life grip yourself back onto the platform. Unfortunately, the technology just isn't quite there yet. Maybe with that life grip legendary, actually, but we'll talk about that another time, as it is Ambition taking the 1-0 lead in this series. Beautiful play, one death, but still a great run. Wow.
I remember when you could life grip yourself. Never forget. But with that victory, Ambition is going to be having a 1-0 lead over their opponents. And, you know, it's something that we've seen time and time again for a dungeon like Necrotic Wake. Zyro is just having any sort of death can just mean complete wipe for your team on some of these pulls. And even just looking at how Skylark and company was trying to group all those mobs in together, I saw that Frost Nova come down and it just messed up how well they were able to group together the mobs, which impacts their damage.
I mean, mages and Frost Nova. I mean,
yeah.
what two things go together better in any dungeon? Oh, I was proccing my disciplinary command. Well, you're playing Frost Mage. You don't have that legendary. Why did you Frost Nova there? It's unfortunate to see. We'll break that down a bit later on. But, I mean, across the board, Obey Alliance did play pretty well, right? I mean, it all came down to that one wipe, really. Both teams were trading blows and trading mistakes across the dungeon, but Ambition able to pull it out. Not the fastest time we've seen all weekend. Those honors still go to Complexity, but unfortunately they're not in the tournament for those anymore. So Ambition got to be pretty happy with that run. Only 20 seconds slower than what we saw earlier this weekend.
That's right. And let's also just focus in again, like you mentioned, zoom in on some of those pulls that we have here, because there was a lot of back and forth before, again, Obey Alliance's catastrophic wipe.
Yeah, I mean, they were just kind of trading random spot healer deaths, which is honestly the worst kind of death you can possibly have, but both teams doing a good job of making sure they're able to continue the pull after the healer goes down. Lightbug just goes down to... He hesitated on his movement, right? He wasn't sure
he just
on where he
hesitated
was.
running out.
And again, another healer death at probably the worst possible time in the dungeon during a boss gets destroyed by a necrotic breath. Probably another hesitation right there. I mean, you ever hesitate whenever something deadly coming out, there's a 50-50 shot you're going to die to it. You know, either you do or you don't. And again, both of these were kind of trading blows. These teams were neck and neck as a Marth went down. But this pull in particular, you can see where it starts to go wrong. Bu went down early to having too many of the fixates and them not having any easy way to stop them. And then once that happens, once the rogue goes down due to not having cheat death, the pull starts to just last longer and longer and longer. And it looks like they were going for that pull where they could save the spear on their rogue. And it just didn't work out for them. The pull lasted too long with 1 DPS dead and ended up being a full team wipe for them. And I mean, obviously here, there's not really much to break down. We just wanted to show you how ridiculous the single player burst is on this boss. This boss gets completely melted for the first 10 seconds.
It does. And, you know, I feel like we've talked about that a number of times before, how bursty a lot of classes can be with Covenant abilities. This expansion just allowing it. You just see that the boss's health go to 50%, and then all the damage just sort of stops.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of the things that the Fire Mage was really good for in this dungeon from complexity, right? The burst with this spear debuff was insane for burst. They had this boss at like 20% at the point here where Ambition had it at 40%. I don't think that's going to be something many teams will be able to opt into, nor should they swap their strat in a dungeon that they already hit. Like Ambition already has this dungeon this clean, but it's just interesting to know that there are faster strats available if you have extra time to practice them.
That's right. And, you know, big advantage to go to a lot of those teams who are in the upper bracket who are able to start looking at these other team strategies and what's going to be coming, because, you know, it's nice for both of these teams, you could say, that we're having Necrotic Wake go on at this point, because we're also going to see it for whichever team is fortunate enough to make it to the lower finals here. So going to be something that we're going to see again, and if these teams aren't making it, well, other teams are definitely going to be studying what they're doing. So Theater of Pain going to be the next dungeon in our series. It's going to be Fortified Bolstering. We've talked about it a ton throughout this weekend of how annoying those affixes can really be here, Dratnos. And, you know, let's talk about it. We've had some route differences here and there, but overall this dungeon, I mean, it's just about maintenance of these mobs.
Yeah, we've even seen different compositions pioneered by different teams, and in fact, in some cases, the same team with Complexity swapping their plan in this dungeon between yesterday and today. So I'm curious what these teams are going to land on. Whether they decide to go with, for instance, the Vengeance Demon Hunter or the Protection Warrior is a pretty big point of divergence between different teams. The Protection Warrior in here, Spear of Bastion, really strong in Theater of Pain, Spell Reflect, fantastic for several of these boss fights as well. So big pluses for that spec, but of course Vengeance has a huge heap of pros that we all know about. That Chaos Brand, the huge power of the meta defensive cooldown. So those are just some of the things that I'm going to be looking for here.
This should be an Obey Alliance bulwark, as they had to play this map. It was their first map in their first series of the weekend, and like whenever they played it versus Aster Y, they ended up losing it. They only had 1 death, but at the same time, they should have an insane amount of practice in this Theater of Pain. I know a lot of the teams put insane effort into their first 3 maps that they would have had to potentially have played, and I suspect that Obey Alliance is going to show a lot of really good stuff in the Theater of Pain again, and I think that's probably going to be one of their most consistent maps. Now it's going to come down to, like, the ball is in Ambition's court. How are they going to fare in the Theater of Pain that we haven't seen from them yet?
That's right, because we did see the other side as well from Ambition previously in their first series, so now it's just going to be kind of that game. And we've seen a number of times where, yes, there is that expectation that, hey, if this team is going to be practicing this dungeon, it's going to be in their very first round. This is going to be something they're excellent at. But we've also seen teams who have just been so well practiced across the board at their different dungeons who are saying, doesn't matter where we're at. So, you know, Ambition, with all the talk of how much time they put into Mist in particular, Dratnos, I think they're going to be well prepared for this one too.
The sick part for Ambition is, you know, if they prepared for the upper bracket, that's one way of doing it, right? Or they might have also prepared for losing round 1 to Perplexed and going into the lower bracket. But if they'd done that, they wouldn't have ended up in this match in the bracket. This is like a blind spot series of maps for them in the tournament, where the only way they were going to get to this match was the exact combination of wins and losses they had where they had them to get on this side of the lower bracket. Definitely a strange place to be for them. I wonder if that theater, if these dungeons are in fact ones that may therefore have been a little bit neglected, or if they show up in the other matches anyways and they're ready for anything, as a team of their caliber I'm sure can be.
Well, let's keep in mind, I mean, JBC, the man, did make his Echo Pick'ems saying that they were going to win against Perplexed, and he still got a pretty high score there, Dratnos, on his selection. So I feel like the plan that was there from the beginning.
Yeah, I think he may have indeed been going with an innovative strategy of trying to win as many maps as possible. Definitely a creative choice, worth discussing,
yeah.
I agree.
On a more serious note, I think that this dungeon should probably be Obey Alliance favored, and I think that DOS, like you were bringing up earlier, should most likely be Ambition favored, but at the same time, it's about consistency between these two teams. Obey Alliance looked notably not lit in their DOS earlier with like 15 deaths. It was not a great run as Zyro and Jack in unison put their head in their hands.
Would you say they've been more dogged?
It was an 8th.
This lobby's
The
playing for
bulwark
second.
has multiple definitions as well. In addition to being that barrier, it can be an extension of a ship's sides above the level of the deck. I didn't know that.
Can we build a bulwark
right.
between ourselves and Jack?
With those jokes that you're trying to give us, Tettles, you want to stay away from me? You're more than welcome to.
Man, this is going to be a difficult decision of picking which side of the bulwark I want to be on.
your jokes put you on Tettle's side, all right? This way. Tettle's side, okay? You know exactly where you stand on this one. But we don't know how these teams are going to stand in the lower bracket, whether they will stay in this tournament and make it the championship Sunday, or whether they will be eliminated and tossed off the bulwark, as Ambition and Obey Alliance are now preparing for their Theater of Pain matchup here. Ambition, of course, up 1 in our series, and Obey Alliance is fighting for their very survival here, Zyro.
I mean, I just don't like the bulwark word. Why are you guys using that? Stop it.
He started using it randomly.
You guys ever just started saying a word so many times that it starts sounding weird and kind of loses the meaning in your head? Like bulwark. Like what even is? What even
Build
is
a
that
bulwark
word?
on your bulwark.
After all the Wowhead work I was just doing, it's quote for me. I'm trying to say quote again, it just looks funny. But hey, let's get into it. Game's ready.
Oh, thank
Save
goodness.
us from the Tettles jokes here. Let's get into it. Ambition up 1. Theater Pain begins now.
Prot warriors on both sides here, with Ambition and Obey Alliance deploying mirrored compositions from each other as they both are getting involved with the first boss here. Looks like Obey Alliance have the Bloodhorn added to this pull. Ambition is coming in late for them.
Skylark, notably with that shield, he has the Bulwark of Azeroth equipped currently. Very timely.
Love that indeed.
All right,
And
so now
his
Ambition
weapon?
taking a little bit of a lead, but Passerin, look at that, at 40% HP. I think that this is one of those things that you need to make sure that Sathel and Passerin are kicked and grouped up very quickly. Otherwise, you're going to have to put a lot of focus damage into that. And so Ambition looked like they were taking the early lead. However, with Obey Alliance, they were a little bit more even split on a lot of their bosses, and that could allow them to kill off the first boss early, but they killed. They bolstered their bosses a little bit.
Right, they Obey Alliance actually dealt with quite a bit of extra boss health from the bolstering affix, whereas Ambition, by pulling the Bloodhorn in later, didn't have to do that much. Even when you factor that in, though, Obey Alliance are going to be getting the better of this exchange by about 5 seconds, so not too bad there. Ambition gets the benefit of getting to kill the mob afterwards, and it's free time anyways, right, because you're just doing this RP, so a little bit of extra efficiency there. Let's see what the teams decide to do next. Is Executioner Varuth going to get involved? Yes. Skylark throwing some axes, pulling that forward, and so are Ambition. They're going to be pulling it into the Cult of Rockwing. This is very standard pathing through this dungeon, pulling Varuth with 4 or 5 of the Shackled Souls into this little area.
Okay, so do you think that there is any difference realistically in where both of these teams are tanking it? So the reason that they're tanking them on the corners is they're trying to get the Shackled Souls grouped up quickly. But I feel like Ambition's place on where they got this mob grouped should allow for Varut to die just a little bit faster. However, Obey Alliance get the better of this exchange, and they're able to get their Shroud off early, and they're just continuing to build a bit more of a lead right here.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, empirically, it looks like things are going better for Obey Alliance. Looks like that pull included, as they're now getting into this Portal Guardian Arcoleth pull. We're also adding some Shackled Souls right in at the start of this pull. This is sketchy for Obey Alliance. Very careful. You can see Rally used there by Skylark, trying to help everybody stay alive. 40 being chained. Huge AoE damage coming out from the Portal Guardian and the Incinerator. They need to be careful to not bolster that Portal Guardian as well. Barely they've been able to do it just before it gets to its next Storm cast. And now they just have Arcoleth left over.
It's interesting, too, that you see Onesie there. He enters his turtle, and he enters the turtle for like 2 to 3 ticks of that Soulstorm, because then he knows that he won't tick down from any more damage. He knows that if he mitigates 2 to 3 ticks of that Soulstorm, that's plenty. Ellesmere will be able to keep him topped up. And Ambition comes roaring back and kills Incinerator Arcoleth almost at the exact same time as Obey Alliance. And did Obey Alliance have a DC on their Windwalker Monk again?
Is that what's going on here? It looks like they've decided to go left, whereas Ambition are going right, so we'll get to see if this ends up changing the time as well. I don't see the Windwalker on the meters here, so that may indeed be the case for Obey Alliance.
Man.
If so, extremely unfortunate turn of events for them. Ambition working on these 2 Magi, doing a good job actually of breaking through one of those shields that was up so that they don't have bolstering become a problem here. When you only have 1 Dispel, which they do because they just have the Hunter Pet for it, then that can often be quite a problem. Obey Alliance, though, starting to have deaths actually on these Shackled Souls now, potentially as a result of that. They are going to keep running with their route, which is exactly what they need to do here. They are currently undefeated in games in which they've had a DC, so they're hoping to keep that streak going. Got to keep the spirits high, got to keep your mind focused on, okay, what do we go from here? How do we adapt? And how do we still keep ourselves in this thing? But Ambition definitely have been given a huge gift here from that.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that Zorthus DC'd earlier in their Spires of Ascension, but they were able to claw it back off the mistakes that Team Name made. And they're definitely still in a similar position, but Zorthus definitely needs to reconnect to the game. Rapido.
Yeah, the longer that this goes on, the more and more damaging it's going to be to Obey Alliance's chances. Ambition here, you know, they are not a team that is known for having huge wipes. They are a team that's lost some maps, but rarely is it to big wipes, and more often it's small to medium-sized mistakes. However, Obey Alliance are going to waste no time. They're going to get started with this pull once they have their cooldowns. No Monk, no problem. They're going to keep on chugging through this dungeon and make sure that they can keep themselves in a position where the mistake
Ellesmere
needs to not be that big for Ambition in order for them to catch up, which is just what's happened here. Ellesmere going down. Actually, a bolstered Bone Reaver as well could potentially start to be pretty scary. They have managed to finish it off, but that is the battle res gone for Ambition. Without that battle res, the path to a huge wipe has just opened up dramatically for them. The chances that a mistake turns into a wipe have gone up hugely without that battle res available.
So Quaking, we don't really talk about it too much, but Quaking in Theater of Pain is actually a very nasty affix. Just a lot of the bosses, they either have grips or they require you to be stacked up with other party members, and that can allow for potentially very bad Quaking overlaps, which does put you in position to be able to have those mistakes that occur. And the Windwalker Monk for Obey Alliance is back.
All right, we are back on plan here. Probably about 2 minutes of DC time. Not impossible to overcome, and they did a good job of clearing out some trash anyways, but they need to now recover, get back on plan, make sure that all the cooldowns are lining up still in a way that makes sense, make sure they haven't scuffed any of the pacing that needs to, like, they need to get back on to good pacing, fast pulls, big pulls to keep this one going. We'll be able to get an idea of just how much of a loss this was. It looks like about 2 trash pulls worth of time is now in favor of Ambition as they do get started on Cult the Rock here. We'll see if and when they decide to pull some Shackled Souls into this one, or if they decide to just do the boss by itself and get that count later.
All right, and so now Ambition dealing with Cult the Rock. It's like we were talking about. They have to be really careful about Quaking. Azuna and Onesie both go to different sets of these hands. Notably, if you're standing close to the... the edge of the room, you can't get the hands at the top. And right now, like we were talking about, Obey Alliance cannot afford any mistakes. Lagbug does go down. They do have a battle res available if they can deploy it. That Bone Mage that was blinded off to the side has so many stacks of bolstering on it right now, Dratnos.
That is an extremely large Bone Magus. That Bone Spear cast cannot be allowed to go through. If it does, it will kill somebody. Lagbug eventually gonna get back into the fray here. Wow, yeah, that was really, really costly though for Obey Alliance. Even more time slipping out of the hourglass for them, as now Ambition almost done with Cult the Rock, whereas Obey Alliance, during the time that Ambition have been fighting this boss, have only dealt with that one trash platform. They are now getting to this next trash platform, and they are about a boss and a half behind where Ambition are at right now.
Yeah. All right, so now Ambition finally getting rid of Cult the Rock. I'm interested to see where they go from here on out. So a lot of the teams have been going to this Gore Chop wing, and one of the big points of this Gore Chop wing is how large these teams are able to pull here. Are they going to be pulling the pack that patrols on the bridge? Are they going to elect to just kind of leave that there and break this up into two separate pulls? Are they going to potentially not pull that pad at all and then shroud by it? There's a lot of difference in what teams can and have done across the whole entire weekend, but it looks like Ambition being patient, waiting for that patrol to get into position. JPC walks over, trickses the pack all the way in, and so now this pack is just going to be blown up by the power of that MM Hunter and the Windwalker Monk, two very, very potent burst AoE specializations, and Ambition is looking really good here.
Yeah, lots of damage being dealt to these mobs. Important priority damage as well being done by JPC to those larger health mobs, making sure that they don't get a bunch of bolstering stacks when you finish with your Windwalker AoE. Really, really masterfully executed by Ambition. All of that trash. I mean, being able to do that with that bridge pull like they did, truly incredible performance there, as they're now shrouding towards the downstairs area here. Not too much time left in this dungeon. Obey Alliance still working on Cult the Rock as well. Probably something like 3 minutes in favor now are Ambition, as they... Wow, this is so scary though. This is such a huge pull. Here comes the Ashen Hallow. There's like 20 mobs in here, and 10 of them are deadly.
Yeah, but notably those small mobs that spawn, all of those little disgusting refuse mobs don't bolster anything. The only thing that will bolster out of those packs are the sludge spears. So making sure that you bolster kill this whole entire pack while dealing with the small mobs is super important. And that gas bag is your top priority, and ultimately the reason that they're dropping Ashen Hollow on a pull like this is because that gas bag's pulsing AoE is so deadly.
Yeah, that thing has been taken care of, though. Once again, Ambition really putting on a clinic with these really scary, scary pulls. They are now going to be taking these two mobs into Gore Chop. This is going to require some discipline from their players to avoid bolstering the boss early. Once those mobs are free from that binding shot and enter the fight, they need to be really careful to not assign too much damage to them without them bolstering the boss.
So, Spinning Crane Kick?
Yeah, Spinning Crane Kick is probably allowed. We'll see, though. I'm sure that they have an idea of what the percentages are where they can or can't press those different AoE buttons.
That button is definitely not allowed. Those mobs are JPCs. He's laid claim to them. He's planted a banner in them.
I see. Well, I just saw Spinning Crane Kick, though. Oh, looks like Azuna.
That's illegal.
Really on Azuna Curry there. Really not being chained by the subtlety rogue's needs.
JPC is going to write him a strongly worded letter later.
29% here on Gore Chop and falling. Doing a great job of damaging but not killing those trash mobs that are in this pull. Very well done. Even now, if it gets a bolstering stack here in the last 20% of its health, it's also not that big of a deal anymore. Worth just doing to keep the damage efficient is going to be AoEing everything now. It's going to be a horror that lives a little bit longer than everything else. Nerf taking a lot of damage as well. Gets that lay on hands and the dispel. And just the horror is left over. Once they finish that off, it is going to be Zav the Unfallen's wing. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side of our screen, Obey Alliance are sneaking down towards that huge bridge pull. Let's see if they go quite as big as Ambition did here.
All right.
Yes, they do.
Ooh, yes. Look at this. They're grabbing all of this trash as well. This pull is probably one of the hardest MDI pulls that you'll ever see. And immediately Skylord gets lay on hands by Lagbug. On top of that, also getting sacked. That's whenever your tank needs both of those things, he is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think that may have been the bubble sack as well. The lay on hands bubble sack. That's the macro you press when things are very bad and you need a lot of help. Ambition.
That was a lot of help that did come through. Ooh, and the rogue dies for the side of Obey Alliance. I didn't see what happened, but then that diseased horror, it was probably the rogue's kick that needed to happen on the diseased horror, and he just channels a full meat shield.
Yeah, this is going to slow them down quite a bit. They do have a battle res. They do decide to send it, needing to keep it to stay as close to the time as they can here. But Ambition already nearly done with their first mini-boss. They'll just have a little bit more left, and then they'll be done with this dungeon. Obey Alliance are running out of time to close this gap.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So our Australian representatives on the right side are going to be making their way into Gorechop. I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to have the composure to be able to not spinning crane kick the ads as well and allowing the rogue to be able to lay claim to those ads. Ooh, they drop a freezing trap and a para on those mobs as opposed to just utilizing like a binding shot or a mage root and some of the other stuff that we've seen from other teams. So maybe they're just going to full AoE them once they come in. We're going to have to see in just a moment's time. Ambition on the left side of your screen have made their way into the Zav wing, and they're setting up this champion mini-boss pull. This is very dangerous with this mini-boss right here. You have these Arbalists and these Conscripts, and the Arbalists do insane amounts of damage, and it looks like their champion that they threw a freezing trap has broken out of CC somehow and is walking towards the group, and it's going to get bolstered if they're not careful.
Yeah, the binding shot is going to be used here, and you can see the team adjusting position here. Bolstering is fairly short range. It's about 30 yards, in fact. It's exactly 30 yards. And so as long as you can keep the mobs far enough away...
Oh, missed the freezing trap!
The trap misses. That is exactly what it looks like when I play Hunter in PvP. And unfortunately here for Ambition, that means 1Z, as a result of his mistake, is going to then be killed also. So that's another death added to the board here. They've got to be really careful here. This is going to cost them a lot of time. This might be the way that Obey Alliance gets back into this game. I don't know if they can lose 3 minutes here, but if they keep this pull going and then end up wiping anyways, that could exactly be what does it.
Oh, now Nerf has to commit wall to this pack, and he's still dropping so low even while walled. Please heal Nerf Chi-Ji.
Yeah, Nerf in so much danger here. That captain is just in the middle of this pack.
Sack?
Yeah, oh, the Ring of Peace from Azuna, keeping those mobs off of Nerf, followed by the binding shot. And once Nerf can get those mobs all into that binding route, they will be able to safely AoE them a little bit more. That bash really hurting Nerf here. And he's got the Ancient Aftershock. That's going to knock him down, keep him knocked down for a while longer. And finally, after what feels like centuries, the captain is going to die right before it would have killed Nerf.
But like the Chumbawamba song, they get back up again, and now Ambition making their way into the Zav wing. They're going to meld off that one champion, and that's a massive time save. Those champions are not super efficient. They give like decent count, they give 20 count apiece, but that's not something that you're looking for in this dungeon. This dungeon is so rich with count, and you get a lot of your percent from other portions of the dungeon, like that massive pull that's in the Gorechop area.
Right, it's the fact that you pull the entire platforms in the Cult of Rock wing, it opens up the space to just skip in this area.
Another thing, too, is Ambition is not going to have that champion to be able to effectively DPS, and then, like, one Quake!
Azuna has been eliminated here. Yeah, he's been assassinated by his team. Brutal quaking overlap, and they are going to get that battle res out, but now Ambition do not have any battle reses for the remainder of this dungeon. And look at Obey Alliance fighting their two mini bosses together here. This is a scary two to fight at the same time. They are going to put the prio damage into the Whirlwind one, because as soon as it dies, they are safe to pull the other one into the pack. So even though it's bolstering, sometimes you can do things like this where you still prio something down and just cleave the other one and then take it into more trash afterwards. That's exactly what Obey Alliance are going to try and do. However, Ambition, despite the difficulties on this fight, despite the challenges they've had to overcome, looks like they are mostly stable as of right now. 18% and falling on the boss. Without that battle res, they are lacking a safety net, but they might not need it here.
JPC, push to talk enabled, presses down his bind. Only one word is murmured. Wicked, he says as he runs over Azuna with Quaking. All right, and now Ambition has dealt with Zab, and they're making their way towards Mordretha. They do have 2 Tormentor debuffs that they have to deal with. In addition to that, they have 5% enemy forces count. Those are those mobs that are at the very beginning of the dungeon. They're going to pull those into Mordretha whenever the boss is at somewhere around the 50% HP range. And if you give me one moment, I will get us what is the best time in this dungeon so far. Oh,
they're
no,
gonna fight him before the boss. Let's see. Yeah, that is the normal strategy, like you said. But I guess they're just waiting for the RP here. They didn't send somebody up early and kill the captain after the boss because of the way things worked out. So instead, they're just going to do this, right? You see what Obey Alliance is doing? Because that captain didn't get pulled in like it did for Ambition, they'll be able to have 4 players kill it while the 5th goes and starts the RP. On the side of Ambition, there was nothing to be doing with their time anyways, so they decide, let's just kill this pack, and then we'll fight the boss by itself. So it's an audible from them based on that thing that went wrong earlier.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately a really good audible. The best time in this dungeon, though, 16:59.
Yeah,
so
this is not going to be that.
Ambition has had some mistakes. I don't know if they've had that many mistakes.
Yeah, I mean they had lost quite a bit of time to various things throughout this dungeon, but you're right.
This is true.
I am a little bit worried about their path's ability to get below that 17-minute mark, but we'll have to see. I mean, we really did not see a great showcase of exactly what it is they can do in here. However, with Mordretha dropping even lower here, they are so far ahead at this point. 2 or 3 minutes of advantage, and there's nowhere near enough time for Obey Alliance to close this one back up. Just a little bit more damage is all Ambition is going to need in order to secure their ticket into Championship Sunday at their first ever MDI Global Finals. There it is, 2-0 victory to Ambition over Obey Alliance.
Ambition, the number 8 seed in this tournament, has just secured their spot in the top 4 for our global finals. You know Ellesmere and the whole team has got to be really happy about that as they take that victory in Theater of Pain. And Obey Alliance, fortunately, is going to be headed home after this game. And while they have been a team with a ton of MDI veterancy, this tournament has been absolutely brutal for so many of these teams who have very high expectations for Zyro.
Yeah, and also, this victory sets us up for a very golden lower semifinals tomorrow between Ambition and Incarnation. Only one of them can go forward, and only one of them can use that top 3 finish to negotiate for a better contract with the organization after tomorrow. So let's see. I'm really excited to see how that one goes.
Huh. Johnny has to pick a favorite child. Dranos has to decide who to give the route to. It's a lot on the line. It's going to be a lot on the line for tomorrow and Championship Sunday there. But, you know, we talked about it a number of times before, especially for when we start looking at how we compare these dungeons to some of the best times that have happened. And these lower bracket games, I don't know if it's fatigue or what, Tettles, but we're not having the best dungeons we've had yet. There's a lot to work on.
Australian internet is not known to be the most reliable, I will say.
That too. And I think that puts a huge damper, of course, on Obey Alliance. It was great that they overcame it in their previous series, Inspires of Ascension, but I know it's got to feel terrible for them, and I feel so bad that they have to experience those things, you know?
I mean, that team is so good, too. Like
They really are.
We talked about it before even going into the match. They had beaten Ambition 2 series before, and just double disconnects. It's so unfortunate for them in the Theater of Pain. There's not much you can really do about it. Like ultimately, it's just a part of like playing from home, right? And it's one of those things that you have to be able to provide your own internet, and it happens. I mean, I think that we've all been there where we've just DC'd at the. Yep, hopefully
someday. That's right. Hopefully. At some point. But let's take a look at our bracket as well to summarize our day, as we are, like we said, going to see Ambition and Incarnation filling out our lower semis. And of course, earlier today, Dranos, we did get to see Echo and Aster Y. We're sitting up there in the upper finals. Both of them have guaranteed at least a top 3 finish.
Yeah, so tomorrow we're going to be starting off with that game between Echo and Aster Y, the winner making it straight into the grand finals, the loser going down to face the winner of Incarnation versus Ambition, and that is going to be a brutal slog through the lower bracket. 3 matches in a row, potentially, for either Incarnation or Ambition if they are hoping to win this tournament against progressively more scary enemies as well. Going to be incredibly grueling, incredibly rewarding, though, for whichever team is going to be able to take this home. All 4 of these teams should be so proud of their accomplishment, making it to this Sunday against such a stacked field. You could take the 4 teams that have been eliminated so far, and you could have told me that all 4 of them made it to Sunday, and I would have believed you. The level of all 8 of these teams has been completely beyond what I could have expected coming into this season. So it's been great to watch, but it will be even greater tomorrow when we get to watch it at the highest stakes.
So many NA teams. This is so great
Yeah.
for us.
Yeah.
That's right. Zyro can keep on counting. We got 2 NA teams.
We're going to have an NA team in at least 3rd as well, but
one of them has to get knocked out, right?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
3, man. I mean, you got to feel great for Aster Y as well. We've had so many great Chinese teams come into the global finals and just fall short of where we expected them to be. This is the first Chinese team that we've had all these expectations for, all these aspirations for, and they've lived up to it as well. We talked about at the start of the day yesterday. Top 3 was their minimum goal. That region is so tough on teams playing poorly and performing poorly, and you got to imagine qualifying for the upper finals. Getting a top 3 guaranteed position, that's got to be a huge weight off their shoulders, and hopefully they can continue this level of play into tomorrow.
That's right. And, we've seen, as you mentioned, those expectations. We saw it previously as well, Zyro, when we were in Australia, of just how much heartbreak some of those Chinese teams had when they didn't get as far as they were hoping and as they were expecting. So huge kudos, of course, going to be going to that Aster Y team. And we hyped it up. We talked about their potential of being able to step up against Echo, and even comparing them to Echo when we looked at their bracket from the Chinese region and everything, Dratnos, and they proved it today in such a huge way, quickly getting into the top 3.
I mean, yeah, they are still undefeated. They have never lost a match in
Ever.
MDI, and that is continuing. I mean, continuing through to the upper finals of our bracket. Truly incredible. Look at this. They didn't lose a single game in their run through the Chinese group, defeating such powerhouses as Skyline twice in order to make that happen. And so, I mean, just truly impressive. They did end up losing a game, though, this global finals so far. They lost that one map actually to Obey Alliance, who we just said farewell to. So that particular streak has been broken. We'll see if the match win streak gets broken or not tomorrow.
Legend
Important
has
to
it that
remember.
Oh, sorry. You go.
All right.
You
Zyro,
can
then Tettles.
start with yours. Okay, me then Tettles. All right. I like this. Important to remember, Aster Y, we've covered this before, but reminder for anybody who doesn't know this is the same team that was Skyline in the Great Push. 4 of these 5 players were on that Great Push Skyline team that lost to Echo. So they're going to be feeling a little bit of a revenge tour here, right? Ambition isn't the only one who has the revenge tour going on, so that's going to be a great upper finals match.
Okay, so for one, they felt like they absolutely could have won the Great Push and were very upset that they didn't win it. For 2, they believed that they were going to come in 2-0 Echo tomorrow.
Really?
Dude, making some bold claims. It's going to be a banger.
Okay, they have little pickups, of course, of that. Well, I'm excited to see that one. As you know, we all know, Echo has some of the highest expectations from the fans and also for themselves because they have been defending champs for so many different tournaments. It's ridiculous, the winning streak that they have put on over such a long period of time. And I think this finals day is going to be absolutely insane. And, of course, it will be on Halloween, so it will be very, very spooky times as well. Might see some inky black potions, Ratnos.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we get to use any of those. I wonder what the maps are going to be as well. Don't spoil it for me, but hopefully we get to see some Plaguefall between Aster and Echo.
Oh, that would be a really, really good matchup as well, because Plaguefall being very well known for our great push and all the shenanigans that take place. We are going to see at least Incarn and Ambition be playing it.
Couple words for you to use instead of Bulwark over there.
Oh,
Just
I mean,
giving you the little run through
there's a ton of them. Well, I mean,
But
like
it's
a
not
parapet
called
is
the
just like
Guard
part of
Azzinoth.
Well, exactly. Well, there's that, but I wouldn't be like, oh, this dungeon is really good. It's like the guard of something. Like a parapet is just like, isn't that where like the archers are standing in the castle and everything like that as well? So, you know, there's some words. I can go get my thesaurus and everything to prepare for tomorrow. Rampart, yeah.
They're still
a little rampart and everything. I like these ones. Safeguards, security, strongholds.
I gotta get out of here, man.
This is how we really learn to talk as casters. They just start feeding us. Instead of saying that's right all the time, you could say these other things as well. But
Really?
we will be back tomorrow with our Championship Sunday. So make sure that you tune in. It's going to be at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. CEST. If you guys would like to check out our Global Finals Final Championship Sunday day for all the action, as we will be distributing the lion's share of that $300,000 prize pool. You don't want to miss it. Thank you so much for tuning in to MDI Day 2. Championship Sunday awaits. We'll see you all tomorrow.